A very good morning and welcome on down to what is shaping up to be a beautiful day down here at the 2025 Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. The surfers flocked in this morning to get the early morning surf in what is looking like a very fun day of waves. We knew it was going to clean up. We knew the swell was going to drop off a little bit, and you can see the big smiles on everyone's faces. It was cold this morning, but the waves has cleaned up. You can see Jet chilling there, getting ready for his day of action. A lot of good vibes between all of the Challenger Series competitors here. I mean, when is it not when you rock up to a very good day of waves here? Beautiful drone shooters. We got a gorgeous morning on our hands down here at Merewether Beach. Like I mentioned, that wind has dropped off. We've had an amazing sunrise. The rain is gone. The wind is gone. The swell has dropped off a little bit. I am Jessie Starling, joined by Stacey Galbraith this morning. Stace, what did you make of this morning's conditions?
Oh, heaps. We've been waiting for this day, and it's absolutely firing out there.
It is, it really is. And I feel like there was a lot of good energy between all the surfers this morning.
Whenever it's pumping, no matter how cold it is, everyone's fired up. But it's frozen solid out there. I mean, we need gloves in here.
We do. I actually had my gloves on yesterday. Didn't bring them down today. But we always knew that it was going to clean up really beautifully this morning. We are looking at that traditional Merewether bank, so we are in the south corner, but there are a couple lefts that are starting to come into play in that bank down the beach a little bit.
Yeah, even some rights out the back too. We've been watching all morning, and there's like some really quality waves on offer. Obviously the rock section and the ladies section there is where you will see the surfers probably start today, but as the day gets going, I reckon we're going to see some people roll the dice to that bank to the north for sure.
What's Stacey's predictions? What are we going to see today?
Oh, I think we're going to see a lot of great surfing. I mean, you can see how clean the conditions are, and everyone's just so fired up. We've seen this day in the forecast for a while now, and so everyone's been fired up and ready to get going. But I reckon we could see some pits out the back for sure.
Oh, you're calling it now.
I've seen a couple in the free surf this morning, and it's just a risky thing to do, but someone will take that chance, and when that happens, I think we'll be jumping out of our chairs.
All right, we're going to cross down to AJ, who has the morning call.
Thanks so much, Jessie. I'm here with Yolanda Hopkins, straight out of the water. Give me the conditions report.
There's a lot of water moving. The conditions are quite clean today, though. I reckon it's going to clean up through the day, and yeah, I reckon it's going to be an awesome day today.
And you are somebody who has put in more time at this break than I think a lot of the other Challenger Series athletes so far this week. This girl has been up here at dawn almost every single day, getting in the practice. Just how excited are you to get this 2025 Challenger Series underway?
Oh, super excited. I mean, it's been what? It's been almost like 7 months maybe. It's just after Brazil, I was so close. I'm so excited to start, and I feel like I improved a lot in my surfing. I just want to get a chance to show it.
We cannot wait. Good luck today.
Thank you, thank you.
Back to you, Jess.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Yo-Yo. It was her birthday on Monday, I believe, so big happy birthday to our girl Yo-Yo. I'm excited to see her get underway in competition. She would have to be, I would say, one of the more competitive people on the women's side.
Yeah, definitely up there with one of, as AJ said, first one out there every morning, and she's ready to get going. Like you said, she's really close in Brazil last year, unfortunately just missing out, so I think she's been thinking about this first round heat for a while.
Before we get into the women's, though, we do have one last heat of the round of 64 to get through, so that heat is going to look pretty stacked this morning. It's a full international affair, so they're going to be out there to kick us off this morning. It will be Jackson Bunch in the red from Hawaii, Lucas Silveira in the blue from Brazil, Jet Schilling from the USA, and Iago Dominguez from the Basque Country. So pretty solid looking heat this one, Stays. How are you going to pick this one apart?
Yeah, three goofies and one natural footer. I think that we're going to see everyone start on the rock section here this morning, and to be honest, I didn't see a lot of great waves ridden in the warm-up on that section this morning. It's quite a tricky part of the bank to sit. It looks so beautiful, but when you get out there, there's quite a morning to the local seal. It's a bit miragey. So I think this first heat of the day, it's obviously always going to be the guinea pig heat, but I think we might see the gentlemen take a minute or so to figure out their positioning. But once they do, I'm excited to see the goofies and the one natural Lucas get us underway.
Would you say that these kind of conditions that we have here this morning, they're a lot cleaner and it looks really fun, but are you seeing a little bit of morning sickness? Are you thinking it's going to clean up as the day goes on?
I mean, Yolanda kind of said it'll clean up throughout the day. I mean, I don't know it could get any cleaner. It's as clean as a whistle out there, but the issue with it, though, is that the offshore's kind of strong. So I guess we could hope maybe that the wind will die down a little bit, but I guess what comes with that is the opportunity to do some huge turns that throw a lot of spray. And so it's just all about like board management and where you place the board on the wave. And I think we can already see a surfer out the back to the north there.
Iago Dominguez, first ever Challenger Series event. This is the first we've seen of him of this level. Carves it back for his second turn on this one. Looking good with a steep section, really rips through and places it again. Actually, beg my pardon, we saw him in the opening round here. He got a 7-point ride. Goes down on that finishing turn, but really loved the way he set this wave up and was super smooth, Stace.
Yeah, I think he put together some really nice turns at the start of this wave. It was a real shame that he didn't get to put the bow on this one and finish it up. His board's looking great under his feet. He just got there a little off balance as he hit that section. Would have been a great way to start his heat, though. He'll be a little disappointed he couldn't capitalise there, Jess.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking about capitalising on those opportunities because those really clean faces, they weren't on offer at the drop of a hat. But it feels like we're going to have more opportunities today. So yes, a mistake made on that last turn, but it feels like there's going to be plenty more of those waves coming through today.
Yeah, I agree. I think, yesterday we were looking like, if you started your heat with a 5 or a 6, you'd be really stoked. I think you're right. Even if he had finished that wave, I think that there's a lot of quality waves on offer this morning, and he probably wouldn't have kept it anyway. So it's just a little mulligan for him there, a little test run. And as you can see, the surface where they're positioned is a fair bit deeper than yesterday. Everyone was straight off the rocks here. Today they're a little deeper, more towards the ladies' baths. But we do have... I did see a Rashi out to the north there, but I can't think of who it might have been. Might have been Lucas, which makes sense. He's a sensational tube rider, and he's a big lad. So if he can find, some steep face, maybe pull into a tube, or even just a couple of big turns out the back here, I think we could see, that's where the biggest scores are going to go down today, I feel.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm really looking forward to what is actually going to come out of the bag today. I feel like we're going to get a little bit of a mix of everything, and we're going to have both the men and women on today. So we're going to roll into the women's round of 32, then straight into the men's round of 32 after it. So a big day of surfing today. Just over 16 heats. So we've got 17 heats to run, including the remainder of this one. And for me, this heat on paper, looking at our surfer in red, Jackson Bunch, he's just come off his rookie year on tour. Unfortunately, didn't make the cut, but he's come into a really good-looking Challenger Series, and it feels like he should be in that kind of confidence place where he should be pretty easy to get back on that championship tour.
Yeah, you'd think that, excuse me, all the experience he got from the tour, he should be bringing back onto the Challenger Series straight away. Need a cup of tea with honey.
Yeah, you do, Stace, don't you? 26 and a half to go. So just that one wave ridden of any consequence really in this one. It was a 317. We expect that to be long gone by the back end of this heat. Lucas Silveira, 2016 World Junior Champ. He is in action, like you mentioned, Stacey's way down the beach. So excited to see what he's kind of picked apart down there, what exactly he's looking for, potentially his strength. Knowing is going left, so he might know that in a heat like this, when you have surfers like Iago, Jackson and Jet, it's probably worth really relying on your strengths to try and get through this round of 64.
Yeah, absolutely. And the lineups out there are super important. Like, you'd have a coach on the beach making sure you're in the right spot, because when you surf out there by yourself, like where Lucas is sitting, it's so important because it's such a vast open space. It's really important to not get sucked into that gutter like you mentioned yesterday. There's a really good sandbar out there, but it's quite a small zone where the good waves are breaking.
Jet Schilling, he spent a time over here in Oz already, a couple weeks now under his belt here on the East Coast especially. I know he flew in to the Gold Coast, stayed with Jared Tatiri for a couple of weeks, training, working really hard, spent a lot of time training with Andy King as well, who has to be, one of the most impressive coaches from our country. He's coming from a very cool group of surfers from that San Clemente region who have kind of been the more recent Brazilian storm, especially considering the year we saw Eli, we saw Cade, Crosby, just a massive bunch of them qualify for the tour, and then Jet went on to win the World Junior title that year as well.
Yeah, that's an impressive group of kids, and the benefit of working together and all that competitiveness of playing off against one another, it really can't be beaten. And you see them all travelling around here, and they'll go through their ups and downs together, and at the moment they're probably on the back end of that curve of having all that success. But they're all such good talents, and they all train so hard and they want it so bad. I don't think it'll be too long before we see like another surge of them getting back to the World Tour again. And for Jet, he'd be hoping it's going to start here right now.
And you'd say that group of talent, well, you might disagree with this, but you'd say it would have all started with Kolohe and then Griffin shortly followed after.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that, like, you always need that person to kind of lead the way. And for the Brazilians, it was, you know, in recent times, it was Adriano de Souza. You know, he was the one that really sort of paved the way for, you know, your Gabriels and your Philippes and your Miguels to come on. And then obviously Gabby got a title first, but there's no way he would have been able to do that or put himself in that position without Adriano kind of clearing the path for them and showing that it was possible. And it's the same for Kolohe. Like, Kolohe qualified so young, and then those guys would have all, no doubt, looked up to Kolohe and how he did it. And then as Kolohe obviously got a bit older and started taking a few of these kids under his wing and looking after them and sort of sharing his experiences, you can see the effect that it had.
Wow, here we go. He's in and deep. It looked pretty open. Straight out for his first wave for Lucas Silveira. Stace, you called it. You called it. That down the beach bank is absolutely beautiful. That, to me, screams Merewether, that wave.
Yeah, it just screams like taking a risk and having it pay off. This is going to feel so good for Lucas as the Stoningwood slow-mo replay here. This is a deep tube. Really, really technical barrel ride. He had to get over that foam ball there. It kind of went a bit high, but he, you know, there was a moment there where, like, is he going to make it? And they're the tubes that are always going to score super high. And, gee, I tell you what, we were talking about where we rig up these cameras this morning, and I think they just answered it for us.
It looked really open, that tube as well, and that's the very first one we've seen of the morning. And I think yesterday we had that moment in competition where Ryan, he moved really deep towards ladies and he got all of these incredible waves, and it was that moment in competition where we saw game plans really start to change. That right there, even though it's the first heat of the day, could be the moment we see game plans start to change again, because that barrel was so open, so deep, and what a way to start a heat. We got 30-minute heats all day. That we haven't seen that a barrel of that consequence. Obviously Morg's got one yesterday, but a barrel that clean and that open in competition is so far.
No, you're exactly right. That's the first one we get to see. It's the first one the judges are going to get to digest as we see the scores come in here. And, you know, the judges will look to stay pretty tight on this score. I don't think we'll see a big spread in the score. 2 8.5s and an 8 so far. So it's either going to be, there it is, an 8.17. And I think that's a pretty good place to start, because I think it was a really, really good tube and it's rewarded correctly.
Trying to answer back now. This is Yago. Just a quick in and out there. There's a little bit of a side wobble coming in towards these waves up in that corner. If you are Jackson, Jet or Yago, you hear an 8.17 get called out. Where does your mind go? How do you come back from that? Are you thinking, oh, do I need to move down the beach?
It goes to devastation, and essentially, you're now surfing a 3-person heat where one person gets through. I mean, that might be getting a bit far ahead of yourself, but that's where your mind's going. And then the task at hand is, like you said, do you stick to your plan or do you adjust? And as we see Jet Shilling up and riding in.
Big first turn for Jet, really tight in the pocket, good looking bowl. Wow, belts it again. This is a great looking wave here for Jet. Comes around the corner, lays it on rail. He wants to take this one all the way through, finish big here. Belts it for a finish. Wow, Jet Shilling with 5 really big turns. I mean, 3 with serious consequence on that, being the first 2 and the last one.
I mean, this heat has been amazing. The tube was the best tube I saw from the free surf. Like, that was easily the best wave of the morning out the back. And then this wave here, this is the best wave that I saw break on the inside, and how well he surfed it was amazing as well. So that's how you answer back to the 8.17. You go, nah. There's a few ways you can get an excellent score out here, and this might be another one. That was a really, really well surfed wave.
That was a brilliantly surfed wave. And to keep so composed and to not really flare up after hearing that 8.17, it's so easy just to fumble after that as well. But Jet, we know how much time he's been putting in, and we know how much he wants it. I mean, all of his best friends have competed on that stage where he wants to be. So I feel like that leaves Jet probably hungrier than anyone out of his group. Oh,
big time. And he got so close last year as well. And he's a super strong competitor and a super talent. Like you saw it there. His opening ride of his season just looked so professional. He didn't look didn't look like he had first heat jitters at all. The first couple of turns on that wave was sensational, and then he just was really clean and tidy with the finish and got the completion. So this is going to be a great scale setter for this heat and for the day. I really like that wave of jet then. That was really, really good surfing, and yeah, I'm not surprised to see it go pretty close to Lucas's wave, 7.5.
Yeah, 7.5 for Jet Schilling. That's got to feel good. First wave of the morning in competition. First wave of your season. 7.5. That's a great way to start it off. We can see Kingy down there with Jared Tatiri. His two coaches have been working really closely with Jared, being the more sports, physical side of it, mental side. Andy, the surfing heat strategy. Right now, trying to answer back. This is Yago. Really nice turn in the pocket. A little slopey, that one. This is steeper here. Belts it again for Yago. And unfortunately, that one is going to run off of him. So feels like he knows he wants to open up and really connect. But that wave just almost sloped out on him a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's you saw Jet set up his wave there, and you know, Yago will know this just after that feeling. He had the nice airdrop there to start, so he's thinking, oh, this wave's kind of steep, but Yago is like a sensational skateboarder. He's really, really talented on a skateboard and obviously on a surfboard as well. And you can kind of see that in his surf, and he's pretty keen to keep the board sort of lifted up out of the water. You can see it with the airdrop, and then he gets to that turn, he wants to like flick his board. But on a day like today, I mean, he's a big guy. He's a big kid. And I think that if, like you said, where that section was there, if he was able to just kind of maybe relax and let the rail run a little bit, that's going to look super impactful today. And it's not that you're holding back, you're just using the wind and the shape of the wave to your advantage. And it's kind of, you know, in golf terms, probably like a 2 or 3 club wind. So as far as how high do you turn your board up on the wave, you could probably turn your board a little lower today and still have it look really, really good, as opposed to going too high and having the wind get under your board and then, like what you said, get a little bit stuck. So he'll know that, and he'll feel that on the way back out. The trouble is, though, with the quality of this heat and the scores that have already been dropped, you don't have too much more time to learn anymore. You've got to get on the board with some big scores.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time to hope and hope that something goes your way. This is the kind of heat where you really have to just take the bull by the horns and just, you know, make it yours.
With how pumping the waves are, it's going to be about performance today.
Yeah, and I mean, yesterday we had these really incredible moments, but it really was a gamble who was going to get through each of the heats. We knew we were going to have some really big moments, and a lot of the competitors made it look super fun. We had a lot of close place between third to first, a lot of really close heats, but today really does come down to wave selection, really, and how you can convert on those waves. Jackson Bunch, though, first time we've seen him in a 4-man heat in a little over a year. So Jackson, he's looking to answer back pretty strong in this one. And if there's anything about Jackson Bunch, I feel like the tour, he was already an extremely classy surfer, but it made him really well-rounded, and it really does shape a competitor, even just a short season on the tour. Oh,
big time. Like this situation right here for him, his heart rate would still just be mellow. You know, he's so well versed in these types of situations, and even though like you said, he hasn't surfed many 4-man heats, but coming off the tour where the quality of the surfing's so high and the quality of the waves are so good, today kind of emulates that. The waves are firing, and they're not coming every minute, but when they do come, they're really good. And can you execute on 1 or 2 opportunities? Jackson Bunch is the kind of guy that can. So he just needs to make sure that, you know, I don't know why he wasn't on Yago's 583. It probably just came down to positioning. He's probably just in the wrong spot.
We are going to come back with plenty more action left in this heat. We're going off to a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. We are back with a big day of action here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST. We've had a really great start to the heat, but today the waves are pumping, Stace. What are you looking?
Oh, I'm looking at everything. There's so much going on there. If you're a surfer in this part of the world right now, you're probably booking a plane ticket, or you might even be driving somewhere, or you're coming to surf along this coast because it's absolutely pumping, as we can see the graphics on screen there. It's pumping. We saw Lucas Silveira this morning, very first wave of his campaign out the back, 817, big pit, and then on the inside, beautiful combination to turn some jet shilling to get a 7.5. So there's a variety of ways to get a big score today. And then we see the forecast there for the rest of the weekend. I am going to throw out a bit of a spanner here. Weather changes, everything changes. I reckon I've seen Sunday improve.
Really?
Yeah, I think Sunday could be really, really fun out here. It's already looking good. I think it might get a little bit better than forecasted, which is something to get excited about, even more excited about because it's absolutely cooking today.
It is cooking today, which means we have a full day of action. So we are running the final round, heat number 16 of the round of 64. Then we're going to move into the round of 32 of the women. So we've got 8 heats of that and then 8 heats of the round of 32 for the men. So 17 heats today, 30-minute heats all day, plenty of action at pumping Merewether. And it is Yago bringing us back from the break here. Really nice first swoop, keeping it under the lip, just as we mentioned. Sometimes it's easy to do that when the offshore is howling up the wind of the face. But that isn't what Yago is looking for to drop that 317. He got a 5.83 for his one prior to this, though, Stace.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really nice turn. He kept his speed going down the line, but unfortunately this wave just essentially closed out on him. I don't know much more he could have done there. That wave looked like it just sort of ran off and didn't allow him to get, a good couple of combinations in there. And as you mentioned, he's definitely looking to get rid of the 317, but I would also say he's looking to get rid of that 5.83. With what Jet and Lucas are sitting on, and with Jackson yet to stand up, I'm still expecting fireworks in this last 12 minutes. 18
minutes sitting there this morning for Jackson Bunch. That cold weather does start to creep in a little bit.
Big time, big time. Is it kind of maybe 23 minutes?
It's a 30-minute heat this morning.
Copy. Spewing. Missed out on that extra 5 minutes from yesterday.
30-minute heats all day, though. Got 17 heats to get through. And fair enough, it's absolutely pumping. Stace is calling that Sunday's getting better.
Maybe not better than today, but better than what was originally forecasted.
And why do you think this?
The period kicks up a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah. The wind still looks really good. It's going to be offshore. There's going to be plenty of waves. But I did have a little look at the forecast this morning. Lucas Silveira out the back.
Here we go. He's trying to get another tube. We got a big score of the morning. Can't find cover, but got a really nice carve to start this one off. Looking for a big finish down the line. Lays into it. Wow. Very Ethan Ewing-esque, that last turn. Really lays into it. Ripped the tail around. Looking like he's going to come in for a run around potentially.
Nah, he's coming to sit on these boys.
And Yago, he's got the most heats, the most waves in this heat out of anyone. Puts it up for one turn, but unfortunately that wave just hitting a bit of weird water. Now Jet Shilling out the back behind him, doesn't like the look of that, so quick in and out. This heat is really starting to ramp up. The pressure is on. You have to think that last wave of Lucas is going to put him in to the lead, and it's going to leave the rest of these guys pretty much chasing for second. What do you see on this one, Stace? Yeah,
I mean, obviously he's looking for the tube here at the start, but he did well just to kind of put his comp head on and realise that wave wasn't really barrelling, so to surf around it. Nice big carve, and then this turn was a surprise packet. I didn't think he was going to get as much juice out of that last turn, and as you said, they're dropping the wallet. Beautiful turn. And then Yago just in and out here, but you saw Lucas. He's not a world junior champion for nothing. He knows how to structure these heats, and so he's finished that wave there going, sweet, I'm into the lead. I'm going over to sit on these guys and join the priority queue and take the next best wave that comes through once it's his turn, because there's a lot of pressure now on Jackson. We kind of thought it might turn into a bit of a three-way battle for second, and that's certainly transpiring here with the rock section not really delivering for these boys after basically Jet's wave. I mean, Yago got a 5.83, Jess, but other than that, we haven't seen, for the amount of times they've stood up, we haven't really seen the quality we were hoping for. No,
definitely not, but smart surfing from Lucas. It looks like he actually might be going back out the back across to where he was, but look at this turn. Lays so beautifully into it. We see all those fins come right around, re-engage, which allows him to bring that nose back around. Really critical part of the wave as well. We see Ethan do those all the time on the championship tour, and he even looked like a similar style towards him. Jet now looking to climb up into second, needs a 1.5. You have to think he's already done that on this wave. Slashes in the pocket there, looking for a finish, goes vertical, but he's definitely going to be chasing more to protect second spot at this point. Yago now looking to better a 3.17 to apply more pressure. This one's going to bowl up on the inside section, and he just can't quite time it well. Hit a bit of a weird side wash, so this is this morning sickness that I was alluding to earlier. Some of them hit the bank beautifully, but here we go. First of Jackson Bunch. Big opening turn. Love the way this guy surfs. Puts it back on rail, but not the score he was chasing to start off this heat.
No, it's certainly not the way he wanted to start here this morning. Unfortunately, not really getting much damage done on that wave, Jess.
And these are the replays of all of these last three surfers. Stace, wave by wave, let's see it.
Jet looked amazing on this wave. It didn't really offer him too much critical section, but just how he's moving on his board and he's cutting through the water just beautifully. It's not going to be a huge score, but as he said, it will be enough to put him back up into second. And as we see Yago behind here, he is looking, he'd be chasing the score by the time Jet's score comes in, and he'd probably know that. So he's looking to do as much damage as he can on this wave, but unfortunately didn't get the big finish he was chasing. And then Jackson Bunch's wave here. Oh, this is a tough one for Jacko. You can see he's got the talent, but even with that much talent, you're still going to need a bit of face to work with, and unfortunately that wave just didn't really have much on offer.
Before that wave, he was chasing a combination of scores. It came in at a 2.87, so he's chasing 8.2, but that is a lady we know and love, Sally Fitz. She'll be coming up in heat number 1 of the women for the round of 32. She's taking on Laura Rupp, Natalie Fenson, the local girl, and Minami Nonaka from Japan. So really exciting affair coming up in that next one. Sal, I just feel like these rights are going to suit her beautifully. Jet, here we go. Massive first turn on this one. Brings it back around. He's really dealing with this wobble beautifully. Clicks it under the lip here. He's racing around for more and puts it on rail again for Jet Schilling. So he is looking so fast and almost twitchy, a bit electric.
He's looking real electric. He's always had great body torque. Jet twists his upper body beautifully, and that allows him that leverage off the top. You see Yago here.
Great first turn. Really puts it on rail for this second one. Belts it there for the third. That feels like it was more like it for Yago. Because of the way he brought that nose back around, it was really pointing towards the beach, so he missed that end section, but I actually don't think it mattered too much.
Nah, I mean, you want to just finish on the best section with the best turn. I think he did that, but I think just what you're seeing from Jet here, the overall package is just at the moment looking a lot faster. As he said, he's very, very quick on his edges, and just where he's placing his turns is looking really, really spot on. And then Yago's wave here, unfortunately, just sort of having to generate his own speed, which I think on a day like today, if you're having to do that, you've probably picked the wrong wave. You'd like to think there's enough quality out there and size in the swell to just to be able to kind of drop to the bottom and rip in. And you saw that on Jet 7.5. Nevertheless, though, it was a really nice finishing turn there for Yago, and we'll see what the judges make of it.
Jackson Bunch here, big opening section, hooks it under the lip. He's chasing more through this inside section. He carves it back. This one looks like it could be sloping out. He might get one big section through the inside here and clicks it beautifully for Jackson. Oh, he's going to get a little bonus section. He's got that same speed, that same energy, that almost electric twitch that Jet Schilling has as well. It's just a shame he hasn't been on as many waves in this heat, because as far as talent goes, Jackson is right in this heat and could easily take it.
Yeah, I mean, he's in the red jersey for a reason. I know he's just come off the tour, but he's still, as you said, he's got plenty of talent. And I just think back to how this heat unfolded. And I wouldn't say that Jackson's done anything crucially wrong. The only wave I could think that he could have been near that maybe he wasn't, and again, I don't know the whole picture, but there was Yago's 5.83, but that was about half an hour ago. And since then, he sort of hasn't just been able to find that luck with the ocean to get himself in a good position there to be able to, advance. At the moment, he's chasing a 9.3. We can tell you right now that ain't going to happen on that wave, but his best hope would be that requirement will lower greatly.
You'd have to think that requirement will lower on that last wave. It's definitely better than a 2.87. Really excited to see Laura come up in competition next. She's a really talented surfer and a really strong competitor as well. She's got that mentality, do anything to win.
She's stoked about Pipeline being on the Challenger Series.
She is. Absolutely,
Very
she
stoked.
is.
She goes hard.
So we're going to see the women out there in just on 4 minutes to go. But right now, we still have a heat to finish out for this one. We've got scores to lock in for Yago and Jackson. Jackson at this point, 9.3. We know it's not going to be the score on that last one. He's definitely going to chip away. We've seen crazier things happen in the last 3.5 minutes where someone can find a 6, 7 or an 8 in the dying stages. He looks like he's going to be paddling back over to the pack, which is on that right-hander right up towards ladies. If you're Jackson Bunch, do you think at any point to move over to the bank up north and try and find a barrel?
For sure it would come into his mind. He might be getting some advice from the beach or just a game plan that he's happy to stick with. But, you know, that thought have to be coming back into your mind, particularly when Lucas, sort of did that paddle round. I thought for sure Lucas was going to come in and just play the game on the inside and just take a few waves of priority and just look to disturb the pack. But I guess the surfer in Lucas just went, you know what, it's pumping out there. I'm going back out there. And that's probably more towards Jackson. Like, if I'm Jackson and the guy that's in the lead with priority has gone back over there, I'm thinking, if he's backing it, and he's obviously got the 2 best scores of the heat, or 1 and 2, 1 and 3. It's like, man, maybe I should be up there. But, you know, you can't be everywhere, and you've got to stick to your plan. And if that's the plan you like, then you've just got to, you know, live and die by that.
2.5 minutes to go. Jet chasing a 7.18 for the lead. Yago looking to regain second with a 6.35. Jackson looking for a 7.21, so did less than that requirement. It was a 4.97 on his last effort, with a smaller wave as well and no critical sections. I think that 4.97 is a reflection of how good of a surfer he is and how well he surfed that wave. Right now, it is going to come down to wave selection. The only thing hindering him is time and priority.
Which is a big issue.
A massive issue.
He's going to need a lot of help here at the end. He's going to need a bit of luck, I'd say. Do have some sets approaching, though.
This one looking like it might bowl up through the inside, but our surfer's just that little bit too far out for that one. So there is a couple of those rolling through that inside, but it just didn't really stand up like our competitors were looking for. Jackson had a look here, has 4th priority, can't go. Jet chilling now, tucks in for a tube, goes down unfortunately. So he's still in second, a 7.5 and a 4.67. He'd be desperately trying to ditch that 4.67 in this last 90 seconds.
Yeah, big time, and he saw that. He saw the other 2 boys looking at that wave. Jackson was a bit deeper and Yago was on his shoulder, and it's like, well, I've got to go. If I don't, one of these boys is going to go. And, you know, easy to say now that wave didn't do much, but in that moment with those 2 guys, how good they are, you're pretty much stopping them on anything you can and hoping that it turns out to be a good score for you. But unfortunately for Jet, he didn't better his situation, but yeah, he's just, you know, playing the game there, and I think everyone in his position would have done the same thing. You can't give those boys an inch.
Under the 1 minute mark now, so it really is all coming down to these last 50 seconds. Can Yago find that 6.35? Can Jackson find a 7.21 and really lean on that experience he's found? Jackson last year to qualify didn't have a great start to the year. Had a 45th, a 49th and a 25th to kick off his campaign. You look at those 2 results and you're probably like, oh, you know, he wasn't in the top 10, but then went on an absolute tear through the back half of the year. So he knows that trying to get a result at the early stages, it's okay, because throughout the back half of the season, there's a lot of waves that really do suit his surfing. Hello, Pipeline. But we will probably see him relegated to Bolito now. There is one last-ditch effort, and it is going to be from Yago Dominguez with 6 seconds on the clock. Big first turn in the pocket. This wave starting to slope out a little bit weird. It's got a lot of lump and bump here, a lot of foam on the face. That first moment, though, huge. He comes around to this inside section and belts it for a finish there for Yago. It puts a question mark on it for a 6.35.
That was an amazing first turn. Really, really strong. This is outside Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, he was chasing another barrel. That one just closes out a little bit. Wow, it really highlights how beautiful that first wave was that he got.
He did so well. And the fact he's out there solo is also another really impressive thing. Like, so easy to sit here and get tubed from the couch or from the beach when you're watching it, but when you're out there all by yourself, he did so well to manage that lineup out there.
Your initial thoughts on Yago chasing a 6.35? You watched that wave, that first turn was beautiful. Do you see it going there?
I wouldn't have minded a fist pump from him on the inside.
I think it's classier without one. I
No,
like
just a
it.
little Mick fanning, like, you know, not like doesn't have to put the hands up above the head or nothing, but just a little, like, and he should feel proud of that effort because he surfed that wave about as good as you could surf it. But it's just up to the judges and whether they think there was enough critical surfing in the back half of the wave. Because take a look at the first turn here. That's probably the best turn he'd done in the heat. His positioning was great, super tight in the pocket, but he just didn't get much else after it. And yeah, maybe that's why he didn't give it the little finger snap, because it's only coming in at 4.43. But still, I think he served a pretty good heat. He just you know, jet shilling with that 7.5 at the start. Really set a benchmark there for what like a really good score looks like on the back end.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, talk about having a heat by yourself down the beach. Lucas Silveira taking this one out with an 8.17 and a 6.5. We'll be back with the women's round of 32, heat number 1, right after this short break.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
It was predicted that today was going to be a really great day of surfing, and the predictions were right. We had an incredible start to the day with an 8.17 from Lucas Silveira, rounding out the round of 64. Now it's the round of 32, heat number 1 for the women. Sally Fitzgibbons in the red, Laura Rapp in the blue, Natalie Fensom, the trials winner, the wild card in the white, and Minami Nonaka in the green from Japan. Massive heat to kick off the round of 32, Stace.
Yeah, and we get to see the top seeds come into play now. And it's been a long couple of days for these surfers like Sally Fitzgibbons as we catch up on her opening ride here from the start of this heat. And it's no surprise here to see Sally this fired up this early in the morning as she gets a nice finish on that wave there. We saw Lucas Silveira start off to the north and he stayed there the whole heat. I was kind of thinking our Sal might head up there too. She can't help herself when she sees tubes. But we see her start on the rocks, and I wonder how it'll play out from here after a nice start like that.
Yeah, loved that start from Sally. She's going for her 4th win here. She's won here 3 times, 2019, 2016, 2012 as well. She has been one of the most victorious women and men here ever. So she's going for her 1st win, and that would be so nice for Sally to come off the tour, come back here to Merewether, and start off her season with her 4th victory here.
Oh, it's definitely what the surfers that have been, you know, relegated back to the Challenger Series, it's definitely what they're chasing, because they have the skills to do it. They have the, you know, particularly someone like Sally, she's obviously got the experience, 3 titles, like you mentioned, just at this location alone. So, yeah, she's got the track record, but it is going to be, you know, a kick to the confidence. However, the path back to the tour is clear cut now, and with the new additions, like again Pipeline, something like Sally, he's going to be so stoked. And you wake up and you see waves like today, you're fired up to surf a heat, no doubt about it.
Definitely. I mean, we saw coming into the day all the highlight clips of all the surfers. Some of them are jumping around. When you come down to an event and it's pumping, it makes for really excitable competitors. You can see it feels like there's a little bit of a current sucking the competitors up a little bit deeper towards ladies. Don't hate the idea. Sometimes you can get some really nice deeper ones.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the waves kind of bowling out there. I think what you mentioned though earlier with that kind of reverse rip sucking out, it's kind of creating the waves to be a bit more peaky and not so kind of walled up like a point like we saw yesterday. As you see out the back here.
Yeah, Natalie Fensom, the local girl, had a really crazy buzzer beater finish in her opening round heat. Got the finish on this one, so went up and over the foam. A lot of water moving on that. You could see that the foam and the water was really rushing up the face here. Minami Nonaka, first we're going to see of her this morning, puts it on rail to kick this one off. Holds that bottom turn, lays it on the line again. She's looking for a big finish to the inside. Puts it up, ooh, it goes down. So definitely a challenge on that inside section with the amount of water that's rushing back off the rocks and back up the face of the wave.
Those two waves though had great characteristics.
And then Laura, first we're seeing of her, so she goes down. Talk me through these characteristics, Stace.
Well, we just saw in the last heat of the blokes that a lot of peaks, a lot of like one-turn kick-outs. There wasn't heaps of end sections to hit like that. You know, we think of the few waves that Yago got and a few waves that Jackson got. They just didn't have that steepness through the whole wave. And Natalie's wave had a bit of foam on it, but nevertheless, it still offered her some steep section to get some good surfing done. And then this one here from Minami as well, just a little bit of foam to work through, which was a bit of a shame. But you know, with a bit of luck and you know, throughout the rest of this heat, a few of those waves with a bit less foam, I think we're going to get to see the women open up into some really big scores.
Jackson Bunch on your screen there, just breaking down that last heat, just figuring out where he went wrong. He definitely had the talent to dominate that heat, really, but unfortunately just sat until the last 8 minutes to go. And you would know, I feel like it is a bit of a coach's nightmare when your athlete sits there for 22 minutes.
It's both. It's actually a really good sign of their decision making, and like I am, you know, because at the end of the day, they're the ones surfing the heat, right? And so you can give your direction from the sand, but at the end of the day, they're the ones that have to make that decision. So, in a way, it's encouraging to see someone be so, like, I guess, kind of stubborn. Like, nah, this is where I'm sitting. Like what Lucas did, right? Lucas essentially did the same thing as Jackson. It just paid off for Lucas and it didn't pay off for Jackson. So you've got to back the surfer in. You say, okay, well then, and then later on, maybe once they've cooled down and you think about it and kind of go back and maybe watch some footage and go, okay, well, these were our lineups. Were you on them or were you not? Did the conditions really change or did you get it wrong from what we spoke about? And you figure those little things out later. But in the moment, like I said, the only thing that I really thought Jackson maybe missed, and again, it's easy to say here from the couch, but I did think that Yago got that 5.83 with no one around him, and maybe he was a bit further in and Jackson was no near the wave or something like that. But other than that, in 35 minutes, I just think Jackson was just out of the loop. You know, the other thing too was he let Jet have the inside at the start. Maybe that's the other thing that you could reflect on about your positioning at the start of the heat. But these are all things that, you know, you've always got an answer once the heat finishes.
Oh, hindsight's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
You win every heat from the couch too.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, so you do.
I think Jackson will be looking forward to going home and spending some time with his family and friends. And for the crew that are coming off the tour, they've had such a big leg, such a long season. Well, excuse me, it's a short season, but it's a very busy one.
It is.
So it's look, Jackson will brush this off. He's a professional and he'll get ready for South Africa.
Especially for the non-Australians, they hadn't been home since before Portugal. Sally up and riding. She kicked off her campaign with a 5.67.
Wow.
Beautiful turn to kick this one off for Sal. Brings it back around to the foam. She's chasing this inside track. She's going to get something to work with. Gaining speed here. Kicks that tail out again and belts it for a finish. Sally is looking really just alive this morning. She's just chasing it.
The first turn was electric as we take a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here. Beautiful wave. And a beautiful section to absolutely lay it in. Huge Larry. And really maximising that steep part of the wave before it went off into the gutter. Making light work of that inside section there. And just couple of turns on the end there. Sort of looked to repeat the Larry, probably didn't have as much speed as what she was hoping, and sort of makes the finish here, but looks to kind of get out of the way. We do know there's the rocks there on the inside, so did well just to look after herself and her board and get out of there.
Yeah, a bit of a rock shelf and a seal coming their way. In that last heat, we had an amazing first wave from Lucas Silvera. He's down on the glass with AJ.
That's right, and still can't take his eyes off the water because you had some good ones this morning to start this 2025 season. I want to start with, how did you identify that you wanted to go in a little different spot than we've seen the surfing happen so far today?
Yeah, actually, since the first day they're running, I was free surfing over there, and I don't know, it was kind of, every surf I had on the rock here, I was struggling, and it's like a pretty, I bet it has its day, but it's been pretty like shitty, you know, and fat and lumpy. I'm like, fuck, like, and over there it's actually bumping. Like, if you go further, like, I couldn't go that far because it would be too far, but shallow bank and long walls, it's like, I get here to surf any day, I won't even look at here, I'll just be looking at that, you know? And then yesterday I was pumped to surf over there too, but it was really tricky and like heavy sections, but I was ready to surf there, and then they called it off. And I was like, oh, tomorrow we'll get the best time probably, you know? And then I got here, it was just beautiful, and yeah, they were a bit tempted to let me surf there. I talked to the judges first, and they, you can't go that far, I'm okay, but then you can always go further. Yeah. And then, but yeah, glad it worked. It was pretty nerve-wracking to surf there by myself. And even that first wave, I like kind of missed one that looked good. I was like, fuck, like maybe I blew it. But then I got that one and made the barrel. It was a pretty good barrel. Like, there's no better start today than getting barrel with the sun rising in front of you. It's a pretty magic start. And yeah, then I was able to get it back up, and yeah, pretty much 2 waves. I got the whole heat, and yeah, I was stoked to have some good waves, you know? I wish they could move the comp a little further. It would be like sick comp, but yeah, we'll see. Like, high tide should get fun here in the afternoon too. We'll see how conditions are when I surf my next heat, but yeah, happy with that first one.
As you should be. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Imagine that's how you start your morning, getting so pitted with the sun rising up, and you're just like, oh, where are the dolphins?
Just magic. No dolphins, just a seal.
A little seal, yeah. Oh.
I mean, like, getting back to it, like, that's his experience really showing there. Like, it's so easy, and you know, the statistics will show you, like, you should surf where your competitors surf. You should beat them on the waves that they're riding. But then Lucas just rocked up this morning and went, look, there was no comp here. Where would I surf? Where would I surf? And that's the answer to your question. It's a really common strategy when you're surfing through Europe. You go to Portugal, you go to France, you know, you go to places like Merewether Beach where there's multiple options. You kind of just got to pretend there's no comp site and take a big wide look at it and go, where would I surf if I was just here by myself? And Lucas is older, he's done this a lot, he's been around the block, he's not going to be, you know, intimidated by Jackson Barnes or Jet Schilling or these young superstars that are coming through. He's going, nah, I know what I'm doing. I'm going out there to get pitted. And if it doesn't work, I'm happy to lose that way. And that's, you know, that's the beauty of doing a few laps on this tour. And then he's just identified that, you know, beautifully. And he made it sound so simple, but I can assure you it's not. It's a very, very wide open, expansive space over there. And he picked the eyes out of it.
And it's so easy to feel like you should be sitting with everyone else.
Yeah.
And just be like, oh, they're there, so I should probably be there. So the fact that he had that confidence and backed his decision-making enough to be like, nah, if I'm going to win the way I want to win and surf the way I want to surf, and it's going to be over there. So, yeah, I really, really respect what we saw from Lucas in that last heat. Won super convincingly, but back in this heat, we've got 16 minutes 45 on the clock. Sally with a 5.67 and a 4.83 has herself out in front. Nat Fensom, the trials winner, the local girl, with a 3.47. So she got the second best wave with that first exchange. It's Minami Nonaka with a 3 and Laura with a 0.7. Laura, by the time she was 18, put herself into the top 4 most winning Brazilian females ever in history. Silvana Leva holds the top title with 19, but Laura's there with 9 wins for her country.
That's amazing.
That's amazing. She did that by 18. So young. We saw her in the World Junior titles at the start of the year. She was looking really good, actually. She just, unfortunately, just had a bad heat when it came to waves coming through. But we did see Luana Silva get the win there, and it really did put her onto a great trajectory, what we've seen this year. But as we got a little bit of a break in the water right now, though, we are going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back to round out this heat right after this.
I've grown up in Newcastle all my life, and to see what the city has become and to see the amount of people that are attracted to everything that's from here, the experiences, the restaurants, the beautiful beaches, it's an incredible place to live. The food scene here is just amazing. I travel a lot of places around the world and I feel like the quality here is just as good as a lot of places I go. Fine dining restaurants to a beer overlooking the beach. Whatever you're in the mood for, you'll find it.
One of Newcastle's pride and joy, Ryan Callanan, getting through competition yesterday. We're having fun here in the round of 32, heat number 1. I'm Jessie, this is Stace, and we're talking through what has been a pretty great start to this heat. Sally is out there in the lead with a 5.67. Looking like a couple ways rolling through here, Stace.
Some good looking sets coming through out the back. We'll see how they eventuate on the inside.
And here we go, it is going to be Nat Fensom coming around this one. Oh, wow, holding her rail all the way down. Puts it on rail again for an even quicker carve down. This one has this weird wobble in the middle of it, but she navigated it really beautifully, trying to hold on for the finish there. It was just a mountain of foam with a bit of a side wash coming through as well, but got some damage done before it. This is why we're in the break, Stace.
Slora out the back, foamy looking wave, but she did well to get a nice turn in there. And this wave's going to hold its shape all the way through the inside. Another nice snap in the lip. And Laura getting some nice work done before that wave petered out the back. Natalie Fenson, love this first one. Big carve down. Beautiful line drawn on that wave. She did well to get another turn in there. Unfortunately, the wave is getting a bit soupy and this convergence just got the better of her. But you know what they say on the East End? You win some, you fend some.
Oh, stop it, Stace.
I had to do it.
The dad jokes need to
Now, it's
leave.
not my joke, but I had to do it.
Out of it. Laura up and riding. She got a 5.17 on that last one. Hasn't found much on that one there. If the dad jokes are going to keep on rolling today...
You're out, you're done.
You're out. I'm staying.
Come on, give me a break. Got 3 of the things. I got like 1 joke for each child.
So you get 3 today?
3.
Okay, there's one.
That was my first one.
All right, Minami Minonaka up and riding. Full roundhouse car for that one. And then she's going to kick out of there. So just a couple of potentially wave selection errors with those ones, not giving those big end sections. Let's see what happened on the start of this one, though.
Yeah, nice bottom turn. And it's just a tricky day. I said it earlier, it's a bit miragey. The waves come in and they kind of look like they're going to stand up. But as you can see, just with the tide and kind of the opposite of what happened yesterday with Ryan Callanan's heat and the heat that he had. It just sort of started pumping. And we've seen the tide turning and making the inside section a bit funner, but as we're seeing the opposite end of this tide this morning, it's just just wreaking a bit of havoc with the channel and the way that the waves are lining up. We even saw it on Natalie's wave. Like, it was an amazing set wave that came through at the back, but it just kind of had that convergence and just was just a tough wave to ride. She did a great job, but just not that kind of clean. You know, Jet Schilling's wave was a great example of how good this wave can be. Got 4 great turns in a row, but we haven't really seen a wave like that since then.
This was like a good bowl in front of Laura. Really lays it on rail through that second carve and again through the third. It had shades of Jet Schilling's wave on that with a really bowly start to it. Has a bit of a soupy end section here. She's going to try and get over this for a finish. Oh, but just comes down right on the sand there. So a lot of convergence coming up as we wait for that score. Richie, love it. What are you doing out and about?
I'm being the curious board guy, just sniffing around, checking out everyone's surfboards. We're here with the Newcastle Airport equipment check-in, and I've got Sally Fitzgibbon's boards here. So Sal is riding a 5.8. This is her step up, a 5.9, just over 25 litres. Now Sal's just bumped up in literage over the last year or two. She's obviously gotten a lot stronger, been working out in the gym, so she needs a little bit more volume to push around. FCS2 fins, that's Sally's signature fin here. Another element that she's worked on pretty hard over the last couple of years, the pairing with the Pang surfboard. So Glenn Pang, one of the Hawaiian shapers, has been around for a long time, been shaping for TNC for years, and he is an absolute master of the craft. So a couple of things to note here, a nice round tail pulled in because the conditions are perfect today, and that silky smooth surface on the water, that round tail cuts in nice and deep, and the step up board not quite required at this point because it has dropped. So Sal on the 5.8. So yeah, no, it's looking good. One thing I did notice with Sal too, she's put a little screw on the fin plugs just in that back hole there, and that secures the fin in place, locks it in. Of course, we know that the FCS2 system, you can pop the fins in and out, but that actually just locks the fin in place. Sal looking good out there as always. We know she is an absolute trooper, and she's going to make her way back onto the CT.
Morning, Rich.
Morning, mate. How are you?
Speaking of cutting through deep, what about those nights last night?
Oh, mate, devastating. Devastating. Hard to get out of bed this morning, Stace.
Hey, we got Sally up on a wave now, but I'd love to keep you on the line. It's pretty cold out there. It's pretty chilly. I'm going to say it's pretty Victorian. I'd be curious to know, like, is Sally busting out boards that maybe she took to Bells or the likes? I mean, the inside rock section pretty steep, but Merewether does have those different wave shapes. I think Glenn's boards would fit in perfectly out here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is that quiver that she's been using through the whole Aussie treble, and she's obviously just bringing them here to Newcastle. You know, conditions, it's that wintry sort of stuff. You've got the wetsuit on as well. Not many people actually factor that in. Put a wetty on and you're actually adding weight. So, again, another reason why she's just bumped up the volume. You know, they're glass nice and light, but a good neutral weight to them. Deep single concave again. It seems to be the order. Normally single double concave adds a little bit of, you know, not twitchiness, but sort of breaks the water flow through that tail section of the board. But that single concave gives you a really true feeling and allows you to bite into those turns and really lean into it with all that power.
Bit different to those V-bottom Webbers you were getting around on.
Correct. The banana board era. That was interesting.
Some of your best work, Rich. Thank you very much, mate.
On your Stace.
Thanks, Rick. I love his board breakdowns. Wow, big opening turn here for Minami Nonaka. Puts it on rail for that second one. Might get some more to work with through this inside section. She's patiently waiting, seeing if it's going to steepen up, give her that big end section. And here it is, but unfortunately, it is really breaking right on the sand there, right on the shore. Lots to go through in these replays, Stace.
There's a bit going on there, wasn't it? Look at this wave. Beautiful carve there from Laura. And then another massive hack out of the top there, throwing water out to the horizon. It's beautiful timing there on the turns. And then, yeah, you mentioned, Jess, this inside section is just absolutely detonating at the moment. And it's just a bit of an unlucky fall here. And she's lucky to keep the board in one piece just with the angle that it fell. It was nearly just the perfect way to snap your board in the shorey, but I'm glad it stayed together. And then this has happened while we were catching up with Rich and Sally's boards as she jams that one in the lip. Did well to manage that little bowl out there, but gee, she could have nearly pulled in and tubed off its head. And then out the back here, Natalie Fensom. See, she's got a big, strong carve in her repertoire. Unfortunately, that wave not standing up for her right there. And then Minami Nonaka here. Big turn out of the left there. Dealt well with that sort of TP section. And then it was nearly a mirror image of Laura's wave and how it sort of came through to the inside, and it looked playful, and then all of a sudden it was just snap your ankles, 1 foot shore break.
They're the scariest ones
They're
too.
always the scariest ones. So she did well to get out of there.
I'm going to keep a should have pulled in tally for this event. I think we're probably up to 4 or 5 from you, Stace. So we'll keep that one clocked up. 5.5 minutes to go in this heat. That is Vahiti Mahana Inso. She's coming up in that heat number 2. She's got a pretty stacked heat coming up with India Robinson, Sophie McCulloch and Sol Aguirre. Right now, Sally trying to get back in the lead, chasing a 5.34.
Oh.
Wow. Huge first turn. Comes around, beautiful carve, swoops it back to the pocket. And she just looks really electric. She looks really light on her feet, but so powerful at the same time. Rich said it perfectly. Those boards really working beautifully for her. Comes through to this inside section with the finish. She lacked the feeling of that one. 5 minutes on the clock. She needs a 5.34 to get back up into the lead. Chase back down Laura Rupp. I feel like that's a great way to do it.
I think so. I think that might be the best way of the heat. The first turn was sensational. Timing was just magic.
Yeah, it was classy, it was clean, and there was a lot going on as well for her to navigate that coming down, because there was a bit of bump as she hit that wave. Let's re-look at this first turn, Stace.
Yeah, I love it when you see a surfer paddle into a wave and get going. You know, a few of the waves today, it's necessary to kind of kick on the tail and wait for the wave to get steep. But Sally on that one, she just glided in, got right on the front foot, and just got straight into fifth gear, and absolutely just jammed that right in the pocket. I mean, there's a lot of points in that first turn, and then she got the extras on the end here. So Sal will be eagerly awaiting that score, and I don't really see Sally being stoked with second in any heat at any point in this event. She's going to want to blitz through this thing and take it out and get right back on track to the tour.
Oh, absolutely. Head back home for a little bit before she heads over to Bolito. You can see India Robbins. She's trying to get back on tour, and she's been, having to battle a couple of concussions, a couple of injuries, but during the off-season I got to see her train and surf around home, and she is looking really strong. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes. But she's unfortunately drew her roomie, her travel buddy, Sophie McCulloch, in her very first round.
Always the way, isn't it?
Always. Just getting that last minute stretch in. 3 minutes 24. Last wave for Sally Fitzgibbons was a 6.5. So bang on the money, Stace. Best wave of the heat so far. And it really did have to be based on that first turn.
There's probably 6 points in that first turn alone. And then the rest is just like a side salad just to make up the rest of that meal. But the first turn was amazing.
Side salad. We're going back to the mash and gravy. Just
the condiments. Yeah, Vaughn's got me all psyched to talk about surfing and food. Gravy.
Gravy. What was he talking about yesterday, Wooly? The prehistoric
elephants.
There we go.
Yeah, saddling them up. No prehistoric elephants today.
No.
This is a beauty pageant. The ocean looks absolutely stunning.
A beauty pageant. Well, you said today's for the commentators. You said that?
Yeah,
today's conditions, they're for the commentators, and
yeah.
I agree. You can see a bit of guidance from the beach here. It looks like that is Laura's camp with 2.5 minutes to go. She has priority, looking for a 6.35 to get back to the lead. Right now, trying to chase down second, Minami Nonaka, looking for a 6.63. Natalie Fensom, a 7.13 for you. What does a 7.13 look like?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different ways you can go about it. A series of sort of linking nice flowing turns, or, unfortunately the waves aren't really holding their size the whole way through at the moment. So like Sally's wave, for instance, was like huge first turn, something like that, and then you have to get lucky with a big closeout kind of end scary hit. The turns don't necessarily need to be together in a combo. If you got 2 of them done and they were far apart, if they were 2 big turns, I still think you could get a 7. But yeah, like I mentioned earlier, we saw a couple of 1 or 2 nice waves in that first heat for the gents, but really then we haven't seen too many combos of majors back to back. So it's going to be tricky for Natalie, but she knows this wave better than anyone, and here she goes.
Taking off a little bit deeper than we've seen. Belts that first section.
The right attitude.
That's exactly what she needed to do. Came up, but there was just so much water coming back at her. So back to the drawing board, still got 90 seconds. She's going to get back out there pretty quickly. What went wrong here, Stace?
I think she might have had eyes for down the line a little bit. I think the wave was going to break pretty quick and she needed to get 2 turns in pretty quick. First one, the section demanded a big turn. You couldn't check turn that section. It needed to be a big turn, and unfortunately that's what happens when you put a lot of risk into a turn like that. the chances of falling off are high, but that's where you get the high scores. So I think it was a risk worth taking.
Oh, absolutely. Always the way. You'd rather lose absolutely going for it than lose safety surfing.
Yeah, that's always a tough one. You get to an end of a wave and go, oh, could I have done more? And Natalie won't die wondering there on that one.
No, absolutely not. 45 seconds to go in this heat, so it's really starting to round out now. Looking like Sal should be pretty safe. She's up there with second priority. Laura is sitting in second. She has first priority. That's exactly where you want to be with 30 seconds to go, just defending that top 2 spot. Manami's going to swing on the inside here for one last ditch effort, looking for a 6.63. There's the first turn, but unfortunately that wave just fizzling out a little bit, hitting that deeper water. So we're going to have 15 seconds, and it is going to look like Sally getting victory here. The first time we've seen her back on the Challenger Series this year. Looking really switched on, looking strong. Her boards look amazing. 6.5 to 5.67 has got her the win. Laura taking out second, holding it down. We are going to go through a GWM heat recap. What do you see on this one, Stace?
Oh, this is just classic Merewether morning. Look at that sunlight on the clean open face there. And Sally just getting to work nice and early. She wasted no time. I think she got this wave in the first 2 minutes of this heat. And just good competition surfing there, getting the finish on that wave. We have seen this finish be a bit tricky this morning here. But that allowed Sally to open up, and we'll see that later in the heat. This is Laura Raab's opening ride. This is the trick. This is the trick today. Can you find the clean water? She got a bit of both on this wave. Bit of foam, bit of clean face. And I guess the score reflected in that there. The judges didn't go too high, but it certainly got her in the heat. And I believe it was this wave here, Jess, that gave her a bit more opportunity to really lay into turns like this one.
Yeah, that second turn, so beautiful from Laura Raab. Got herself a pair of high fives to make her way through this heat. Came all the way through, had a bit of a kiss with the inside section sand bottom here. But I feel like that's a great navigation to know for the rest of her heats. And Sal, this is the best wave of the heat, the best turn of the heat. This one right here bangs it in the pocket. Those fins would have drifted out the back for sure. And like you mentioned, Stace, there was at least 6 points in that first turn. Came all the way through, navigated all this lump and bump, the water rushing back up the face, the rip current to get herself a finish all the way through to the shore, getting herself the highest number. So a very happy Sally Fitz to get through the round of 32. Not just get through, but she absolutely dominated. So bit of a fist pump there. We are going to go to a quick ad break, and after the break, we're going to welcome in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
Good morning, everyone. What a Friday it is here at Merewether for the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Pumping conditions. This is what we've been waiting for, Rich. Yesterday, it was a war of attrition out there for the competitors, but today it's looking pretty nice.
It's absolutely pumping is what it is. And I just went down to the beach then to do that board breakdown for Sal, and it is fresh to freezing out there, Ron. It's probably 9, maybe 10 degrees, but it's going to warm up. Beautiful sunny skies. And yeah, that wind, as promised, has switched around to the west, groomed the ocean overnight, and it's pumping.
We've seen some incredible rides already. Thought Lucas Silveira, brilliant out there in the first heat of the morning, completing that round of 64 for the man, but then Sally Fitzgibbons, you know, she just looks like such a force when she comes back to this Challenger Series, and she put up solid scores, dropped some good turns. We've got another great heat to look forward to here. Stacked lineup. Solagire from Peru, she's up at the moment. And looking to finish this one off here on the inside. This is a replay of what happened during the break.
Yeah, so Sol just not quite able to connect with that final turn and finish the wave, but she did a couple of nice swoops. Just a little 3.17 to kick off the morning for her heat.
Well, let's have a look at the lineup for this one. It's impressive, as noted earlier. India Robinson getting back to full health after some challenges of late and during the free surf. Lit Merewether alight with what would have been a 9-point ride for sure. So she is looking sharp, and here she goes now. Has that power, unloads some in that first turn. Chunky section here. Just adjusting so she can get back on the rail. And India just hammers that final opportunity there on the inside. Kicked off the heat with a throwaway score, and the former CT campaigner is going to drop a bomb here.
She is indeed. I love this style of surfing. Connects with that first section, throws a ton of spray. The wave goes a little funky through that midsection. India cleans it up, comes through to the inside, connects again with the final turn. So a really nice 3-turn combination. Love the commitment to that first turn. And this power brand of surfing that she brings, it's undeniable.
Yeah, the level's been set, but rising to the challenge now is Sol, the Peruvian and Olympian as well, and she is on her way to her best score. She had a 3.17 earlier on. This wave should see her turn in a much better number. Sophie McCulloch, she's also out there, another one of those competitors that's been to the championship tour, and like India, has had some health challenges of her own. She's in the blue, Sophie. And Vahidi Mahana Inso, the Hawaiian, having her first shot at a Challenger Series event. She's out there in the green, the 17-year-old. Big heat for her.
Huge heat. Absolutely. This one's pretty stacked. Sophie and India on paper are the two ladies to beat out here. We just watched the replay here of Sol's last wave. A beautiful layback hack in the pocket there. You can see a few little creases on this wave, and she just navigates through them. Now it cleans up again, a bit more of an open face swooping turn, and then gets that finishing rebound.
Well, Sol's staying with a local family, great surfer, former QS campaigner Reece Smith, his wife Sophie, their kids. And Reece would no doubt be giving Sol all the insight she needs to find an edge over some more fancied rivals here, competitors with that championship tour experience. And even a couple of years ago, India Robinson, she started the Challenger Series with a victory, collected a semi-final finish at Stop 2, went on to win the Challenger that year, but you know, struggled to maintain her position on the CT, India, but hopefully at full strength she can really seek to fulfill her potential as a competitor in the elite ranks.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get the feeling that India is getting back into full flight. The health is improved dramatically, and just you can see it. It's reflected in the performance, in the way she's surfing.
This is where the Challenger Series competitors having their first run at it, or even those that have been here for some time, you know, they need to find some size in their surfing. We saw it in the last heat, the first heat of the women's round of 32. Sally Fitzgibbons, when she found the right section, it was a CT turn that was delivered to the face of the wave. And India Robinson on her wave, she kind of chased it for a moment, but just so much power and put into the bigger sections on that wave, and she turns in a 7. Soligire, she gets some credit, I think, for putting it on the line, throwing some risk into her surfing, which has a not too far behind with a 6.17.
Yeah, it was a decent score, 6.17, but today, just given the conditions, I feel like we're going to see excellent numbers dropping throughout today's competition. I did see Reese down there right on the front promenade there with Sophie and the kids watching on, and probably not many more know the intricacies of this break. And Reese would have surfed it thousands, tens of thousands of times. And it is a bit tricky to get your line up, to know these little spots on the reef, little takeoff zones.
It's a reef with some holes in it at different points, some deep spots. But the best locals out here, they know every bit of it, as we see on the outside. So Sophie McCulloch finding a big section, so opting for a different plan of attack as far as positioning goes.
You can see it's a totally different wave up the beach here. So this is to the north of where the other competitors are sitting. This thing stands up, looks like Chebe as she's comes around the bottom, gets up high, and the carve down disconnected from the wave momentarily.
This is going to be interesting to see. I think it's actually a really smart play if you've got, you know, 3 competitors sitting down on one bank, and there is quality waves coming in, even if they're less frequent. When they roll your way, you don't have any competition for those waves. Priority's not an issue. You can get some reps up, and that is a much bigger wave than what we saw India and Seoul on, so expecting that there'll be a fair bit of credit for that turn.
Yeah, for sure. Look, she is, you can just see some of our free surfers in the vision here, which means, you know, she is way north, way north up the beach, and potentially just surfing out of the competition zone there. So we'll see whether this score actually drops.
Here goes Seoul again, looking to build on that 6.17. Just picking her moments really carefully and understanding that there's, you know, that bump on the face. Just working this one over. Hasn't had that big highlight moment on this wave just yet. Does very well to stay on her feet right there on the inside.
God, she reacts well, doesn't she, to these sections? That's something I've noticed watching these last couple of heats. Very sturdy on a board, and is willing to take those risks, but she seems to navigate through them quite well. And it's a different style of wave here, runs along the rock break. These little sections pop up in front of you, and Seoul just, it's all about timing and rhythm with these with this rock break. Nice wrap there, just waiting for this wave to build up again, pushing down the line, weight on the front foot, and steers down off that final section.
Vahidi gets one during that replay, and she doesn't get too much out of it, so still looking for a first scoring rider of substance, but Sophie McCulloch turned in a 6.07 at the northern end of the event site for just a single turn, so she's well poised with a combination on the outside there to turn in an excellent score. Just on 17 minutes to go, let's hear from the winner of that first heat of the women's round, AJ, Sally Fitzgibbons. Looks like she's really washed off the disappointment of being cut and is focused on a new goal.
Yeah, Sally came into this event ready to go, and you looked it in that first heat. Tell me a little bit about how you wanted to attack this first heat of the 2025 Challenger Series.
Oh, well, it's easy on mornings like this. The waves are pumping, it's pristine. We had a bit of stormy weather, and it was pretty unruly yesterday. So I've kind of been out in the power and free surfing and training, so I was just kind of really ready for today. And I think that's what it teaches you on tour. You kind of, you got to hurry, but you got to wait. And so, yeah, it's cool doing the work and kind of settling everything after tour, and just getting back to the start line it's a big goal of mine. It's actually a really hard thing just to get back to the start line and be sound of mind and body and ready to go.
Take us inside that process, because you are such a icon for so many young women around the world, including here in Australia. Take us inside the process of how you work through a disappointment and then come back and have all the same energy and excitement and fire that we know you for.
I guess everyone knows a little more about me by now, that I'm a pretty emotive person. I can't really hide my expression, and I definitely let the people following my journey know kind of how it feels, whether it's on the beach or in person. I was pretty shattered, obviously, fourth cycle around, and yeah, I didn't know that many tears existed in my body, actually. I probably cried from that last heat all the way across the country, and kind of left those tears as I went, and then just get that expression out, and then I'm just like, that creativity comes back for me. All you have to do is really show up at the Challenger and go for a free surf, and it's just like a surf movie. There's just that many good surfers, raring to go, hungry, so much desire, and I'm really, really proud to be a part of that group, and I want to be here to fight for my spot.
Well, first one done. Congratulations, Sal. Excited to see you.
Oh, thank you. Enjoy the surfing today.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons, an impressive performance there. And we'll be watching that journey, and it's great to have her just speaking so transparently about what she's going through. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Still 15 minutes to go here in Heat 2, the round of 32 for the women. Really loving our time here in Newcastle, especially on mornings like this. It's beautiful out there, but this city has so much to offer. Plenty of sights to see. Got our mate, the Seal, who's been hanging around the event site, checking things out the last couple of days. But obviously some good eating out there, Rich, but also for us, we've been tapping into some amazing dining experiences. Autumn rooms for breakfast the other day, that was awesome. Last night, party pies and spring rolls at the footy. McDonald Jones Stadium, we went and watched the Knights take on the Manly Sea Eagles, and sadly Manly lost. But it was good for the city of Newcastle and important for the Knights to get a big victory, as we see a replay here, courtesy of Burton Automotive, of our young Hawaiian competitor having her first run at a Challenger Series event, and we know she's up against it in this heat. On paper, a very difficult heat. Two surfers who've been to the championship tour before, looking to get back there in India Robinson and Sophie McCulloch. And Solagire, she's been on the Challenger Series since its inception. She's one of Peru's best, following in the footsteps, of course, of Sofia Milanovic, who broke through for a world title back in 2004. She's a Hall of Famer, Sofia, and a real inspiration to the next gen.
Yeah, this is interesting, Ron. Sophie, she's still down the beach, just rolling the dice, opting to have that northern bank to herself. I think it's a good play. You know, she got that 6.07 just for that one big cut down turn. Committed. Here goes India.
Yeah, India hasn't backed up the 7 yet. Still looking for opportunities, used her priority there.
Yeah, that was potentially just a little error in judgment from India Robinson, but still with the strength of that 7-point ride. Here we go, Sophie.
Look out, she charges, so she pulls in, locks into the wave. Didn't look like it ever had an exit on it, but she is one of the more fearless competitors, chasing that spot on the championship tour. She would have loved the announcement of Pipe. Seeing it here, great technique, taking off under the lip there.
She would have got just a little millisecond of vision, which would have been nice, but if she can just find one of those waves that tapers down a little bit, that just doesn't have that straighter line on it, she could put in a big number.
They're out there, aren't they? We saw it in the first heat of the day. Well, last heat of the round of 64 for the man. Lucas Silveira kicked off his day with an excellent ride, a beautiful tube.
Oh man, it is cooking up the beach. It's cooking everywhere today.
Yeah, the competitors, you know, weren't really too psyched on getting a free surf before the event yesterday, but today, I think the entire field was out there.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. These warm-up days when it's like this, bit of hustle out there when you throw 120 odd competitors out there. Really test your hassling skills.
Yeah, no priority in those situations. Here we go, just under 10 minutes remaining here. Here goes the Peruvian. Sol just lays that one track, but it was just a transition, affording herself some time to look down the line, and she could see that wave wasn't going to do much.
Yeah, this rock break is really similar to a beach break rip bowl. And as we check out the Oakberry surf conditions, wind 14 knots out of the northwest, excuse me, which is perfect direction. Air temp 10, feels like 5. And waves in the 4 to 5 foot range, 4 to 5 foot faces. I reckon it's a bit bigger actually on the outside bank. But mate, it is pumping like we said, and we're going to have great conditions all day. But yeah, just like I was saying, it's almost like a little rip bowl, this bank.
Vahidi Mahana, she's just been struggling to find a section that can allow her to get that really nice backhand form that she's got. She's got a really solid backhand hit. We saw it on the opening day competition.
Look how smooth and groomed it is. Here we go, Soph.
Yeah, the tactic might pay off here as she gets up into that first section. Guides the board through a carve, had to deal with some bumps there. But she's going to stick with this one, and it should be enough already to see her up into the top 2, maybe into the lead.
Great strategy so far for Sophie. Seems to be paying off.
She hasn't actually connected with a quality wave out there yet, so obviously they're a little few and far between, but I just feel like, you know, those waves look a little bit more manageable once you get to your feet than what our competitors are dealing with at the southern end on the rocks.
Yeah, so see this rip that's running out. Hang on, we'll just get back to the replay of Soph. So she does a nice big carve down again. And a beautiful cut down to wrap. And again, you know, if she, just being hypercritical, if she saw that wave again on the replay, I'm sure she probably would have mind surfed it a little differently, maybe attacked that first section. This was Sol just coming through the inside, but because all this water's rushing out in the rip, as we see India outside.
Yeah, committed first turn, complete redirect, getting the board back into the pocket. And sticking with it, knowing that she's got that quality turn, hoping that it gives her a little bit more so she can combo something up on the inside, but it wasn't to be. So she heads back out. Just with the jump on her rivals with the highest scoring ride here, India's not going to need a lot to maintain a position in the top 2.
No. This is Salt coming through to the inside. Burton Automotive replay. And just can't find that finishing section, but I like this turn. Nice wrap, lots of power. And India Robinson just takes this one into the channel. The point I was trying to make with this rip, Ron, is that it's breaking up the wave. You know, Sophie, where she is surfing up the beach there, it's a much cleaner line, very groomed surface, completely smooth. We see Sophie, Soph Medina about to hit the water. Sophie has been really making a name for herself on the Challenger Series the last couple of seasons. Father Charles, Charlie.
Here we go. Vahidi Mahana. She has just been struggling, but she looks like she's found a good wave here. And there's the attack that we were talking about. So powerful. Gets swamped by the whitewater, though, and trying to ride out of that final turn. But that was one of the more quality turns in the heat so far. So it's a real shame that she wasn't able to ride out of that. She would have narrowed the requirement, given herself a really good chance at turning this situation around in the final 5 minutes. But it's back to the drawing board. Got to get back out there, and might need to try and turn this heat with a single ride if time gets the better of her.
Vahidi Mahana up and riding on the backhand, fades deep, comes off the bottom, just gets hung up a little bit, momentum down the line. Now bowls up again, connects with that lip, throws it around, nice high in the lip, pivoting around that, really sinking the tail. Here we go, Soph.
Already has taken the lead, and we mentioned she hasn't even really been on a good wave at that northern end, but this one, it provides the opportunity for a big combo on the outside. That's going to get rid of the 4.73, which got her into the lead, and Sophie McCulloch is going to actually extend her position and make the requirement a bit tougher for her rivals here. But Solagire, she's moved up in the second position. We are still waiting on a score for India Robinson. She only needs a 3.5, had one nice carve. Will the judges see that number in it? We're going to find out, but here's the Stone and Wood slow-mo of Sophie.
Sophie comes off the bottom, off the top. That's a more committed turn to start this wave. Nice and smooth, sees that oncoming section, gets a little tail flare and release. Some slide, a little bit of a moment of being out of control, but still perfectly in control at the same time, the way she brought it down off that foamy section, re-engaged with the smooth water.
Bit of shuffling going on here when you look at the numbers. 4.27, India Robinson jumps into the lead. Sophie McCulloch now in second, but not for long. She only needs a 5.21. She's just laid down a big combination on the outside. And her decision to hold strong and surf that northern end of the bank of the contest site here is going to pay off big time in a moment.
Yeah, I think it's a calculated risk for sure. I'm sure she would have been watching on with Coach and Liam, and they would have been counting the sets out there. And perhaps prior to the heat, it would have been, okay, if everyone heads to the rock break, I'm going outside. If people come outside, then maybe I'll hedge my bets and hit to the rock break. So she probably had a plan before she even hit the water. Once everyone hit the rock break, it became a no-brainer. I'm going to take the risk out there. There's more than enough waves for me.
There's been more consistency in the rides down at the southern end. There's been more right-handers breaking. Sophie McCulloch has had a number of waves that are kind of shut down, but in amongst it all, she's found a couple of gems. Still waiting on that big number to drop for that combination, but she will be in the lead in a moment. 2 minutes 40 seconds to go. Think back to some of the highlights of Sophie's career and some great performances in the board riders battle here in Newcastle when it hosted the Australian board riders battle. But really her big result came at Halle-Ever, a breakthrough win, like you, Rich,
yeah.
When she needed it to qualify. She had to win the event to get herself onto the CT. She was able to do that, and she has just dropped a 7.17 to get the lead here.
Yeah, that's the highest number of the heat. And Sophie is in control, just unchallenged for any of the waves that are coming through. Tide's still running out, so this bank is only going to get shallower and hollower and better, and that would have been part of her calculations as well. 10:30, low tide. We're just coming up to 9 o'clock, just past 9 o'clock now.
Might see a pivot on the game plan for some of the competitors in the upcoming heats too. Just based on the rock break, just some of those waves. You know, it feels like just laying down a little bit at different stages. Sol up at the moment. She needs a 5-1-1 here to get herself into the lead. Hammers the oncoming section. There'll be some credit for that. It's probably going to be right on that requirement.
Big individual turn. Really strong. I love the commitment. Degree of difficulty was there. Only the one turn, but she may even get this number.
Magic on a roll for the women's event. Many of the world champs were victorious here in the early days. Some absolute superstars victorious in more recent history. Let's have a look on the Stonewood slow-mo here at Sol's effort on this final section. Needs a score, turns in the number and some. 5.57, and with 30 seconds to go, Aguirre has moved up in the second spot. India Robinson after a 4.74. And Vahidi Mahana, she is after a 9.41. It's a big ask. But you've got to celebrate just the commitment to the individual moments for Sol. She's had a couple of high-risk manoeuvres, and it looks like India's going to run out of time here, Rich.
Oh, wow. You know, she sort of controlled the start of this heat with that 7-point ride, and then the ocean just going a little bit quiet there. You can see Sol just so stoked and relieved. Sophie outside just still having a bit of fun pulling into a closeout. She will come away with a win.
Isn't it interesting we're only in the second round of the event, and you can see what it means to these competitors. Heat wins over, you know, surfers who have more experience than you and have been to the championship tour. They're so hard to come by. It was a fantastic start for India. She just couldn't find a solid backup score.
Yeah, so this is that opening 7-point ride. These big, strong power turns from India Robinson. At this point in the heat, we were thinking she's going to run away with it and control the outcome. But Sol came bouncing back with these high-risk manoeuvres, really throwing everything at it, and just never gave up. Really fought to the dying moments. And it was a heat, a story of two tales. The women surfing this rock break, and then Sophie McCullough up on this northern bank on the outside. Just big, undeniable turns, big statements. She found a couple of gems. This one here, tapered off quite nicely. Connects with the lip. Gets another little redirect here off that foam. Gets the slide and release. And it was like she was having just a solo Serenity free surf out there, unchallenged. And then the comeback manoeuvre. That saw Sol Aguirre just creep up into second place in advance.
Yeah, close fought heat between Sol and India. Sol just finding the edge. Throwing some serious risk at that final section. Sophie McCullough, though, too strong here in the second heat of the round of 32. We've got another great lineup about to hit the water. Don't go anywhere. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vitacovi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Welcome back. Another great heat to look forward to here with Sofia Medina, one of the rising stars coming out of Brazil, who's had some big finishes and had the opportunity to compete in Championship Tour events up against Teresa Bonvalot, who's had also major wins and looks to have started this heat off very well. And also in the lineup, Sumomo Sato, the young Japanese competitor, and Noah Clapp. And numbers already on the board. We'll bring you some replays in a moment. This is Teresa, who's had victories on Australian shores, and she turned in a 7.33 for this one, Rich.
Oh, solid wave on the back end here. She's been doing well on the Challenger Series the last couple of years. This thing stands up, gets that full redirect high on the wave, manages the ride out. The completion's there, and the judges liked it. 7.33, a great way to start this heat. Teresa Bonvalot.
Yeah, she's a superstar for sure. A real talent, an Olympian. Already had the opportunity to represent Portugal over in Japan back in 2020. And we mentioned that she's also had some success on the Challenger Series too, Rit. Getting a victory down at Manly a couple of years back.
Yep.
As we take in the view from the Newcastle flight cam. Port of Newcastle also behind the event, which is fantastic. I've stayed over there on the harbour side before.
That's delightful.
Yeah. Plenty of great pubs within walking distance.
Yep, absolutely. And cast your eye out to the horizon on any given day, and there'll be a number of big tanker ships out there, big cargo ships. Pretty busy port, Newcastle.
One of the busiest in the world. 24 minutes remaining here. Plenty of time for these competitors to lock in some big scores. Charlie Medina on screen, helping Sofia in her campaign. She's been building really nicely, has big turns that she can go to, much like her older brother, a three-time world champ Gabriel Medina, who's got to be close to getting back onto the CT soon.
Yeah, the clips are dropping, aren't they? We're starting to see a little bit more social activity from Gabs, and he's looking good. Big shout out. I'm sure he's watching right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, we missed your performances. We missed your competitive fire. Hopefully that pec injury is all but healed.
Come on, mate. Come back.
Come on.
Come on. It's time.
It's time. But it's, it's also exciting thinking about all the big announcements that are happening on the Championship Tour 2026. I mean, Medina was just such a dominant force, such a consistent campaigner in that old format, and I see him just coming to life next year. But also some big changes on the Challenger Series, as well as we see young Noah Clapp. Just a nightmare ride here, just so bumpy, hard to set a rail, and she's opted out of that inside, which is probably a smart move.
This is all that energy and water coming through the rip and making its way into the wave face. Nice bottom turn though to start things off. It's a good hook off the top on the back end. So a couple of goofy footers in this heat. And right here is where she just had to hang on. A couple of rivets on the wave that she had to negotiate through. Brings it all the way through to the inside and then kicks out. Have a look from the Newcastle flight cam. Good view here. Love watching this aerial view as the surfers ride their waves. Get a really good indication of their path, the track that they take on the wave. And you can see there's all that water coming out of that deep channel right next to the rocks here. That wind checking a little bit further around to the north now. Picking up in speed a little bit. So interesting, Ron, none of the women in this heat opting to go outside and attack that bank that Sophie did, and she had success there. So That's an odd one in my mind.
Yeah, it is a bit of a head scratcher. I mean, the highest number of that last heat came on that northern bank, and even Sophie McCulloch's backup scores were pretty reasonable on single sections. It's just really clean faces at the northern end, and doesn't feel like that McCulloch was struggling to set that rail, whereas down here on the rocks break, it's a little bit trickier to find your moments.
And whenever you got that surface bump coming across the wave, it's hard to keep that rail line, the surfboard's rail, in the wave face as you're doing your turns, especially as you're carving through the water. It sort of forces you to stay more horizontal, keep the board flatter, and kind of tic-tac rather than carve through the sections. So this is the view here. To your right there is the rock break that our women are surfing on. And then to the left of your screen, out of picture now, is the break that Sophie was on.
Well, Noah turned in a 3.83 for her first ride. Not going to get too much out of that wave. Thinking about Sophia Medina and just her rise through the ranks, a really strong junior career and building beautifully as a Challenger Series campaigner. Had her best finish last year, but each year has upped her ranking. And here she is. Building speed, just hoping this wave gives her something before it reaches the rocks on the inside. Gets a hit in, stays planted on her equipment. Won't be a massive score, she'll head back out. Charlie watching on. Encouraging her to get back on the outside there. I think she'd probably be looking to the beach, sort of saying, what are we doing here?
Yeah, Am I making the right choice?
Am I going up north?
Correct. So we watch the replay here. Sophia Medina comes through this one. She sees opportunity down the line here, pumps through this section, waits for the wave to stand up again, and hits that section. And they would have taken note, these girls, of the previous heat. Soliguere just with that big individual hammer right on that inside section, getting a great number. So the judges making it clear that quality over quantity is definitely important.
Well, we've got just 19 minutes here, and well, been talking about Sophie McCulloch and that game plan. Vaughan paid off beautifully to stick to that northern bank.
Soph, congratulations, a great way to start the Challenger Series, but even better was that you surfed that heat pretty much on your own, identifying that bank up the beach had a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, no, I was pretty happy no one paddled out the back with me. The only bad bit about surfing waves on your own is seeing waves go unridden. So I looked at a left at the start and then missed a bomb. I was like, oh no, why'd I do that? But kind of had to just be like, all right, that's in the past now and we'll keep moving forward.
Was there any risk for you guys in making that decision to go out there? Was the tide sort of still a little bit full when you first paddled out?
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit full and then a little bit risky, just not knowing how far north the judges were going to score. But other than that, I was like, well, I can surf 4 foot out the back rights with no one out, or 2 foot shory with 3 others out. So when you put it like that, it doesn't really feel like much of a risk.
Could you hear the scores of the other competitors? Because it's actually a very tight heat.
Yeah, I know. I could hear the scores, and I definitely got the nerves going then because I was a bit lost to begin with. So just kind of had to strip it back to basics. And yeah, I'm lucky I found myself a couple corners.
Yeah, you did. And what's the plan now? Because the surf is absolutely firing here in Newey today. Are you going to stay and watch the comp, or are you going to go and find some pits?
I think I'm going to try and surf that bank further north. I was watching guys get tubed in my heat, so I'm pretty keen to get out there and do that. But first I might hook into a bit of a feed.
Congrats. That was a well-played strategy, and yeah, look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Vorno. Yeah, Sophia McCulloch. Oh, all the Sophies and Sophias are out there at the moment. But yeah, McCulloch, the game plan paid off for her, and no one followed her. And like you said, Rich, that tide is dropping, so expecting that it could potentially improve on that northern bank. But I guess Sophia Medina, if she's anything like her brother, just a master of priority and also a master of working under priority and still generating big scores. You think back to Gabriel Medina's performance here in 2021 in the CT event. We had the 4 events during the COVID year, and Medina dropped one of the most unbelievable turns that's probably ever been executed.
It was
here at Merewether.
Oh gosh, it was crazy. Found a random left because it was all kind of rights out the back. Very similar today, actually, that northern bank. Found this left and took flight and covered, I'm going to say, maybe 8 to 10 metres in distance. And height-wise, he was 8 to 10 feet off the wave and just did this crazy aerial rotation with a perfect landing, and then chucked a couple of buckets, got the dunk, got the three-pointer.
Yeah, unbelievable. Got the jump on Morgan Siblick in that heat. As we see now, Sophia up 3.23 on her previous wave, and she knows how to scrap her way to a win as well when the conditions get a little tricky. She's done really well with this wave, bumpy surface, still finding a bit of variety and a nice combination. She understands the importance of finishing that one off on the inside.
Yeah, riding that one all the way through, getting to the finish. Feeling pretty happy about it. Stone and Wood replay. Look at the slow-mo. Just gets caught a little bit behind. Now the wave starts to offer up that opportunity. Does well to just get that little flick in off the top, in between those rivets. Choice of manoeuvres, well placed. Just staying with the energy, and then pumps through to the inside. An important part of the wave here as she finishes that manoeuvre up and over the braking part of the wave. And a little fist pump. Just that one felt good.
Waiting on the numbers to come through there for Sophia, who was in 4th place, but expecting she'll start to make her move. Right now, though, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back down here at Merewether on a stunning Friday morning. Pumping conditions, and our competitors, well, faced with a great choice. They can surf the northern bank and tap into some pretty clean walls, waves that might shut down a little bit but offer one big section, or stick to the rocks break where there is some lump and some texture on the face that you've got to negotiate, but there is plenty of opportunity out there. And during the break, Teresa Bomelon tapped into this wave. Good looking wall and a beautiful backhand hit to get started.
Wow, some really good surfing on the backhand here from Teresa. She brings this one all the way through to the inside. She's picked two of the best waves in this heat, without a doubt. And she's converted on them. Nice vertical punch on the inside. Does she make it? No. I don't think it's going to matter. She's still going to drop a really decent score for the work she did outside. Oh, that's a good connection there for Noah Clapp. Wrapping this one back into the pocket. Wave starting to fade out, but she might get another little bonus section through the inside. Just kicks out into the channel, and Sophia Medina outside as well. So plenty of action during the break, up and through the lip.
Oh, can't quite stick it. Momo Sato. She found a nice wall to tap into. This is what the competitors...
Oh!
That's why they're committing to this southern part of the contest site. The rocks is providing some pretty decent sections. And I guess you sacrifice quite a bit by removing yourself from the lineup where your competitors are, Rich. You fall out of that priority order. You can't starve your opponents of scoring opportunities with priority. If you get yourself the lead, you can't get too defensive. It's a very offensive move to situate yourself away from your rivals.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you can control the heat. That's one of the other things, you know, when you're all together, there is an element of, you know, that priority order, and you can, for, you know, part of that moment anyway, really control which waves you're going to get and your competitors. Wow. Teresa Bonvalot pretty much just did a re-entry right above Sammy DeSeal there. And he is actually scored a priority interference. Cheeky little bugger.
Teresa's looking good though. 7.33 to open, 6.33 to back it up. The 25-year-old who missed out on qualification for the CT by 1 spot in 2022. Ouch. Still managed to compete as a wildcard that year.
Yeah, she looks really solid on the back end, doesn't she? Her top turn into bottom turn combination is just so smooth. There's not a lot of pumping and wiggling. The board stays really steady.
Yeah, so accomplished. She finds another ride here, works her way through the carve, understands pretty quickly that there wasn't enough fire in those first couple of sections, so she's out of there. But a 5-time Portuguese national champion, 2-time European champion, had a swag of victories, 8 wins on the qualifying series, and the massive victory in 2022 to kick off the Challenger Series down in Sydney. And she started her campaign here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST with a couple of solid numbers.
It always feels good to get a win in your opening round. She's out in front at the moment. You should be looking to hang on.
When I think about what I've seen so far in this heat, Rich, it's Sophia Medina's been the one that hasn't connected with the quality wave yet. So I think if she gets the opportunity, she's a good chance at turning in a solid score. But Noah Clapp not going to make life easy for her. She's trying to better a 3.83 with that ride to increase the requirement for Sophia and Momo.
Yeah, I think she might have done it, just marginally. Probably up into the 4s that last wave. Charlie Medina looking a little concerned at this point. Just throwing some signals out to Sophia.
I think that means, you know, settle and wait for a quality wave.
Yeah.
Just on 7.5 minutes to go. We've got a bit of a break in the action on the outside, but no shortage of action from Vaughan Blakey.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ron. And one of the new partners down here at SURFEST this year is the Port of Newcastle, obviously one of the main veins of industry in this city forever and ever. And Amanda, from the Port of Newcastle, what have you got going on down here at SURFEST this year?
Yeah, hi. Well, Port of Newcastle is all about safety, and in particular sun safety. So what we've done this year is team up with the Hunter Melanoma Foundation to offer some free skin UV analysis. So people can come along, have their photo taken of their face, chat to our Claudia from the Hunter Melanoma Foundation and find out a little bit more about sun safety.
That is so cool, because I think that, you know, growing up in Australia, we all know just how damaging the sun can be here. I actually just did the screen myself. Got some good news. Apparently my face is not too damaged, although some people may argue with that, Ronnie in particular. But no, it's a wonderful thing because, you know, it gives you peace of mind and it helps you to stay on top of your skincare.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of our workforce at Port of Newcastle is out in the sun, which is why I guess we put such an emphasis on sun safety. And I've had it done. I've had a bit of a sobering experience. I learned a little bit about the way that I apply my sunscreen, which I can change. But, you know, we just encourage everyone to come on down and have a go.
Well, thanks so much, Amanda. And yeah, if you're coming down to SURFEST, folks, come on over to the Port of Newcastle skin screening and check yourself out. And yeah, hopefully you'll be even less damaged than I am.
On your Vorno, not looking too bad, considering your performance at the footy last night. Actually pulled up pretty well. Just under 6 minutes to go here, and Teresa still hanging on to that lead. It's a pretty comfortable lead that she's got at the moment. Noah Clapp just behind her, needs an excellent score to claim that lead. But the focus is going to be on Sumomo Sato, the Japanese competitor, who only needs a 5.27 to get up in a second, and Sophia Medina only chasing a 4.91. And we're yet to really see Sophia tap into a wave that's given her, you know, the opportunity to show us her best stuff. She's picked off a couple of rides that have been lumpy and bumpy and managed to generate some, well, a reasonable number in a 4.43. Saw Macy Callahan on screen. She's had a SURFEST victory before at the regional QS level. She'd love to grab one in a Challenger Series event.
Oh, yeah. Yep. You get the feeling that Macy does want to make a charge at it. This is the GWM heat recap, and Teresa Bonvalot was just the star of this show from the opening wave, picking an absolute gem. 7.33, really strong on the backhand, solid surfing, mature surfing, I'll call it. Just really committed to those big rail turns. Sophie Medina down there in third place at the moment. She's been doing well, getting these longer rides all the way through to the inside, multiple sections. And with the help of her dad, Charlie Medina, is looking to find a gem out there and hopefully climb up into progression. And this is, well, the second best wave of the heat. And it again belonged to Teresa Bonvalot. Beautiful style. Tall, eloquent surfer, the way she brings it all the way through. And just real committed surfing on the backhand. Unfortunately doesn't ride out of this final turn, but some damage on the outside. This is Noah Clapp. And really attacking these sections. So I do like the approach here from Noah Clapp, and I feel like if she can find a wave, the confidence is there for her to really solidify second place. They're pretty bunched up, Ron, from second all the way down to fourth. Teresa Bonvalot in great position out in front. But this is still anyone's game. Sophia Medina looks like may have just ridden a wave here. And Sumomo Sato in priority situation, only needing that 5.27, 3 minutes.
Yeah, Noah's shown that she's got some big turns she can lean into. I think she's going to need to throw more on the board here because she's got Sophia Medina chasing her down. Sophia finding a nice clean run through this ride and a great combination, great timing, puts the hands together, says thank you, I needed that. Yeah, Charlie liked it.
Yeah, it was a well-paced wave, had a great tempo to it. Nothing overly committed, but just doing enough. Good placement of manoeuvres, the right part of the wave, and the all-important solid finish.
Yeah, smooth stuff.
4.91. Make your own judgments at home, looking on.
Here goes Teresa again, just owning this heat. Bit disconnected in that first turn, but makes up for it with a nice carve. A good mix-up on the backhand here as she cuts back, fades to set up her run through the inside.
But just the quality of her waves that she's taking off on. They've got that smoother face, you know, minimal bumps and rivets that the other girls seem to be just having to deal with. Really in tune with the conditions out here. Here's a good-looking ride.
Sumomo Sato Still within reach of that second position at the moment. Winds through the cutback, now just gets a little lost in the whitewater for a moment. Back out in front. She'd need an exceptionally big turn here on the inside if she's going to turn in the score required. Building for something, hits it and just doesn't have the momentum to get through that move. Okay, Charlie Medina, he is directing Sophia now into this this lineup. Noah Clapp, nervous times for her. Noah, a great artist as well as a fantastic surfer. Hasn't really had the opportunity, much like until Sophia on her last ride, to piece together some combos, Rich.
Yeah, again, wave choice, really hard to pick those ones, but on this rock break, you do want the waves that have this bump in the channel, that have an extended line on it, because they will peak up through that inside section. The ones that have a bit of a taper from the takeoff, they will go into fat water.
Scores coming through for Sophia Medina here. They are right there and might just fall under the requirement, as Teresa just continues to limit opportunities for her rivals out there.
Last wave of Sophia.
4.63, Charlie's about to hear it. It was right there. It was a well pieced together ride, Rich, but I think the comparisons may be made to Sophia's earlier ride that had a more high impact turn. She's up again before the hooter, finds some space, digs in on the final section, and just surviving the whitewater here. A lot of commitment in that move. Is it the 4.71 she needs to turn the heat?
Not sure, mate. I just don't know if it had enough in it. It was a smaller inside wave, the final turn. It was committed for sure. Let's have a look at the replay. Comes around this section. It's a one-hit wonder. Does the layback hack off that oncoming foam and gets the rebound. A little bit of recovery time.
Yeah, the number has dropped already. And here it comes. And Sophia Medina, she's going to fall short by the looks of things. It was such a close heat in the fight for that second position. And Noah Clapp, her explosive backhand hit, getting her the jump in second spot. And Teresa just owned it.
Yeah, the two goofy footers. Just showing a lot of flair, talent, great wave selection. Teresa Bonvalot, very polished performance.
Pumping conditions, more big heats coming your way. Former SURFEST champ out in the lineup next, and a couple of absolute champions stepping into the booth, Stace and Jessie. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales. an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
The women are out in what is a very fun day of waves down here at Newcastle in the south corner of Merewether. Unfortunately, we did lose Sophia Medina in that last heat in a very, very close exchange there. I am Jessie Starling. This is Stacey Galbraith, and we're going to take you through the next couple heats. What are you thinking, Stace? What are you feeling for these next two?
I just did a little lap of the site, checked out all the waves, and it's still firing. And this heat right now is getting me pretty excited. Some crazy names in it.
Yeah, we do. We have got actually a fair few Aussies in this one as well. We've got Macy Callahan in the red, taking on Amura Suzuki in the blue. Eve Wong, she'll be out there in the white representing Hawaii, and Charlie Stokes, the rookie in this one. The Challenger Series rookie from Oz, from the Sunshine Coast up there. We saw her take down Sierra Kerr. This is what went down while we're in break. Macy Callahan getting her campaign underway. This wave was a 5-5 to kick this one off. Beautiful opening swoop, straight into a second, navigating all that foam, getting the finish. So Macy looking sharp this morning. What do you see here from Amuro, Stace?
Well, I love the rewind surfing. Yeah, Amuro is one of my absolute favourite surfers to watch. She's so powerful, so precise, but unfortunately not able to get in the open face on that one. But a great start there from Macy Jane. Very determined to make that last turn, and it paid off for her.
Macy's one of those relaxed surfers where she just always seems to be in cruise control, but her cruise control is so powerful and so good. And I think on that last wave, just how much effort she really put into it. Yeah, I agree. She was really driven to make this last section. First to Jarly here, Stace.
Yeah, just a small score on the board here for Jarly. And unfortunately unable to complete that wave there, so just a 2-1-7 there for Jarly.
Yeah, proud Kawana board rider surfer there. Big hello to Lainey, Taj and Zeb, her three siblings who are all very talented. They all compete themselves. Unfortunately, Taj was one spot off qualifying for the Challenger Series this year, but he is so talented. Our regional series starts up in Cruy in just a couple weeks. Teresa Bonvalot, though, taking out that last heat. She is looking so strong and switched on.
Yeah, that was a crazy heat, and she dominated from start to finish in that one. She's been close a couple times as well.
She's had a few CT call-ups herself. And when I was looking into this heat and I saw Macy out there in the red, it really made me think back to that dream run she had in 2022. She made 3 finals on the Challenger Series that season, came second in 2, won one of them. Feel like hopefully we're going to see Macy try and channel that 2022 Challenger Series version of herself this year. And up and riding Jarly Stokes. Like we mentioned, the rookie on the Challenger Series out of these 4 ladies. This is her first event, second heat. Took down one of her good mates, Sierra Kerr, and a big name in the draw in that opening round.
Yeah, that was a crazy heat. Sierra Kerr and Kiara Gold getting eliminated in that heat. Jarly Stokes was surfing great in that one, and she's a nice turn on the start of that wave there, but unfortunately the wave just didn't offer much more after that. But I hear what you're saying about Macy. Like, Macy, she's a pretty cool character, calm, collected, but she's competitive as anyone. She wants to win these events just as much as anyone. You don't let the laid-back style fool you. And yeah, I think she had a dream run in 2022, and then even prior to that on the tour, she's one of those girls that qualified so young, and had some great results there. She finaled in France, and
she was a wild card in that event too.
Yeah.
Wow.
She knows she belongs on the World Tour, and it's just been a bit of a yo-yo sort of career for her to this point, but she's still so young. And I reckon she's still got her best surfing ahead of her.
Thinking of wild cards as well, Eve Wong, this is her second full season on the Challenger Series. Her first ever call-up was at Haleiwa back in, I'd say, 2021, when we had those few events in Haleiwa. As a wild card, she made the final and took out big names as well. Molly Picklum. She actually took out Amura Suzuki, who's in this heat. Carissa Moore in that event too. For her, and being a wild card in an event like that, that's a massive confidence booster to know you can do that damage in such a big scale.
She's had a couple of strong runs at Haleiwa, right? I think one was that, you mentioned like that COVID year where it was a bit more of just a localised field but still really stacked. And then did she get 4th in the Challenger Series where it was just everyone in? She's surfed and won a lot of heats there, I know that for sure, and she's so strong, and she's similar to Macy, beautiful, relaxed style, doesn't strike you as being a competitive surfer, it just looks so natural on the wave, but very similar to Macy. Once the jersey goes on, it's game on.
Macy's won here before as well, back in 2022. And that year was really unique down here. So it was a QS event, and we had one of those big south swells come through, similar to what we saw yesterday and the day before, but I'm talking 5 foot bigger. It was the biggest I have ever seen Merewether in my life. No one surfed except for Julian. He got a ski and was just towing into these massive closeouts. It was actually really hard to watch because it was so big. And the comp got called off for 4 straight lay days, and it was a QS, and we were still in the round of 32. We were into finals day. We had 20-minute heats. We overlapped for part of it, 4-man heats. We ran all the way through to the final.
That's right. That feels like a long time ago.
That was insane, but that was the year that this lady took home the SURFEST trophy, which is a really prestigious trophy, and won't talk about it. She knocked me out of competition that year, but whatever.
So did she go on to win?
She did go on to win.
That's sweet, yeah.
So it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Beautiful swoop there from Macy Jane, but similar to Jarley's wave, just sort of flattening out there.
Vorno on the glass with a very informed Teresa Bombalok.
Teresa, congratulations. You were just saying it's a little bit trickier than it looks out there.
Yeah, thank you so much. Definitely it's better than the last few days, but still tricky. You gotta be on point on the nicer ones and try to stay calm between the wave as well, because there's so many bumps sometimes. So if you go a bit too fast, like rushing, you can miss the whole section or the whole wave. So you gotta be kind of holding on and okay, this is now. So that's what I tried to do.
Was there any discussion with your team about maybe paddling out onto the North Bank just after Sophie got a couple of scores in the heat before yours?
I think that was, even yesterday that made kind of awareness of there's a point, peak there. So, but at the same time, all of the other surfers are mostly surfing here, so sometimes it's tricky to go to one place that you can totally be like, oh, am I in the right spot or no? But yeah, I was stoked to make it through, stoked to get a few fun waves. We even shared the lineup with a seal. I totally think that I did one turn on top of her, so she's just chilling out there.
Yeah, she's been there for like 3 days in a row too. She's right on the spot where all the takeoff is. But your surfing looks so sharp. You must be feeling really good coming into this year's Challenger Series.
Yes, I'm feeling good. I got some new batch of boards from JS here. They all look mental. It definitely feels always better when you have something that works so well under your feet, and that makes your wanting and everything connects, and just you gotta do just like what you gotta do. So it feels definitely great and enjoying the time here in Australia.
Well, you did that. The judges were loving it, and we look forward to seeing the next round.
Thank you so much. See ya.
Teresa, touching on something that we spoke about in our last heat together there, that split decision making, do I go down the beach or do I sit with everyone else? And she mentioned it was hard because everyone was surfing that right. So it's that point where, do I just go and sit there and be with the pack? Eve Wong up and riding, just loses control there. We know how good her power gouge is. It is out of control. Looking like out the back behind her though here, Macy Callahan, just a quick in and out as well. So sitting a little bit deeper, she gives way to this lady, Amuro, using first priority, big hook in the pocket. Laser on rail again, coming through this inside, has a section to work with.
Wow.
Belts it for a finish there for Amuro Suzuki.
What an absolute treat this heat is. Charlie Stokes there, a replay of one of her earlier rides. Beautiful looking ride. Wave had plenty of curve, beautiful hack in the pocket. She had 2 in back-to-back there pretty quick, but just gets gobbled up by the foam there on the inside. Hopefully didn't get any damage to her board or her body across the rocks there. This is a real treat, this heat, with, as you mentioned, how strong Eve's swoop is on her front side. Same with Macy and Amuro. Like, this is an absolute frontside carving clinic. And then I think that'll be firing Charlie up as the lone goofy footer. It's something that's the point of difference she's really going to have to lean into, because these other three girls on their front side, with that turn they have and how the conditions are, suit it down to the ground right now.
As well, Eve Wong, incredible barrel rider. Incredible. She has such a good read in the tube. So I was really interested to see if she was going to go take to that North Peak, because we still know that there's some tubes out there. But she's decided to go up on this corner. I know she's working with Adam Dufner as well as Charlie Stokes, so they've pinpointed that this is where most of the scoring potential is. Take me through this Stone and Wood slow-mo here of a Muro Stace.
I mean, the sign of great bottom turn is when you can show some fins and some flair off the bottom, and you certainly saw that there with the Muro. Looks like she's riding the JS Golden Child, and it just fit into the curve of that wave absolutely perfectly. And then this turn here will garner a lot of points from the judges. She got a little late to the section, but she's so strong, pushed through that turn with ease, came out with a ton of speed, and not surprised to see there, Jessie, 8.17.
Huge, excellent number there for Amuro. So proving that there are excellent scores on that bank today. We saw Jet Schilling go close for the 7.5 this morning. The other excellent score we saw was on that North Peak. Right now, Charlie Stokes trying to answer back to that big score, chasing a 5.72. Just pushes a little bit too hard over a toe edge rail on the end there. Going over the falls for Charlie. It feels like she's just warming up. Each wave feels like she's slowly getting better and better. Look at these lines coming through. Eve Wong from Hawaii out there now. That little seal scared you there, Stace, didn't it? Big opening calm here for Eve. And this one just hitting a bit of weird water through this inside section. She's got to get a big one to work with. It steepens up, belts it, and holds on maybe for the finish.
Oh, just with the tide the way it is, you probably can't quite see it in the camera shot, but those rocks are just looking straight at you. And it's a tough one. The judges all look to break that down, you know. But at this level, they are very, very critical of making sure that you are riding out of those last turns.
The judges taking into consideration, though, how close those rocks creep up as well.
You do see that at Margaret River, and if you're out in front of the water and you jump off your board, they'll take that into consideration. I just don't know if she was far enough out in front of it there to kind of pull that off. But look at the start of this wave, beautiful style there, and the airdrop takeoff at the start, just so confident in what was quite a difficult situation. And then smashes this last turn. And yeah, we'll leave that one up to the judges. And then Macy Jane outside, going absolutely down the mine shaft. We'll dig her out at low tide.
Well, looks like we found her, and we've actually found ourselves a Bonsoy brew break. So we will be back for the back half of this heat very shortly.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia, and by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
The sky is blue, the waves are pumping, the seals are out to play, and the crowd is enjoying the action today. Look at all these people flocking down to Merewether Beach today.
When the Knights are getting up and about, the team is just alive, and when the waves are pumping, what more reason do you need to get down and watch the surfing?
Amuro just having a bit of a fumble there on that last turn. It's a good day in the town of Newcastle.
Tears were spilled last night.
There was.
That was an emotional win.
Golden Point.
Golden Point down 16 points at half-time, booed off the field by their own. And they came back to shut it down. Vaughan Blakey, Richie Lovett, just... Heartbroken.
Amuro, quick up and out there. The vibes are high in Nui. And yeah, when the Knights win, the vibes are always high. They're definitely passionate supporters who just sport down here.
Big time.
Amuro here on this one, Stace.
Yeah, I mean, she, like I said, looks great on her board, and obviously her turns fit into these set waves really well, but unfortunately these last two waves that she picked here, I don't mind the idea to go the smaller inside double up ones. You can see they've got heaps of punch in them, but she was just a bit late to that one, and that one was only ever going to offer one turn anyway. But, you know, Amuro's the kind of surfer that could blast away one turn and get a huge score, so I don't mind her rolling the dice on the inside there.
She was under for a bit of time at the end there too, just showing that there's a bit of punch in the surf today, a bit of swell back in still. Macy up and riding here, good looking wall in front of her, lays it on rail, traditional Macy Callahan style, comes through, working through this dead section. Bit of steep wall here, goes up and over, trying to navigate some foam, dodging her competitor there, Amuro. She's chasing the lead, she's looking for a 4.45. Wants that big finish. She wants that big exclamation point at the end of her wave. But that one, she's not going to hop over. So a little bit of frustration there. Eve Wong out the back behind her. Such beautiful, graceful style here. She's got a bowl to work with. Decides that she doesn't like it, so she's up and out. Still got that side wobble coming through the wave face.
Yeah, you could see that, couldn't you, with Eve's wave. Just had a little bit of rip and bump running through it. And same with Macy's wave. Like, typically with a wave that big, once the tide fills in a bit more, you'll see that hold its size the whole way through and give you this big end section that's got heaps of scoring potential on it. But yeah, just not the case at the minute. But nevertheless, like I said earlier, I think the shape of the wave actually really suits the natural footers at the moment, just how they can sort of, all of them have got that big, beautiful swooping arc. And, you know, you saw a Macy's wave there, but it didn't really offer the steepest section at the start, but it certainly offered scoring opportunity.
Charlie goes down on that first turn, hasn't really clicked into that gear that we know Charlie Stokes really has in her back pocket.
Yeah, big time. And, you know, getting good scores out on the back end out here requires definitely a certain type of wave. Can't sort of surf one up out here on the back end. You really need those steep sections coming right back at you so you can push back. I think to Geordie Lawler yesterday, I think at Jet Schilling this morning, you know, you really got to make sure that you're picking waves that stand up and kind of come back at you rather than sort of running away from you.
Ryan Callanan, he had a great heat, found some waves that really bent back towards him. We talk about Newcastle and how everyone's so excited about the Knights. I'll get back to this point in a second. How do you like this one at Macy's, Stace?
Yeah, it was really only that first turn that had much, you know, on offer. The rest of the wave just a bit foamy and a little hard to work with. And I'm sure Macy was thinking she was going to get a big end section here, but she didn't quite get it. She needs a 4.45 to go up into the lead. And it's going to fall just short. It's a 4.1 this wave. I think, yeah, obviously with another turn, a big end section on that wave, she would have obviously eclipsed the score, but not to be. But you can see the sort of the board speed and the power, like you said, with Macy's style. If she can get two of those turns off in quick succession, it's going to be a huge score.
Yeah, she's too good. I mean, we think back to her 5.5. That was two turns with a lot of power behind it, still navigating a lot of wobble on the face, and the judges really liking that one from Macy. Like I was mentioning before, we talk about this light energy of Newcastle and how much I feel like Newcastle just embrace the Novocastrian, the town. Thinking about Eve Wong, as she's really engulfed in her culture in Hawaii. She actually just ran her first online competition called Olelo Hawaii, and it was an all online, so you send in your clips, and she got to draw the winners and just really focusing on the tradition and the meaning behind Hawaiian surfing and just the aloha lifestyle. And I believe you got to do a fair bit of that with Malia.
Yeah, well, I obviously got to experience it going to Kauai a fair bit, and obviously Oahu, it's such a special place. And yeah, to your point, like, all these indigenous cultures around the world have such fascinating storytelling and history, and Hawaii is right up there, you know, the Polynesian culture and all the stories of the travellers and everything in between. Like, there's just, yeah, there's so much to learn, and Eve's right into it. And I don't know too many people that can speak fluent Hawaiian, and she's one of them.
Yeah, she can. I actually went and wanted to get all the pronunciation right, because it really is a language that you don't hear too often, but she does it so beautifully. Macy Callahan here, highlighting this section, looking to get some damage done, chasing a 445, big end section hit, and a bit of a foam climb. That's all that wave is going to allow her. She's just got such a relaxed style that it almost looks like it's frustration when she pulls off, but it's not at all.
I think sometimes it might be, like with this wave in particular here, one more turn on this wave is going to be a big score. And this turn here is really strong. But unfortunately, just that was the end of the road. You know, it was a smaller inside wave, and I know she's thinking, like, Macy doesn't want to be patting the dog and riding out of foam. She wants to be ripping the wave apart. And so it's sort of, yeah, part frustration, part, like I said, pretty cool, calm, collected character. But yeah, another turn on that wave, and she's going to get a huge score. So she's just got to keep at it, I reckon. And similar, you saw a Muro trying the same thing, like smaller kind of inside waves. They actually stay steeper. So we'll see if Charlie Stokes can extract that out of this wave.
Bit of a ripple on that one. Just didn't have that bowl back that she was looking for, just like you were talking about then, Stace. Past that 6-minute mark in this one, though. It is Amuro out in the lead. And we're going to go through a GWM recap. Macy kicking us off with a 5-5 here, Stace.
Yeah, this was a great wave to get things going. She did well to keep her feet. The majority of the score coming from this turn here. Did well to kind of carve down early and get out in front of it.
And here, Amuro locking in excellence, an 8.17, just a string of beautiful, strong, classy maneuvers, and finished it off with a massive exclamation mark here. She backed it up with this one, Stace.
Yeah, you just sort of see like the first bottom turn and the third bottom turn are two different approaches to how to get to the lip. The last one is just one clean line, get it up there and easy. The first one had this beautiful break in it to help her split up her momentum and unweight her board. And yeah, she's such a fantastic surfer and so easy to watch, as is Eve Wong. And all these ladies in this heat have fantastic style, but I definitely think, watching Eve growing up in Hawaii and the waves that she surfed, it makes you ready for everywhere. And then you see that on display today.
Macy with a 4-1 here. That has her in second place. She is so lethal when she puts that board on rail and really pushes hard through her back foot. This one, not allowing her to get that big end section turn we know she was chasing for down the line here. Got a string of beautiful carving maneuvers, but unfortunately this one just hitting that deep water as we reach towards that sandbank. Plenty of great surfing has gone down so far in this heat. We can see that next heat start to paddle out. We see Nadia Aristabe. She's going to take on this young up-and-comer, Eden Waller, who you had a bit to do with over in Japan.
Yeah, I got to commentate her at Stab High Japan, and she took out the Ladybirds division. She's absolutely ripping. She's got it all, left and right, spins, straight airs, the whole lot. I think that, yeah, not too sure we'll see much of that today. I think we'll see some traditional, rail surfing from Eden, which she's definitely got that on tap as well. But yeah, it was exciting to see all those young girls going absolutely crazy.
We'll have the 2022 World Junior Champion, Kika Veselko, take on Philippa Anderson, the local girl as well. Won back here in 2009, so a big heat coming up for the round of 32. Heat number 5, but we still have 3 minutes 40 left to go. And take a look at this drone footage. Thank you to the Newcastle flight cam. I could just watch Newcastle from the sky all day, every day, Stace.
Me too, especially with that little seal on the inside. It's making me all giddy.
Macy here, beautiful opening carve. This one dies out through that midsection, so she is going to get out of there. None of these ladies opting to go surf down the beach. We heard Sophie McCulloch talk about it, say it was a no-brainer. Go surf a 2-foot inside right rip bowl, go surf 4-foot open faces out the back is exactly how she described it.
Yeah, well, when you're Sophie McCulloch and you've grown up on the sunny coast and that's all you've surfed growing up, you see outside bar absolutely pumping, you're out there. And you see Soph's a maniac. Like, look at what she does at the box and stuff. Outside Merewether is walk in the park for her. But it's not the same for everyone. I will say, like, the ocean management and how to read the lineup out there is really tricky. It's very, very vast, and being out there by yourself would be it would be daunting for sure. But if you're confident enough to pull it off, Lucas Silvera, Sophie McCulloch, you know, go for it. I would too. Yum. Bit of breakfast.
I was looking at that before, wondering if it was the seal's arm.
Doesn't Vaughan know that we've got like a buffet breakfast up
Oh,
there?
Stace.
Up to 2.
2? Yeah, 1 more today.
Got 1 more
and then
today.
you're out. You're out. Hear me?
Sent.
Oh, so much wildlife here. Loving that little seal. It's giving Stace a bit of a jump scare every now and then, though. That's the lifeguard in you thinking it's something else.
Lifeguard, father, risk assessment, but nothing to worry about there. It's beautiful sets approaching. And we will see another exchange go down, you'd hope, with just less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Eve Wong, she's going to have a go here, looking for a 5.28, carves back to start this one off. And again, for that second turn, she might get more to work with through the inside. Great looking bowl, belts it. Thought she might have lost it at the top there, but held on for the finish there for Eve Wong. She's chasing more down the line. Probably wanted to connect with that last section a little bit harder, but it was beautiful surfing on this wave.
Oh, wow. I mean, she could have made it really clear cut for the judges as we see the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here. Really nice sort of setup swoop out of the top there. Again, you see that just the subtle foot movement across the surfboard. Yeah, it's just instinct. You don't coach that. That's just beautiful surfing. And crazy bottom turn, like a little bit wild. She pushes the board out the back of the wave, and as much as I know she would have liked to connect with that better, I would like to give her credit for just making the turn. She's still going to give the judges a decision to make, because if she fell there or kind of decided to go, nah, that turn wasn't so good, I'm just going to give up, it'd be an easy decision. But I still think she's going to go really close to the score here, which is dangerous for Macy and Red. Yeah,
and to get over that lip and come back down off the coping, yeah, really impressive stuff from Eve. Macy finishing off a ride there. She's looking to better a 4.1 to really bump up that 5.28 for Eve Wong. Got a score to come in for all 4 surfers right now with 20 seconds to go. Eve's going to have a swing and decide not to go that one. She's going to look for another wave just in case. 15 seconds to go. So plenty of action right here at the back half of this heat. Charlie now on the backhand attack, looking to get something in the 6-point range. Needs 6.37, big turn. Goes down, unfortunately just buries the nose. That's the hooter. No more waves ridden in this heat so far. We have a score for blue, red, green and white to lock in. Let's go through these replays. This was the last of blue. Amura Suzuki, this is the Burton Automotive replay. Cars to start this first one. Wow. Big belt in their pocket. A lot of drama. Airdropped out of it and dealt with all that foam. So Amura's backup was a 1.77. She's solid. She's through this heat. What is about this one for Macy? Yeah, I mean, we're waiting on scores from all surfers, but I truly feel it's only really the surfer in white whose score that we'll pay super close attention to. Unfortunately here, Macy not really getting what she was expecting out of that wave. And then Charlie here, she had a couple of nice setup turns and she was on her way to her best score for sure. It was really good to see her add a bit more risk into her surfing here at the end of this wave. Obviously the section a lot steeper and a lot gnarlier than her earlier waves, but unfortunately coming unstuck there. But that's the kind of place that she needed to go to as we wait for Eve Wong's scores to come in. Early indications looking really good, Jessie. Yeah, she needed a 5.28 and got it. It was a 6.67 for Eve Wong, so goes into the lead briefly. Amura Suzuki was chasing a 2.83 on her last wave. You got to think that that's probably going to be the score to put her back in the lead. But this does mean we're going to lose Macy Callahan. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It just felt like Macy was in a really good rhythm, and obviously Amura had the one single highest score, and Eve and Charlie, for the better part of that heat, just couldn't connect. But as the clock count down, Macy really didn't get the chance, or couldn't unfortunately better that 4.1, and that's what eventually cost her. Great support network here from the Japanese competitors. You can see Keijiro Nishi with that very recognisable red haircut. He absolutely rocks that. Big numbers starting to drop in now for Amura Suzuki. She's going to back up that 8.17 beautifully. So far, a 7.5, a 7, a 7.2. See where this one averages out. She's going to go back into the lead with a 7.23, so it will be Amuro Suzuki taking out this heat. Eve Wong with a last-ditch effort, getting herself into second. Unfortunately, losing Macy Callahan and Charlie Stokes, so unfortunate here for the Australians, but it is going to be the Japanese surfer and the Hawaiian. We are going to head to a break and come back with a round of 32, heat number 5, right after this. Fleets of Novocastrians are coming down to flock the streets of Newcastle because their girl, Philippa Anderson, is out there in the round of 32, heat number 5 of the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. I'm Jessie Starling. This is Stace Galbraith. We will be breaking this one down. Big heat for Newcastle.
Massive, and Philsy was down here all day the other day supporting the lads, and I know the lads will be returning that, support to her right now. Especially that little bottom row down there. It's a fantastic spot to watch the surfing, particularly when the surfers are on the rock section here.
And while we're in the break, plenty of action. Kika Veselko, huge opening carve, comes back around, belts it in the pocket, trying to hold on for the finish. Lots of water around her. Gets low, never quite got in front of the foam there. Did all the hard work. Eden Waller now, the young gun, the young 15-year-old from California, puts it on rail. This one's starting to hit a bit of dead water, so she tries to navigate it, stays with the power source, but buries a bit of rail there herself. And even with the fall, a 5.17 there for Kika Veselko.
That was a 10.
It was.
Oh, that hurts. That was amazing surfing. And I'll be honest, to be expected from the Portuguese. They just spend so much time in ocean that looks very similar to this, even more unruly. This is pretty groomed. Where we have the Challenger Series event in Ribeira de El Haas is very similar characteristics and everything about it. So it's not a surprise to me to see Kika look so confident and just so strong on that first wave. I mean, she'll be upset, but she should also take a lot of positives out of that score and that wave.
We got so many results in this heat from all 4 women's. I mean, we think about Nadia Aristabe. She got a great start to the championship tour this year. She got to compete in the first half of the season. Unfortunately, didn't make the cut, but chatting to her team, felt really excited to come back to the Challenger Series, use what she learned, adapt and apply it, and get herself in that top 7 picture this year to qualify. We have extended that qualification bracket to top 7 for the women this year from top 5. And next year, the big announcement, 24 women on the championship tour for 2026. Incredible stuff for women's surfing.
Yeah, it is. It really is. The schedule's looking amazing, and yeah, Nadia's going to take full advantage of that, seeing as she got a start on the championship tour this year, and all that experience is just priceless. In the tube, yes.
Wow, Eden Waller, the young gun, she loves the tube. She absolutely charges. Huge turn off the top. Comes down with the lip for the ride out. Stacey's standing.
Yes. The seal's frothing. Come over to high five her. That was amazing surfing. Such beautifully red wave. Well done.
Well done. She charges. She pulls into massive barrels all the time. She almost, that's kind of her bread and butter. I'm not surprised she's made the move to go down there and pull in.
What about the turn?
Huge turn.
Huge turn.
She's 15.
That was unbelievable.
What were you doing at 15? I wasn't doing that.
I wasn't getting tubed. No chance.
All right, fangirl on this one, Stace, for the Stonewall slow-mo.
It's beautiful takeoff, beautiful positioning in the peak. I mean, you know, it's your body and your mind, when you're trying to hunt down the barrel, you wants to be out, you want to be in front, but as she executed there perfectly, taking off kind of just on top of the peak, slightly behind it, it's put her in the perfect position. And then, as I said, to match up with that turn, the judge is going to lose it over that wave.
It's smart. It's really smart, because Eden, you stand her next to these 3 other women in this heat. She doesn't have the body stature. She's 15. She doesn't have the power behind her yet. So to go towards and use her strength to lock in an 8.83, an excellent number, highest wave we've seen of the day so far, and rely on that is so smart for Eden Waller. Here we go, Kika. Heard the score, wants some
firing,
herself.
Jessie.
It is cooking. Kika in and out on that one there, but just the shape of that wave, so beautiful. We need a moment to just decompress everything that just went on. AJ, give us a moment.
I don't know if it's going to help you decompress, because this one started her Challenger Series campaign so incredibly well also, Jessie. So, Amuro, talk me through how you identified which waves, which sections had the big scores for you.
Actually, I couldn't catch good wave in free surfing, but yeah, I'm so happy to catch good one in last market, and yeah, I'm just happy to catch good one.
It was so fun to see you really hit a rhythm early on here in the 2025 Challenger Series. You have the highest heat total of the day so far. Just how have you prepared for this year's season, and how important was it for you to start strong here today?
Yes, this is first serious event is very important. So I practice a lot this off-season. I went to Hawaii, Mentawai. Also, I work hard a lot in Japan. So, yeah, but I just want to have fun and enjoy in this event.
The hard work already paying off. Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Amuro with a very convincing win in that last one. 2 massive scores, and it wasn't turn after turn after turn. It was probably 2 huge scores and an excellent number in probably 4 turns.
Yeah, she's absolutely on fire, and well done, Amuro-chan. Great English. She's improved tenfold. I remember when she first started competing on the international level, and she got a start in Narrabeen, her English was about 0, and so it's just another skill that all these international surfers have to learn, and she's absolutely killing it and absolutely ripping. It's on fire.
We've had a moment to really feel all the feels of that 8.83. I just can't get over how smart that was, knowing that she's not going to outpower the women in this water, but she can definitely outprogress them.
Yeah, and it's just sort of positioning, like just where she took off there on that wave, it's just so, like, well beyond her years. Like, and just her hand positioning too in the tube. Like, you know, I know she's not an ordinary 15-year-old, but particularly youngsters, when they're learning to ride the tube, they kind of have one hand going forward, one hand kind of going back, and it's all a bit out of shape. She just looked like she'd been riding the tube her whole life. Like, and I know what she's capable of, and she does plenty of fantastic free surf trips and stuff like that, but to execute that in competition and just look so casual, you know, for being super critical, the judges probably held the score down a touch just for the deepness of the tube, but the overall combo was absolutely amazing.
And during that replay of the barrel, Nadia Aristabe got her campaign underway. One big turn to kick it off. She got herself a 2.17, so it's going to be chasing more if she wants to really make a mark on this heat. But Vorno, he just worked on that new Rip Curl film that they're releasing, that Grum one called Dano. And he reckons that Zion and Eden are just two of the stars of the show. Massive opening swoop here, showing that even though she's 15, she has such beautiful technical surfing. She's making her way through to the inside here, holds her rail all the way back to the foam, looking for some end section pizzazz to really just lay into this one. Kicks the fins a bit there, and she's going to get back out. There's her family support. You can see Zion tucked behind there. Very talented surfer himself. Nadia out the back, like I mentioned, coming off that championship tour. So much experience and knowledge is gained, even from a season, one season alone. Belts it for a finish there and holds on for Nadia Aristabe.
Yeah, she had to work pretty hard on that one, but she'll be stoked to get a finish there. As we see, the wind is still howling offshore, and I don't think it'll change too much throughout the day. It feels like it's pretty well set in. So as we have the tide coming in for the rest of the afternoon now, Jess, I think we might be past that weird little lump sort of Haleiwa rip situation. I think we're kind of through it.
We're kind of set.
I think we're kind of set. I don't think we'll see as many waves out the back to the north. I think that's probably going to fill up and just sort of stop breaking in front of the judges there. But I think, yeah, obviously the rock section here is looking like it's just started turning on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Eden Waller is a prime example of that, just based on that 8.83. We're only 18 and a half minutes in this heat. Philippa Anderson, she's been competing for a long time now. She's definitely the most experienced in this heat when it comes to time in a rashi, time in the water. And she's a Victorian surfer here. I mean, she's won. She's a champion, and this would have been probably the dream event for her to win.
Yeah, big time. I mean, everyone wants to win at home, and Philsy's done it. But you mentioned 2009. It's been a while between drinks. She's had a couple of thirds from memory, and why not? Why not this year?
Yeah.
What's stopping you, Philsy? You can do it.
Looking to crack that championship tour. We know how bad she really wants to get there. As a coach, Stace, I'm going to put you right on the spot. What do you think it's going to take to get her there?
I'm not too sure about her setup for the whole year, but obviously, I mean, yeah, it goes without saying, starting strong it helps a lot, and having an event at home, you kind of look at a year and a calendar, right, and you go, okay, well, where are my results going to come from? And obviously, every event's going to be different. You don't know what waves you're going to be surfing realistically until you get there. But you'd have to think, obviously, it goes without saying, this event for her would be one of those events where she would look to put a real keeper on the board. And then you might look at other events throughout the year and go, yeah, no, look, I'm not too good there. If I can get in and out of that comp with a 17th or a 9th, I'll be happy. But coming here, she'd be really thinking going deep into the finals. So it all starts here.
She's up and riding. Puts it on rail for this first one. Really nice tight carve in the pocket. Comes through this inside section, trying to navigate this deep water. Keeps her board alive. Decides she doesn't like it. Out the back though, Kika laying it on rail. So much energy in her surfing, and I feel like she's got a lot stronger in the off season. Had a great start to her QS campaign, trying to carry that through the Challenger Series, but struggled with the finishing turn again.
Yeah, same again on a bit friendlier of a section, but still couldn't quite ride out of that wave. And a replay at Philippa's wave here, and you know, she doesn't need to hear it from me, but she'll be disappointed on that wave selection. She would know better than that. This wave just really not giving her the scoring opportunity she was chasing. And then Kika Vaselko here behind. Yeah, I think you're right. Like, she's looking so strong when she hits the lip. She's really relaxed, still throwing a lot of water around, and her timing is looking really good. Unfortunately, couldn't get the finish here on this wave, but I still think she'll score fairly well for what she got done. She's only chasing a very, very small score to go to second. I think she'll do that, no worries. She's chasing a pretty big number, though, to go to the lead. I think it'll fall short of that.
Yeah, those first two turns just had such good signs in it. And I mean it for her first wave as well. She's surfing better than ever, I would say. I feel like this is the best I've ever seen Kika Vaselko surf, and I'm looking forward to seeing what she can bring in the back half of this heat. We are going to go to a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back for more action right after this. Eden Waller has dropped the highest wave score of the day so far, and we still have 13 minutes left in this heat. But before we get more into the action, look at this beautiful coastline we're working with here down at Newcastle Stace.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to look at from this way looking in, and then it's even better when you're standing on the beach looking out. The waves are absolutely firing today, and it's been a great day of competition so far, and we're looking forward to seeing a lot more of it. This happened when we went on the break, Jessie. Eden Waller.
Yeah, she's just been looking so switched on. Loved that car back, hit a bump, and it just put her in a beautiful direction straight back to the foam. She's surfing well beyond her years here. Clicks it there for a finish for Eden Waller. So she's backed up that 883 with a 4.2 thanks to that last ride. Philippa Anderson up and riding here. Thought she might have got a quick little cover up, but that one hit a bit of weird water. Beautiful wrap back to the pocket. You can see her stalling there. She thought it too. Floats that one. Can't hold on for the finish. And then Nadia, wow, everyone got a piece of the action. Beautiful tight turn in the pocket here. Carves it back around. This one, hoping it has an inside section for her to work with based on how beautiful that start was. Wraps it round again and clicks it beautifully for a finish. And just when we thought we were done, Kika Vaselko, she gets some surfing done of her own. A little bit deep on that one for Kika, so back to the drawing board for her, but big score. I liked that last wave of Nadia Aristabe. It was a 6.5.
She absolutely belted that wave from start to finish. Even from the takeoff was pretty critical, but she made it look super easy. Little airdrop there straight into a huge first turn. That was super impressive. And unfortunately, Philippa Anderson, she picked off a pretty nice looking wave, but she was just a little bit out of rhythm from pretty much the moment she stood up, just a bit behind the section, and then unfortunately couldn't get the finish. But I'd say she'd be a lot happier with the wave that she identified compared to the earlier rides. Just need to find that wave again and then get the rhythm in sync.
So with 11 minutes to go, here's the breakdown. Eden Waller out in the lead with that excellent score. This lady currently in 4th place, chasing a 7.77. Comes around this first section. Goes up over the foam for one big hit, but that is all she wrote. So she's going to be chasing more. Good looking wall here. Eden Waller racing. Tucks in behind the lip. Just gets clipped towards the end there for Eden.
That was the best wave we've seen break all week. I think it was like rifling down the point.
That was beautiful. And I was thinking, she's stalling. She's stalling for something.
When she's stalling, I'm like, oh my God, has this wave got more?
Yes.
It had already been tubing for like 5 seconds. It was obviously a pretty technical wave to ride, but we'll get back to that. Yeah, unfortunately here for Philippa, just getting the one turn on this wave. It's really, really nice turn, but unfortunately, at this point, you're going to need to be comboing it up. And then Eden Waller's wave is unbelievable. How's this thing, Jessie?
Wow. Look at this wave, Stace. This is a beachy.
That's sick. Look at how cool her style is, but yeah, it didn't quite open up for her there, so she's come around the corner. She's read it pretty well. And it had a full another go on it. Oh my goodness gracious me. Did so well to navigate it to that point, but unfortunately just the sort of chandelier and the lip there knocking her off her board.
Wow, beautiful stone and wood slow-mo there. Just could watch that time and time again. That wave just hit the bank perfectly. It didn't even have a side wobble in it. If that is shades of what the afternoon is going to be like, bring it on.
We are on.
That was
firing. Look at this wave out the back, red. Oh no.
Over the falls there for Nadia Aristabe, but actually spat a little bit there as well. So I think we're on, Stace. I think it's going to be tube galore this afternoon.
Yeah, that was a big mistake there from Nadia. That was a really quality wave, and when those opportunities come to you, you absolutely need to capitalise. She'll be disappointed with that.
8 minutes 50 to go. Kicker looking for a 5.11. Potentially with those 2 finishing turns, she'd probably be sitting in one of those top 2 spots.
Oh, for sure. She'd be furious right now. Like she could have a high 9 and be well and truly sailing off into the sunset here. But not to be. She's found herself in 3rd position, and like you said, she's chasing a 5.11. She's capable of doing that in one turn. She's already done that with the 5.17. So, yeah, it's time for her to kind of get going as well. There's 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Tessa Tyson, she'll be coming up in that next heat. It's a pretty stacked one, taking on Kira Pinkerton, Nanaho Suzuki, and Arena Rodriguez. That is a huge heat. Every single one of them a power surfer.
Big time. You reckon they're looking at those last sets just going, yes, please?
Absolutely. Especially Kira Pinkerton. She just spent 3 weeks in WA. So when you come from WA back to the East Coast, you want to find those waves that have matched that power. And I'd say we'd have some pretty powerful waves out there.
Today, especially now with the way the tide's moving around and moved it right onto this inside shelf, this is going to suit everyone in that heat really well. And the consistency of the sets, I mean, it's just non-stop.
Here we go, Kika looking here, chasing a 5-1-1, comes around this first section, lays it on rail beautifully, is looking for more through this inside section. She's staying with it, signs that there is a big end turn on the way. Lovely slash in the pocket. She ejects before that one closes out on her. Got 3 really nice carves done there, Stace.
I think the most impressive thing about that wave is she surfed like she didn't, look like she was needing a number. She looked really relaxed from the get-go. The variety might be an issue for the judges there. I don't think the score will go too high, but she only needs a 5-1-1. And I could easily see the judges enjoying that wave enough to turn the heat.
Look at these sets starting to roll through. Unfortunately, the ladies a little bit out of position. That one not really hitting the bank perfectly, but just the shape of them coming through is some of the best condition I've probably seen for competition, I would say, here at Merewether in the corner. Considering that last wave at Eden Wall, I know she didn't make it out of it, but that wave was gorgeous. What did you like about this one, Stacey?
Yeah, I just love how hard she ripped in and how hard she committed to that turn. The shoulders the whole way back around, brought it back to the foam. Like I said, I don't think the judges will go too high with the number, but I just liked her overall on the wave. She looked really locked in. As we see the score come in there, she needed a 5.1 and she got a 5.5. So 4 of the 5 judges giving her the nod, which feels pretty spot on. And she didn't get the end section turn on that wave, which that's what would have really taken that score up into the high good range, perhaps. But she did enough to turn the heat. Now it's back to Nadia, who's chasing a 4.17, and we'll see her just looking. We'll leave that up to priority judge, but got to be careful. Priority is an important part of the day, and you need to make sure that you're using it wisely. Nadia's waving her arm around there. I'd be crawling up into a ball if I was her. I'd just be going, no, I didn't use my priority just then. I'll ask for a score update in a minute. But don't want to draw any attention to yourself. But it looks like the judges have left her in second priority, which is crucial for her position in this heat because she is in third. She's only chasing a 4.17.
Feels a little dangerous when Eden Wall is sitting out there with first priority too, just with pick of whatever she wants. Nadia using up second priority here, comes around, doesn't like that one, so a little bit of a mistake there from Nadia. Chasing a 4.17, it's not a big score, especially not with someone who has so much talent just in her back pocket for Nadia Aristabe.
How's the heat IQ on Eden Waller? Didn't even flinch.
15.
It's pretty impressive.
What air did she win the stab high on again?
So she won by going right, I'm pretty sure, doing a straightie.
Sick.
And then I think in the women's final, because the junior got to go up division, and she was putting down some backside spins, I believe, from memory, or it might have been the other way around. But she got it going sort of both ways. She's got pretty big scores there.
I hope she goes to the air this event. I really hope. I'd love to see one of those. Kika having a look here, decides not to go. 4 minutes on the clock. And it is going to be Philippa Anderson having a look at this wave here. Needs a big score. Eden Waller using first priority here. Comes around, she's got a section to work with. Belts it for the first turn. Air drops out of it. That's all she wrote for that wave though. Keeping Philsy off that wave. Little brother Zion looking a little bit nervous there after that wave.
Well, I think he knows where he is. He is at Merewether Beach, and his sister did just burn Philippa Anderson, albeit with priority, so it's all fair. But I think the Groms know. Oh, beautiful turn there from Kiki Vaselko earlier in the heat as we take a look at the GWM recap. Wow. Unfortunately, Jesse, that one was incomplete.
That was a score gone begging there. Tube time here for Eden Waller, getting herself the best wave of the day so far, an 8.83. Huge end section turn on that one as well. She's 15 years old. Nadia Aristabe straight off the tour, straight into this one.
Yeah, I love this wave. I love the airdrop to the start. A beautiful big backhand slash to into the first turn. And then she got some good work done here through the inside and absolutely cracked the end. Love this turn at the end here. Bang, really committed and a really well put together wave.
Kika getting herself the score to get up into second. She was chasing a 5.11, got herself a 5.5 on this wave. Really beautiful swoops back to the pocket, just showcasing how strong her rail cars are. Slashed that one in the pocket, got out of there before that was kind of crunch time on the end. So right now we have 2 minutes 45. It is the young gun, Eden Waller. The young guns, I should say. Eden Waller out in front with an 8.83 and a 4.27. Kiki Veselko, the next youngest in this heat, 22 years old, has a 5.5 and a 5.17, leaving Nadia Aristabe chasing a 4.17. Philippa Anderson, a 7.87. A 4.17 is nothing, as we appreciate the beautiful lineup this morning with the Newcastle flight cam.
Yeah, you can see some frantic looking paddling here from this aerial view. Beautiful vision. And you can see the surface is looking to reposition there, but it's probably the most frustrating way to catch a wave, like be paddling in but looking back out over your shoulder. Like, just that rip looks like it's really kicked up there right at this minute. It's such a unique sort of situation to be in. You really want to be sort of facing the wave as it comes to you, particularly at the moment with these tight little tubing takeoffs. If you're sort of 2 foot either way of where you want to take off, as we saw earlier in the heat with Nadia, unfortunately, like it can have a big impact. So as we can see, all eyes out the back waiting for that next set. There's a minute 40 on the clock. Like you said, Jesse, it's not a huge score. It's only a 4.17.
It's one big turn.
One big turn.
That's it. Your heat can come down to one big turn.
And you could even, 4.17, you could even grind out a few.
You could.
If you needed to. It's kind of any wave, any kind of wave. She just needs something.
As long as if you're going to grind it out, I think as long as it has the finish.
Yep.
Then you're probably looking like maybe just getting there.
Finish with a little finger snap.
Yeah. Little finger snap.
Little Mick Fanning, come on.
Come on.
Give it to me.
1 minute to go here. Filzy looking for a 7.87. The women's trying to make their way back in, so that sweep definitely still in play this morning. You can see potentially a couple lines rolling through. 45 seconds to go.
You'd have to think those little lumps are definitely going to get here. Just how will they eventuate when they hit this inside section? And with Nadia with first priority, it's super important. What one do you go? This one's going to tempt her in. Positioning super important here. You don't want to get sucked too far inside. We have seen bigger sets sort of just loom out of nowhere, but those ones kind of did the mirage trick. Just 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, you can see Kika sitting right there with her. It looks like there might be a couple lines coming, but there's 12 seconds to go.
She got to paddle out to it. I don't think it's going to get here in time.
And then Kika would hope that she didn't get it, because Kika's not going to get on the second wave. 3, 2, yeah, it's going to go underneath Nadia Aristabe. So unfortunately had priority, but time was just the enemy there. It is going to be a very convincing win from Eden Waller. And moving on through to the round of 16 in her first ever Challenger Series. Kika Veselko, she'll be moving on through as well, saying goodbye to Nadia Aristabe and the local girl, Philippa Anderson. We're going to go to a break, and we'll bring back in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. Loving having your company and loving the performance of this young lady, Eden Waller. Very impressive, finding a couple of barrels out there, Rich, and really blowing minds. A heat score total of 13.1 and overcoming a stacked field, including the Merewether goat, Philippa Anderson.
Yeah, that was a mad heat. There was just so many barrels out on that outside section. Incredible to see the women in that last heat really just ripping into it. But yeah, it's been a great day of competition so far, and we got more to follow. But this little weapon here, she is a rising star, man. She is surfing incredibly well. Can't wait to see what she does in the coming years.
Yeah, marked herself as one to watch as we move through the rounds, but this one is also heavily stacked. Tessa Thyssen from St. Bart's in the French Caribbean. She's going to be out there in the red, representing France. Kira Pinkerton of the USA will be in the blue, a long-time campaigner and one of the best talents on the Challenger Series, yet to break into the CT ranks. She's in the blue. And Naoya Suzuki of Japan will be in the white. Irina Rodriguez of Peru will be in the green. But here we go, Tessa up.
Oh, as we watch the replay here, just connecting 3 times on the backhand. Some really tidy surfing there. This is Kira Pinkerton on the forehand. Beautiful, powerful style. Just gets caught up a little bit high on the wave as it fills up. She ducks out, but we know that Kira, no stranger to some real throaty style barrels. Loves a reef break.
She does, yeah, just during the pandemic years there, spent a lot of time in the Mentawai Islands. No can-do's on the backhand, big HTs, soul arching through huge pits. What a way to ride out that time. She's had some big finishes too. We've seen her in a bunch of CT events, 3 events on the championship tour, getting the call up at different stages. First saw her on the CT way back in 2018 at the US Open. And we saw her this year in the CT in El Salvador, Kira Pinkerton, and she finished 9th to Molly Picklum. But her CS results have always been pretty solid. You know, she's always been hanging around the teens on the rankings at the end of each Challenger Series season since 2021. She had a 17th. Her best finishes came 2022, 2024, 14th place. So just knocking on the door of a full-time position on the Challengers. Her best result on the Challenger Series was last year. She had a 3rd place finish in Ericeira. But she's got the moves.
She does.
Well travelled, and yeah, seen her put together some great performances on the QS as well. Comes in as the #1 seed from that North America region, which we know is stacked with so much talent. 2 victories for her on that regional QS last year. So Kira Pinkerton has found that winning feeling coming into this Challenger Series.
Yeah, she is really well accomplished and one of the real power surfers in the Challenger Series draw. She can throw a lot of spray around and just sort of overpower her competitors, you know, on a nice clean canvas like it is today. So if she can find herself a couple of nice walls, she'll really open up.
Tessa taking the early lead here, 4.33. Yet to see Naneo or Irina take a wave, but Tessa, 28 years of age. She's been at the Challenger Series, on the qualifying series for a number of years. She has cracked a final. That was back in 2022. She finished 2nd to Alyssa Spencer in Brazil. But she, like Kira Pinkerton, had a strong run last year and got herself a semi-final finish at Bolito. Finished 13th overall on the rankings last season. So
close.
The 28-year-old, you know, probably really after a number of years campaigning, is kind of ready to give it her all. It was a positive start to this heat for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Tessa just with a couple of rides already. 4.33 is the high number. The tide's turned now. And as the water starts to come back in, it'll start to fill things up a little bit, and it might actually improve as it moves closer to this rock shelf. You may see that that bank further north. That'll start to fill up to the point where that will be negated in the action, and all the energy will be right on Merewether Point here.
Yeah, some quality waves rolling through in that last heat. I'm just waiting for Naneo Suzuki, a 22-year-old who's had a couple of runs at the Challenger Series. It hasn't turned in a huge result just yet. Waiting for her to drop her first score. Same with Irina Rodriguez from Peru. And having a look at this one was Tessa. Irina came third on the regional qualifying series. A couple of runs at the Challenger Series too, already finished in the 50s both times. So we've got a couple of campaigners out there that have gotten to the top end of the ranks at the end of a Challenger Series schedule, and a couple who are yet to break through for those huge results. Let's see if they can start 2025 with a big finish in the white there. Naneo just getting hung up. And behind her we'll see Irina take her first wave. It's gotten a lot cleaner on this outer section now, and Irina delivers a beautiful opening turn. So job done on the outside, got that major hit in. This is where it gets a little lumpy. And it requires quite a bit of commitment. And Irina does exceptionally well there, and knows that she's on her way to probably the best wave so far in this heat. As Tessa chases her down the line, this one's not going to do too much. It's going to fade away. Let's have a look at the replay here, Rich.
Yeah, Irina comes around off the bottom. Beautiful carving hack on the open face, and another roundhouse cutback. Just avoiding the foam there, cutting that one short, keeping the momentum this ride. Moving through to the inside, this section stands up. She absolutely belts it up and over through the lip. Just a little disconnection and tail release, and this is exactly what she did in her heat the other day, where she was getting these big finishing moves. Really surprising just how confident and sturdy she is on those finishing manoeuvres.
Yeah, really placed that board high, wrist falling on the final section, so I think there'll be some reward for that. Speaking of rewards, Vorno. Eden Waller in that last heat found some gems.
Eden, your first ever trip to Australia, your first ever Challenger Series, and you're dropping excellent scores and getting barreled out of your mind. You must be having the time of your life.
Yeah, it's been super fun. I'm stoked to wake up and see good waves this morning.
So cool. And like when you came over here and you knew that you were going to be surfing the Challenger Series, did you get nervous about sort of the quality of the surfers or the heroes that you'd be surfing against?
Yeah, there's crazy good surfers in this contest. I've gotten really nervous before my first heat. I was pretty much like shaking. So yeah, it's been stoked to like see everyone and meet everyone.
And you're here with your mum and dad and your little brother Zion, and sort of what's been their sort of advice to you as you had this great opportunity?
Well, my brother was just free surfing over there, getting barreled out of his mind. So I think I kind of got a little excited from that and wanted to go get one.
And when that wave sat up for you, like, could you believe it? Did you know it was just going to be a beautiful little tube?
No, I actually was like dropping in and thinking about going around the section, and then I was like, well, my brother would be really mad at me, so I better just pull in.
Yeah, last thing you need is your brother telling you that you didn't pull in.
Yeah, for sure.
That's great. Well, we've seen, as they mentioned on the broadcast, you know, you're going to be starring in this new Rip Curl film, Dunno, which is premiering this afternoon at Sandbar. And where did you learn to tube ride? Because you are absolutely getting drained out of your mind in that flick as well.
Yeah, I feel like I've always kind of struggled getting barreled, especially when my brother's going out to lowers and getting barreled every day. So he's really motivated me to try harder and just, yeah, try to get deeper.
That's cool. Well, you did a wonderful job in that heat. We're so thrilled for you, and we're really looking forward to seeing what you bring in the next round.
Thank you.
Well done, Eden.
Yeah, it was an impressive performance. Looking forward to seeing more. Finding the Vij, Rich, which on a Friday morning, I think we all endeavour to get a little piece of that Vij. But what a visit to Newcastle for the Waller family.
Oh yeah, they're entrenched in the whole surf scene. I spent a bit of time over them in California when I was there last year, and we did a little photo shoot. They were just such frothers, all day wetty wearers, just spending so much time. And I did actually compare it to Erin Brooks the other day, because there is that similarity in sort of stature and speed, and just the total froth and commitment to the surf.
Just over 17 minutes to go here. Looks like we've got some swell lines stacking up. We'd love to see it. Daybreak unveiled a beautiful lineup. Yesterday was just a nightmare for the competitors. Just an absolute riddle. And even the best, even the locals, found it hard. On the men's side, Julian Wilson, Jackson Baker falling out of the mix. I would have loved to have seen those two out here today.
Oh, yeah.
But they'll have to save themselves at the remaining 6 events on the Challenger Series schedule. The good thing for them is they'll get another shot within this schedule to get a crack at a SURFEST title. SURFEST was already penciled in as a stop on the schedule for 2026, so the decision to bookend this year with a return to Merewether was an easy one.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quality wave options all around this zone. In particular here, just out on the point, and we've seen the sandbars, just how good they can get. And yeah, I mean, those losses yesterday, they're gonna sting. But this was always on the cards, and you had to try and hustle through yesterday to get to reap the rewards of today in these better conditions. We see Kira Pinkerton, she lost priority, but she's managed to go a little further inside. She's going to start hunting now and try and pick something up. So a little mistake there from Kira. A really decent score here for Arena Rodriguez, dropped in a 7.5.
We're going to take a quick break, a Bonsoy brew break, back with more right after this. Well, welcome back to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And right now it is time for Frothing with Vaughan, and I am frothing with the ultimate little frother, Zion Waller. How are you, brother?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm excellent, man, especially after the performance of your sister in that last heat. Barreled out of her mind. You must be stoked.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm so happy she didn't go around the section. I would have been so mad at her.
She said that in the post-heat interview, mate. She was like, I was looking at it, I thought I might go around it, but at the last second I thought, no, Zion will actually get super cranky at me.
Yeah, I would have been pissed.
Swear jar, Zion. Hey, mate, tell us, what do you make of the waves here in Newcastle, your first ever SURFEST?
My first ever Surf Fest. It's probably the best waves ever. I love it here. It's so cool.
And your first time to Australia too?
Yep, my first time to Australia.
And what are you looking forward to the most while you're here this week?
I'm looking forward to the most for this week is just keep getting sick waves and keep getting barreled.
You're a frother, aren't you, mate?
Yep.
So, mate, this afternoon, everyone's going to come down to Sandbar Surf Shop to watch you starring in the new Rip Curl film, Dunno. What can they expect to see?
Just a good time and having fun, and yeah, it's gonna be sick.
Well, I'll tell you what else they can see. You getting barreled out of your head as well, mate, because you pull into some sick ones in that flick.
Yup. Definitely.
Good on you, mate. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm so stoked to see you, frothing you here. How much fun are we going to have this week?
So much fun!
We're going to have the sickest time, bro! Yes! Oh, gold. Love it. Yeah, Zion and Vaughan, they're a good team. And Zion in Dunno, that new flick, is absolutely charging. So we'll be down there at Sandbar Surf Shop for sure later on this afternoon. But we're seeing some replays here of what was unfolding out there in the lineup. We got some solid waves on the board. Arena Rodriguez, she opened up this heat with a 7.5, and she'll have another score on the way right now. We're watching Tessa just hunt down that inside section. Kira Pinkerton on the outside. She found one too. Rich, have a look at this thing.
Look at this wave standing up, Kira Pinkerton. So this is her first decent ride. Comes up, blasts that section. This is that power I was talking about. Goes for the phone climb and just unable to finish the ride. But geez, there was some power in that first turn.
Solid. Loving what I'm seeing of the conditions here at the moment. Looking very tidy. And Kira there, she'll be super disappointed she wasn't able to convert just that foam climb. I mean, in the context of the day, it wouldn't have been a massive individual turn, but the combos, they really work in your favour.
Yeah, they really do. You know, it's got to be a pretty special turn for it to get a big number, just the single manoeuvre.
Here we go, live action. Arena up again. She's already got a 7.5. Been surfing with a lot of commitment to those big sections.
Just a little caught behind on that one. I still think we have another score for her to drop in.
Yeah, she just got a little stuck on the hillside rail trying to ride out of that turn, but she had banked a 4.63 previously, so strengthening her position here at the moment. So a little bit of hustle there. We did see Naneo Suzuki kick out of that one. Tessa just having a look at it on the inside. 10 minutes to go. It'll be very interesting to see what the score comes through like for Kira Pinkerton here.
Yeah, just that one big blast. It had a lot of power and energy to it. Really committed. There's potentially a couple of points still left on that wave if she'd made that little rebound, if the wave formed up again. But at least she's in the heat now. She started to correct that little mistake with priority when she paddled. Let's have a look at this turn again. Kira just coming around this section, gets right up tight in that pockety part of the wave. Little mini airdrop, great timing. And I get the feeling there was that wave was going to reform again down the line.
Isn't it amazing, this just an explosion of talent that we've seen from San Clemente of late? Kira Pinkerton part of that class.
Yeah, there's been a real cluster of good surfers coming out of that zone. And they're all really getting pulled along by the success of the Colapinto brothers at the moment.
Yeah, it's always been a little hotbed of talent since way back in the day. As we see here, scrapping into this one, it's Tessa. She's going to find that open face now, drives up into the section, just the one turn, but it's a big one. We are still waiting on some numbers to drop here, so you know, I'm sure the competitors even at this point are kind of wondering what the situation is and who's on top. I think Arena will be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, that 7.5 backed up with the 4.63 out in front. She'll continue to build. The waves are just firing at the moment. Lots of options here. So here's that score starting to drop for that one big individual turn. Looks like it's going to be a mid-range score. So that just shows you if she can connect a couple of these big hooks together, she's going to get herself a great score. Let's have a look at this. Backhand action of Tessa. Straight on the hillside rail, pivots around, gets on the toe side rail for the exit out of that turn, and an avalanche of water behind her. But that's a make.
I think she'll get a decent score out of it. But Kira Pinkerton got the job done with that big individual turn in just chipping away at the requirement, that is. Still in third place, but now only after a 3.33 at this point to get up into that second position. That requirement's likely going to grow, though, because Tess just turned in a 6.07. So getting even more credit for her single move. So Kira's after a 5.18. Nanea Suzuki not having a lot of luck in getting a solid score on the board, and as a result, she's after a near perfect 9.9. Still got time to turn it around with a couple of rides though.
Yeah, still a bit of time there on the clock, just under 7 minutes to go, but she needs to get moving. She does have priority though. She has that in her favour. So, you know, at the way it's going today, maybe a 2, maybe a 3 minute paddle out.
Yeah, just touching on that movement of, you know, class surfers emerging from San Clemente, Rich. We've seen it so often in the past. I mean, Newcastle is one of those places. It's always been a hotbed for emerging talent. They've always been well represented. It's a strong board riders club, which is really the foundation here. But yeah, you think about the best surfers from the Merewether region, and so many of them went on to make the championship tour and claim victories and world titles.
Yeah, they sure did. You know, MR sort of leading the charge there. The 4 world titles. We see Suzuki up and riding there. With the paddle outside. It's like Kira Pinkerton. She's into this one.
Yeah, almost blinded there on the takeoff with some water in her eyes, but again, just the single turn. And we already know that just compared to the 5.23, that's not going to get her up into the top 2. So 5.5 minutes to go. Needs to reset, get back out there, get herself, you know, a little bit of space between the two competitors sitting in 1 and 2, because they've got that advantage of holding priority over the field now.
Yeah, and sometimes it is frustrating in these 4 surfer heats when you're trying to force that rotation through and wait your turn. It's a patience game. She really needs to put herself on a quality wave. There's no point standing up on anything that's not going to deliver around a 6 or better. So this is Suzuki just up and over that little foamy section. So again, not really being able to find a decent wave here as we have a look at the replay of Kira's wave. Little check turn into finishing hit, so just a 2-turn combination. And that score will stay relatively low.
Got an unbelievable heat coming up next. One of the heats of the round for sure. Alyssa Spencer. Just a proven winner on the Challenger Series. Ellie Harrison, who's been strong the past couple of years and blew our minds with her wildcard performance at Bells this year. Daniela Rosa, she's so strong, and Tia Zabrowski should be a fun one. But let's dive into the GWM recap. Tessa getting things started early here, Rich, dropping a good score early on, and she's built on that.
Yeah, she did. She got that 6.07 from the outset. I've been really impressed by Arena here. Just these big open face carves, quite a wide stance, stable wide stance, really front-footed in her approach. But bringing it all the way through to the inside, and as she done in the heat prior, just these big finishing turns, big exclamation points at the end of the wave. Kira Pinkerton, she's managed to get herself that 5.23 with that big blast off the top, but unable to convert a backup score.
Yeah, cleaner entry into that way for Kira might have resulted in a huge pit. Tessa impressive on the backhand. Judges love that when you put that board in that critical section. Weightlessness as she came out of the lip there, 6.07 for a single turn. And Tessa in second position. As Kira goes after a top 2 finish in this heat. Hasn't been able to piece together the combos until now. A couple of turns already. Hoping she can finish this one strong. Having to negotiate quite a few ribs in this wave, but brings it through the inside. Places those moves beautifully over the double up. And really there wasn't a whole lot to ride out of there. A whole lot of room. So really committing to that final section.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. 5.18. She got a couple of good whacks on through that middle section.
My mind goes back to what we saw earlier with Sophia Medina chasing a score in the dying stages of her heat and chipping away on a smaller wave and just falling short of the requirement. It's a 5.18 that she's after, and I feel like it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, it's going to be right there, isn't it? Pull up a replay and just have a look at the intensity of that one turn. Nice and fast. It was a real quick redirect. Stomping the power on the tail pad. Live action though of Tessa.
Has to chase down that open face. She's trying to improve on a 4.33, really committing to this one after not getting a whole lot of work done on the outside, and she falls there. So maybe could have opted out of that wave after the opening stages didn't really go to plan.
Kira Pinkerton just motoring back out into the lineup. Just under a minute and a half to go. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Well, she got the number.
She got it. Comes around this section, blasts off the top. So good commitment on the first turn. Little S-turn swivels all the way through to this inside section. The short break looms in front of her. Taps it again, and then bang, up and over that foamy section. Negotiates that little tricky ride up onto the sand.
Well, she punched the first section. She punched it hard, and that's where the bulk of the score came from. Just, it was dot to dot for the rest of the wave. There wasn't a whole lot in it, but you know, if it was the 0.33 that she got from those extra little turns, it was job done. And now Kira Pinkerton on the inside, maybe trying to solidify that second place by getting rid of one of the fives here.
Yeah, I still think she feels like she hasn't got the score yet. Look, she was appealing to get an update. I don't think she realised that she has actually moved up into second position.
Nandaya Suzuki kind of out of this one. She's after a 9.56. The best she's managed so far is just a mid-range one-pointer. So it's been a really tough heat for the Japanese surfer. Just didn't find her place in this lineup. So this one's come to an end, still waiting on some scores to come through, but it's Kira Pinkerton that is going to hold on to that second position. Irina Rodriguez, she gets the victory with an impressive 7.5. We're going to take a quick break here. Big clash coming up, don't miss it. We've got some proven performers on the Challenger Series and some rising superstars. Here we go, the round of 32 for the women at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, underway. And we are well, close to wrapping it up, but not before we see some real talent on the Challenger Series ranks in clean conditions here at Merewether. Alyssa Spencer out there in the red. Ellie Harrison surfing in the blue. This is Tia Zabrowski, who at just 14 years of age has already had a runner-up finish in a Challenger Series event. And also out there in the lineup from Peru, Daniela Rosas. This is going to be a very fun heat to watch, Rich.
It certainly is. This is the opening ride for Alyssa Spencer. Comes around this section here. Nice, tidy, compact style on Alyssa. We saw her have a crack at the Championship Tour, unfortunately just falling off, and not too many manoeuvres on that opening ride. Tia Zabrowski here, just a little check turn. Comes through to this inside section, just gets a little hung up on that little foamy end part, so nothing of any real substance yet being dropped in this heat, Ronnie. We'll look to see some solid numbers drop.
The Wallace siblings are about to head out for a free surf just to the northern end.
Told you, all-day wetty wearers.
All-day wetty wearers is right. They're going to have a ball out there. It's pumping. But Rocks is really starting to come on as well. There's some solid sections out there. Eden Waller got herself barreled, and there was opportunities for tube rides in that last heat as well, as we see. Tia up again, huge section. Gets on the attack, can't stick it. But I love the effort.
Look at these waves, man. It's starting to turn inside out. And this tide, it's really helping.
Yeah, Tia finished runner-up to Sally over in Ericeira on the Challenger Series last year. Had the fam down there as well, her parents. Both professional athletes, both pro snowboarders.
Yeah, the Stone and Wood slow-mo, and Tia right up high. Just loses a bit of control. The board doesn't stay under her feet and gets detonated through that foamy section. Good attempt, though. I love the tick up, just in attack mode.
Saw her out here competing in Australia as a micro Grom a number of years back. And yeah, in the early rounds, it was the Tweed Coast Pro. They had a day of competition at Kings Cliff, and Tia blew my mind. She got an excellent score. I think she was like 11 at the time. And that was against a pretty stacked field, so she's got it. Everyone knows it. She's beeping on the radar of everyone, and everyone's keen to see how her future unfolds. But we've seen massively hyped Super Groms come up against seasoned campaigners before and fall out of the mix early, so she'll be really paying attention to her rivals out here, as we see Daniela, who is just a contest-winning machine with a lot of big results, 9 QS victories. She qualified for the Olympics with Sofia Milanovic for Tokyo back in the day. She spent some time in Sofia's academy over there in Peru, just refining her act, but just an athlete, out and out. Could have chosen any number of sports.
We watch the replay here. Daniela just jams it in the pocket, nice and tight, and again, a second one. Third turn eluded her, but a great two-turn combination, and outside, this was Alyssa Spencer. Beautiful bottom top turn combination on the backhand, and again, connecting with that section as it stands up. What happens on the inside here? Just a bit of a cut back into the whitewash.
Really strong backhand approach, isn't it?
Yeah,
nice and vertical. Always puts up good scores. Mentioned those 2 big Challenger Series wins. That's got to fuel her with confidence. She's been a force ever since she came onto the Challenger Series ranks. Breaks into the final series every year, getting herself quarters or better in every campaign she's put together. So Alyssa Spencer's definitely a tough customer for her rivals. from Encinitas, California. Place where you've spent a bit of time, Rich.
Sure have. Spent a lot of time.
Big surf scene down there.
Huge surf scene down there. Yeah, no, that whole kind of west coast of California, that whole stretch all the way from San Diego up to Lowers, basically, up to San Clemente. It is just littered with incredible talent. Some really cool little surf zones, surf towns. And yeah, great to see Alyssa just digging in here, trying to earn her spot back on the Challenger Series.
On the championship tour,
Yeah.
So waiting on some numbers to drop for those last couple of rides. Daniela, as I said, just so accomplished. She was a Taekwondo South American champion at the age of 12.
Whoa.
So yeah, you don't want
to mess with her.
Don't want to hassle her for priority at the start of the heat. Here she is. Just a slower start to this one, but set some nice rail turns, just transitioning through to the inside, waiting for that one to stand up. Hit a rear band, lost control there.
Just a quick check of the equipment. It was more so the wave just laid down and she just got stuck on that hillside rail as she was going through that carve.
Really well-rounded surfer too. Obviously, you've got to have that small wave game when you're attacking this Challenger Series, particularly when you get to events like the US Open. You need to be able to generate a lot of your own speed, but a fearless charger as well. First woman to tackle Pico Alto, the Peruvian big wave spot.
Wow.
So we see a replay here of Ellie Harrison during the replay. And
Yeah.
Ellie's been really coming on too.
She has indeed, and a recent wildcard at the Bells event, and Daniela here. So just a bit of a three-stage cutback to start off. That one was a little bit smoother, a more flowing track, and you could just see the wave laid down. She got caught on that edge.
Yeah, 6.83 for Daniela on her first wave though, so we're waiting for the numbers for that second ride to come in now, and she's likely going to ascend to the top of the order here. And while we wait for those scores to drop, we'll throw it down to Vaughan and the winner of the last heat.
Arena, congratulations. Pumping waves this morning, but also, you know, first crack at a Challenger Series. How are you dealing with the nerves?
Oh, I'm so happy to make it through. I actually didn't have much nerves when getting out there. Just at the end of the heat, like when I was making it, I was like really like, oh, okay, don't mess it up. Try to stay calm and don't do any mistakes. And like, yeah, I'm really stoked to be here in Newcastle for the first time. And this is my first interview, so I'm really, really excited.
It's a pleasure to be chatting with you. And in that heat, you know, you got the top score, a 7.5. And then after that, it was hard to really find another opportunity to get into that excellent range.
Yeah, like my first wave was really good. I got it. I was the only one out there, like really, really deep. And it only came through one wave, so it was kind of a hard decision to like go back out there. So I just wanted to get a backup and then try to get another one like to improve on it. But then I didn't like selected the best waves, so didn't like better my backup. But really stoked to make it through.
That's it, yeah. When you get a big score like that, you can kind of rely on having an average backup from time to time. If it works out well, and which it did for you. So you're saying this is your first interview on the Challenger Series. Clearly, you'd love to give a shout out to the crew at home.
Yes, I want to say hi to my dad, my brother that I've seen him, my coach down there at Peru. I also want to thank Matt that is doing the Challenger Series with me, and my mom that is here. And thank you to all my friends.
Arena, so stoked for you. We look forward to seeing you in the next heat.
Thank you very much.
Good to hear Arena. Her first interview on the Challenger Series, a great win, a big score, and numbers that she can really build on. Couldn't even find a solid second ride. Still got herself the victory. I think our SEAL friend was trying to wave the competitors into that wave. It looked like a good one. 18 minutes remaining here. Numbers have come through for Daniela Rich, 6.83. We heard that before we went to the interview. She's backed it up with a 3 out in front at the moment. Alyssa in second. Tia has a wave on the way, though, that's going to take her to the lead. As Daniela takes off again. Having a look at that one, maybe just wondering if it was going to throw open and chew, but looking forward to seeing the replay of Tia's ride. Just a number of solid hits. Splits her time between Hossegora and Tahiti. Her dad did a snowboarding trip when he was a Grom and loved it so much. Showed a lot of natural talent. So the family got him over there. He dedicated himself to snowboarding, ended up being the first Polynesian to compete at the X Games, and also competed in the 2006, 2010 Winter Olympics. Wow, and Mum, accomplished snowboarder as well. Freestyle, slopestyle, half pipe, she could do it all. But here's the replay of that wave. Looking forward to seeing this work on the inside.
Really good flare off that opening turn. She's got some rhythm on this wave. Connects again with the lip, nice and high. And live action.
Up again. Rips through the first turn. These competitors are having to deal with some lumps and bumps out there, but now this one's cleaning up on the inside. Atia sets the fins free. Had a 7.1 on her last ride, trying to hang on for the finish. And is eventually knocked off her board, but some quality turns in there. She should kick the 4.33 out of the scoreline here and increase her total.
There's this sort of aggressive flair element to Tia's approach, isn't there? This little quick reaction moves, bang, just jams it there. Cuts back, good read on the wave here. She fades, she knows this little section's going to pop up. Really nice and tight hit. This one just had a bit of a conjunction of a bend in the wave, and it just sort of clipped her on the heels.
Also just seems to really wait patiently with full confidence that she's got those big individual turns. So it's a cruisy approach between the moves. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and look forward to some more big numbers dropping right after this. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. Well, love that vision of the coast here, and the Groms, the Bonsoy board caddies, they're loving their time, rubbing shoulders with the world's best, getting their hands on that equipment and daring to dream. Maybe one day I'll be on the Challenger Series. Good on you, Groms. Love to see it. They are absolutely frothing, and so are our competitors, because yesterday, one of the more challenging days of competition, we've called rich, but it's a distant memory now. We've got beautiful offshore conditions. We've got a stacked field, especially in this heat. Great heat on paper. Got some wildlife out there and some solid scores dropping too. 5.5 for Tia Zabrowski on her previous wave. She's out in front. But she's got some class surfers chasing it down here. Ellie Harrison looking to find a moment to place this board. It was a tricky end section. She did pretty well. Daniela, a 6.83 in the account. She's trying to better a 3. Bit of foam on the face here, but not a problem for the Peruvian, who gets out in front and then exits off the front of the stage.
Just a flurry of activity here in the last couple of minutes. We'll check out some of the replays. This is Ellie Harrison. Takes off on a good-looking wave. Almost skips out on the bottom turn, but tidies it up well to get straight into that first snap. Bit of downtime here, just waiting for this moment where she can hit it. Had to do like a double shuffle to get that final floater, and then brings it all the way through to the inside, looking for something more.
Yeah, Ellie's been
Stands up again.
Really struggling to find that wave in the early stage of this heat, Rich.
Yeah, but she's found something there. And then Daniela Rosas just tagging it straight off the bottom, off the top. Comes through to the inside, difficult, foamy, unsettled face on that wave, but she cuts through it well. And then Alyssa Spencer just coming around, just a little bit frustrated with the wave choice. She needs to find one of those waves that stands up down the line.
Yeah, find that link through to the shore break. Interesting to see where they go with Ellie's number. It was one of those really tricky sections to read the steepest part of the wave. But she did get the little repeat on the shore break there, and Ellie is looking to go back-to-back, Rich. Victorious in the regional QS SURFEST event here last year.
She is defending champ. Of course, it was that qualifying event that got her into the zone to compete here on the Challenger Series. So Ellie's on the rise, as you said. She's coming on strong. Had some big performances, wildcard opportunities that she has made a dent. You know, sometimes these wildcards, they get that chance and it can be a bit bewildering. And she certainly stood up to the challenge.
Yeah, I guess the first goal of a wild card is to look like you deserve to be there when you pull the CT jersey on, and Ellie, she achieved that at Bells Beach this year and just looked like very comfortable in the company of those title contenders. Even shaking up the field. As we see Daniela just trying to make life a little more difficult for Alyssa and Ellie here. Throwing down some solid turns already. Like the carve, bring it right around, but doesn't find a section to get a more vertical approach in. Tia trying to get rid of a 5.5 here. Really leaning that board over and comboing it up beautifully here on the inside. Super impressive.
That is great surfing. Really, really good surfing there from Zabrowski. Just in complete control the whole time. Really attacking, just setting that rail a little bit deeper than her competitors on the wave face. Daniela, a couple of big swoops on this ride. Stands up again, another big carve on the open face. Wrapping right back into the foamy section, then it gets away from her. Alyssa Spencer outside, like the fade into bottom turn, top turn. Combination here, she does it again. But like many of her other waves, they've just faded out into nothing. So she needs to start identifying these bigger sets that have the lump down the line that is going to stand up for her.
Well, Ellie got herself a 6.43. Jumped up in the second, but then Daniela, she turned into 5.13 with those calves and has got herself back into that second position. Tia is about to separate herself from the field here, Rich. This was a really well-surfed wave.
Stone and Wood slow-mo. Let's have a look at the technique. Really leaning on that heel-side rail through the carve, staying right in the perfect part of the wave, and then just hits that final section. Critical manoeuvre there. And then gets a little foam rebound to finish off, but an amazing combination there. Showed some variety and some real high risk.
You know, we've really enjoyed watching some just prodigies roll through the women's ranks over the last few years, and you know, it's kind of, the story's continuing. You know, so young, breaking onto the championship tour, a new record's being set, and Tia's definitely entering that conversation. She kind of ended it last year with that second place finish over in Ericiro, but I mean, her surfing already looks like it belongs on the CT, and that last ride's going to almost put her out of reach of the rest of the field, I think. It's just that she just looks so confident on her feet, and just doesn't second guess herself. There was a moment in that ride where she caught a bit of a rail, but actually applied more power and leaned into that catch and powered through it. So tightened it up midway through the turn, and the judges really appreciating just those refined qualities in her approach and the variation.
Yeah, I love seeing that first number drop there. It felt like excellent surfing and then some. And as you said, there are some surfers in the field that can be guilty of just placing turns and just connecting the dots and going through the motions. She's in attack mode. There's a different output of power that she delivers as she pushes her surfboard through the wave.
It was a conversation we were actually having in the break, and we touched on it, that Tia, she doesn't have to concern herself with the extra little turns in trying to surf a number up. She's not going for multiple manoeuvres. She is going for big quality manoeuvres, and after each one she sets that rail and sort of stands back and sizes up her next move. But you know, she's still in the turn, she's still in flow.
Yeah,
she doesn't disconnect between those moves. It's seamless, and the scores are reflecting that.
An incredible 9-point ride. And further to what you're saying there, those little in-between wiggles can sometimes take away from the intensity of the big moments. And she's cleaned it up so well. And that's where, when we talk about flow and transition between turns, that is exactly what the judges are trying to identify, is just that smoothness, the ability to keep the speed between the turns, how deep you're laying the surfboard over on its rail, and really that functionality between surfboard and surfer and the connection to the wave and how that all translates. It's a hard thing to describe, but you know it when you see it, and she's got it.
5 minutes to go here as the competitors in that next heat make their way out. Let's have another look at it. A 9-point ride, and it's just tidy, you know, really paced herself through these first couple of turns. There's that little catch I was talking about where she actually applied more pressure to drive through that turn. And the last move, the second to last turn, was just so well placed. Interesting too, when you're watching Tia surf, you kind of sense that there's more to give.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an exciting proposition for all of us watching. Not so much for her competitors.
Daniela in second spot, needs a 9.27. The battle is really on at this point. Till someone drops an excellent score to challenge Tia, the battle is on for that second spot between Ellie Harrison, Alyssa Spencer and Daniela. Ellie in pretty good reach, needs a 5.54 to climb up into second place, has the priority out there at the moment, and Alyssa certainly capable of turning in excellent scores too. But she does have a bit more work to do, chasing a 7.36.
Yeah, I just think, unfortunately for Alyssa, just the wave choice has let her down a little bit. The surfing's there, definitely good signs of how she's performing.
Well, at this level,
yep.
Alyssa's the most accomplished surfer in the draw, or in the heat, I should say. A couple of big Challenger Series wins already. She's had a whole heap of quarterfinals. So one of the most consistent campaigners on the CS. That's her coach, Matty Myers.
He's done some good work with so many surfers over the years. Have a look at that wave rattling down the point here, and it's Tia who's going to take it.
Yeah, it's a nice looking section standing up here, and another rock solid turn to finish off.
I like it.
A ride there, trying to better a 7.1. So sure-footed. She's got company there on the inside. Here goes Ellie, making her move. 2.5 minutes to go, chasing a 5.41. This wave it's a little smaller, so she needs to really hammer that final section. Gets a hoot, couple of whistles from the crowd.
Yeah, again, there's that confidence in the way she's approaching the wave. Let's have a look at Zabrowski's wave here. Off the bottom, off the top. Swooping turn, and then comes through to the inside again. Throws some more theatrics through that manoeuvre. A little placement of the back arm, and then Ali Harrison behind her. Again, just grinding through these carves. Little double shuffle here. She had to get this finishing turn, which she completes. A good redirect, 5.54.
Just really interesting though, Tia sitting a little deeper. In addition to the performance that we're seeing on each of her rides, her wave selection's incredible. She didn't have priority over the field there. She's going to turn in a better score than Ellie, and really it was kind of the wave that Ellie wanted. 2 sections, the opportunity to throw down 2 big hits and get herself into second spot.
Yeah, she definitely surfed it up as well. That's just a real reflection of the talent and how she's performing in this heat.
I think Ellie did pretty well on a wave that was relatively flat, but it's not a guarantee she's going to get herself second spot here.
No, definitely not. It's going to be right there. We've had so many heats throughout this event where, you know, a surfer's needed a number and they've gone so close right there. It hasn't been a convincing, yep, she's got it, or, you know, they've been nail biters, but there has been also a bit of a theme this morning where there's been a standout surfer and there's been a battle from second down to fourth.
And comparisons are likely going to be made to some of the other waves that have already been logged in this heat. Daniella's got a 5.13. They'll probably have a look at that, because Ellie on a smaller wave there is trying to get herself a 5.54 to get herself up into second place here. And her chances of defending that SURFEST title are in the balance at the moment. She's still looking for opportunities, not convinced she's done enough here.
Nervous time for Ellie Harrison. She would love to progress through this round and kick off her Challenger Series campaign for 2025. She's going to have a paddle.
Yeah, looking left, there's not a whole lot in it. And we are still waiting for that score to drop for the previous wave. What are your thoughts, Rich?
It's not convincing again. It's so close. Scores in. 5.8.
Wow.
And she's got it. She moves up into second place.
Yep, and she's got plenty of mates down there watching on. Cale Bell Warren, her coach, he understands just how in the balance that decision was. Some comparisons being made. I think when you go back and look at Daniella's 5.13, there was some carve work on the open face, but it didn't really have an impactful turn. Ellie had a nice finish there. She's going to survive this round, and her dreams of getting back-to-back titles here at SURFEST are still alive, Rich.
Yeah, great to see Ellie. A last-minute heroics there, gets through. But Zabrowski, the story of this heat, she just owned it from start to finish. And I am really impressed by the surfing that she has just laid down here.
Yeah, an incredible heat score total and some real class. It's championship tour stuff, and you'll see it again here in the Burton Automotive replay.
Daniela, the Peruvian, she had some good scores. Unfortunately for her, just got bumped out the final moments here. But have a look at the form here. And Zabrowski just owning these waves, so confident, taking high-risk manoeuvres and really pushing hard through them, slamming that inside section, giving us all the variety. And this is Ellie Harrison's opening ride. Looking good. This one just made her wait a little bit before she got to that final turn. Little double shuffle, got to the finish. It's been an entertaining heat for sure.
Unbelievable, and we've seen some of the top seeds, you know, struggle at different stages today, and Ellie Harrison, she did really well on this wave, just to, I think, extract a number out of it. This is the magic of Tia Zabrowski, just powering through that carve. The finish was strong, And she just caught fire at this point, kept adding to that heat score total.
Yeah, as you said, Ron, it's championship tour level surfing. Absolutely. I'm going to go out on a pretty sturdy limb, I think, and say that she will be one of my picks as a qualifier for this year.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe bet if she keeps surfing like that. Ellie Harrison saving herself with that ride in the final stages, but again, we just really enjoyed the magic of this performance. Some classy stuff, aggressive finishing turns.
She ended up with a 9, an 8 and a 9 as her wave scores.
Well, Ellie Harrison, she won't leave it that late to lock in her good numbers next time. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got one more heat in the round of 32. We'll bring in Jessie Starling and Stace for the call. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
Renditions of this event, and this one might be my favorite one yet. Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Last heat of the round of 32, heat number 8. I'm Jessie Starling. This is Stacey Galbraith. We've had a crazy day of surfing today.
It's a crazy day, and it's all happening all up and down the beach. I just bumped into the grumpiest man on the earth, Kai Otten, and he is beaming with excitement and happiness because he just was getting tubed for 3 hours up the beach. So yeah, it's all happening, and back on the rocks bank as well, we've just seen some amazing high scores, and everyone's a winner today, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that last heat with Tia Zabrowski was absolutely insane. We have no shortage of talent coming up in heat number 8. Leilani McGonigal, Yolanda Hopkins, Kiala Tamada Barnett, and Willow Hardy. So a very much international affair with this one. And Yo coming so close to qualifying last year. This year, they're taking 2 extra women. So it's quite the year to try and qualify in the break. This was Kiala Tamada Barnett opening up with a 5.5. Really nice opening carve. Swoops it back to the pocket. Look at this clean bowl in front of her. Carves it back around again. This is better, nice and tight in the pocket here. She's gonna get an end section, tags it, goes down, unfortunately there for Kiala. Looks like everyone got a bit of the action. Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins up and riding here. Here's that second turn. She's such a powerful surfer. She's down here at the crack of dawn every day trying to get her reps in. Couldn't get the completion. This is Willow Hardy, Stace.
The young West Australian. Should be used to this power, used to the wind. She had a great heat the other day. It's nice to see her. Looks like she's on a bit longer of a board. And just going through the motions on this one. unfortunately getting absolutely cleaned up at the end there. And this looks like another ride for Kiala as we're going through those highlights there. Amazing layback snap out of the top of the lip there. Great energy, great idea to attack that first section. She's done well to carve through the chops there as well. As that wave just runs its course into the channel there. Jess.
It's just getting better and better. It really has been all day. We saw that first heat of the morning. We had excellent scores. We had an 8.17 for Lucas Silvera. We had a 7.5 for Jet Schilling, but it still had that bit of morning sickness to it. And it just feels like as the day's gone on, it's just been getting more and more perfect, especially up here on this bank towards ladies, towards the bars. That last heat, Tia Zabrowski's 17 points. That is the standard for today. Yolanda Hopkins here trying to find that amount herself. Beautiful first carve. She comes around, so much power behind her surfing. She would absolutely love that pipeline is now on the Challenger Series. Kicks the fins out for that end turn and gets the completion. So celebrations there from her support crew on the beach. And out the back, Leilani McGonigal, Olympian from Costa Rica, floats that big oncoming section there for Lele. Wow, one big turn, but I liked it there, Stace.
That was huge commitment and kind of picked up where she left off yesterday, and earlier in her earlier round heats on day one when she surfed out here. As we take a look at Yolanda Hopkins' second ride, she got a 4.83 to start. And as you said, Jesse, plenty of power behind these turns. Just the extreme desire to finish and the determination to hold on there. You can see how much she wanted that one. And then this turn got us excited. Big turn in the lip, massive airdrop. A great completion there for young Lele.
So early on in this heat, we've had some really big moments, but we had some massive ones in that last heat with Tia Zabrowski, who is now down on the glass with AJ.
Massive moments indeed, Jessie. Tia, so incredible to see you just laying into each of those waves. How did you get ready for such a strong start to the 2025 season?
Well, I trained a lot in France and in Tahiti, like to train my technique and like my how like choose my wave in the water, and it helps a lot. And like I started with my first heat, I started like with a 8, but I didn't like get first, and I was pretty mad. So I knew that the second heat I need like to go like bigger and like to be more confident on myself, because I had like a little bit pressure on my first heat. But yeah, I just let it go all out, and I was really happy to make my heat with a 9 and an 8. So yeah, I hope I keep going like that.
Yeah, you challenged all of that internal frustration into a beautiful score. Talk me through the 9-point ride.
Well, it was just like little waves, and it just like went perfect. So I was like, oh, this one is a good one. And I just paddled. I did like carves at the start and like try like to do like really good ones. And then I did that nice free entry and I make it. So I was really happy. I never thought that it would be a 9, but yeah, I take it.
Understandably so. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. But before we let you go, you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Coucou tout le monde. Je suis super contente de passer mon hit. Merci à mes sponsors, ma famille et à tout le monde qui me supporte. Je vous aime fort et puis voilà.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tia Zabrowski is one of those talents that comes through once in a generation.
Oh, big time.
She is just out of this world good at surfing, and she talked about having a bit of pressure on her first heat. She still had an excellent score. She had an 8-point ride, but she just had a backup of a 3.23. What a way to improve on that. If this is the trajectory we're going with Tia, I'm nervous for
it's good
what
to see her leave a little bit of room, you know. 18 points tomorrow, 19 points the next day, and then who knows what we'll see after that.
20 points, bring it on.
She's a sweetheart on the land and an absolute savage in the water. That was an amazing performance.
Absolutely, and only 14 years old, one of the youngest surfers in the draw. 2 of the highest scoring waves of the day have come from 2 of our youngest surfers. This lady, Willett Hardy, she is no stranger to high scores. She surfed incredible through a regional series, went up on that second section, but unfortunately just went down there, Stace.
Yeah, she's no stranger to high scores, and she's no stranger to big events. You know, she's had a couple of wildcard appearances at Margaret River, and one photo in particular from the event which you were over there That wipeout was just insane. I mean, did you get to watch that live, or were you calling that? How did you get to see that go down? That was next level.
I actually watched that one live, and I remember seeing her paddling into it going, this is a huge wave.
Huge wave.
Massive. And then she took it and then realised that it was closing out, and so ejected. But the wave was so big that she almost bounced.
She kind of
down
did
it.
like a bit of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle kind of skid. Didn't quite penetrate the water. And luckily enough, though, she...
That's up there with the prehistoric elephants, a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle skid.
Oh, yeah. On the shell.
On the shell. Well, she's in this heat with 18 minutes to go. She's got a 4-point ride. That last wave just a 2. So she's going to be looking to make those end section turns. Leilani, though, for that one big jam was a 4.7.
Well rewarded. And I think she had some, pretty similar success in her first round heat. So, yeah, she'll look to build on that. It's been a fantastic start to the heat, though, hasn't it? Like, the 4s and 5s are nice in the score range, but from obviously what we've seen in that last heat, there is the potential for some really high-scoring rides. We saw Eden Waller earlier get a hold of some great scores as well. So, I'd say all the ladies in this heat have had their warm-up waves, that's for sure. And we're eagerly awaiting this next exchange because everyone's looking pretty fired up.
Yolanda Hopkins, she's had an incredible career, made it to the Olympics. She so badly wants to get to that championship tour. She's come so close, especially last year. I touched on it earlier in this heat. Now with this extended bracket of women, we're going to have 7 females qualify for the championship tour this year. You'd have to think that she's definitely one that could get herself up in that top position because she's been there so many times.
Yeah, indeed she has. She's had plenty of experience, and I think if I cast my memory back to the start of the year, if it wasn't this year, it might have been the year prior, Surf and Pipeline, she didn't get any crazy scores, but you could see the courage and the desire. She put herself in some very, very, dangerous positions, but that's what you've got to do out there to get big scores, and she absolutely has got zero fear. It was super impressive to see. I heard you mention earlier she's one of the surfers I'd be really stoked to see Pipeline on the calendar. Understandably, I'm sure it's got a lot of people going, okay, all right, well, got to level up here. But there's some surfers like Yolanda have gone, well, I've been waiting for that to happen, and I'm she's probably more ready than others. And it's good to see.
Before she gets Pipeline, she'll have to make a few more heats here at the SurFest. We are going to Bonsoy Brew Break. Don't go anywhere. The back half of this heat coming right up.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. And guess who's got a little round tummy from eating too much gravel, too much grass, too much bitumen? It's Fat Boy, the official e-bike partner of the WSL. And right now at SURFEST, you can come down and give yourself a chance to win one of these excellent bikes just simply by getting a shot of the QR code, filling out the details. It's over $4,000 worth. But with me here is Tiana. And Tiana, I know you love the Fat Boy. How much do you love it though?
Oh, I love the Fat Boy bikes more than both of my dogs.
Whoa, what are your dogs' names?
Gypsy and Trumby.
They're going to be shattered, but I do get it. They are the absolute premium elite e-bike on the market as the official partner. What are your favourite features?
Oh, it has to be the speed. It's amazing.
It goes smooth and cruisy no matter what you're riding on. As we said, all terrain, the Fat Boy will eat it up. The official partner, don't forget, come on down to SURFEST, get a shot of the QR code, enter the draw, and you could be riding home on a Fat Boy, the official e-bike of the WSL. Thanks, Tiana.
Of course.
Good luck with the dogs, mate. They're going to be rattled.
Oh, thanks, Morno.
Hope they're not watching.
Yeah, me too. Goodness me.
I got told the nickname by Billy and Maddie Callanan yesterday of the mile along here.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Good boy mile.
If you're not sure what Stacey's talking about, the boardwalk along the front of Merewether here, good boy mile, because everyone walks their dog along.
Fantastic dog watching.
Absolutely, and if you're a dog lover, it's just your heaven. You could pat as many dogs as you wanted, so it's very well named, that one. But right now, this is good boy mile. It could almost be good boy lane.
This is kind of like the pit stop.
The pit stop.
Right.
Get your coffee.
Oh, yeah, see?
Look at them.
What sort
see?
of dog is that, Jessie? Oh, Dalmatian, no way. Classic.
So cute. No, it's very well named. We've got a couple little poodles out there as well. I'm going to take a wild stab at.
Bit of poodle in that thing.
Oh, yes. Frenchies.
That's me.
French bulldogs. I'm a bulldog fan.
If you were a dog, what kind of dog would you be?
I'd like to think a golden retriever, but someone might say like an energetic little something.
Jack Russell.
You reckon?
I don't know. They're pretty energetic.
All right.
Sets approaching.
Enough of that now. 11 and a half to go in this one. Like you said, sets are approaching. Priority with Leilani McGonigal, our Olympian surfer out there, competed in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, represented her country, competed there alongside Brisa Hennessy, both of those ladies there for Costa Rica. We saw Carlos Munoz get to the Olympics as well. She's using priority here. Carl's back this first section. Oh, wanted that one to stand up, but that was a mistake there for Leilani McGonigal.
Yeah, that was. That wave really didn't have a whole lot on offer. I'm not too sure, what she saw on that wave. Maybe she thought it was going to double up down the line.
And Yolanda having a look at this one here. She's in the lead, looking to drop a 4.83. Great opening snap, but it's just the one turn there. So feel like both of those decisions definitely need to be counteracted with something big with the next decision they make.
Yeah, and I understand where they're coming from. They've been sitting for a while. The start of the heat was pretty frantic, and so the blood would have been rushing. Okay, we're getting some good scores. Let's get some better ones. And sometimes though, it just really proves to be patient. You have to, it's as much of a patience game as anything. And if you're not going to better your score, and if you're not going to better it significantly at this point in the heat, you've really got to question, what could I get done on this wave? And if it's not much, you just got to learn to just sort of hold back there, because both of these waves, as you said, Jess, both these surfers got good scores on the board, and then they're neither going to better. So they've just essentially just handed priority over to the surfers that are chasing them down and given them essentially a free look.
Yes, so just that one turn. Leaving the door definitely open there. It's pretty close right now, you got to say, between all of the surfers. I mean, the 6.5 is definitely a point of difference right now for Yolanda Hopkins, but looking further forward, we've just got fours, really. There's the 5.5 there for Kiala, but you can see there's still a little bit of space right now between our competitors with this Newcastle flight cam. Nothing too frantic just yet. I feel like if we revisit this at the 5 or 3 minute mark, they'll probably be sitting hand in hand right next to each other.
Yeah, big time, because there's not, as you said, there's nothing separating them at all. All very capable surfers. They didn't make it to the Challenger Series. They didn't make it into the round of 32 for no reason.
But the Newcastle SURFEST States, we've seen so many different renditions of this event, so many different phases of it, and it's always been a real big standout on the calendar. Get back to this in a second. Leilani putting it on rail, heaps of drive off the back of her turn there, goes vertical, so just the 2 turns, she's chasing a 5.44, probably wanted to open up a little bit more, but the surfing was beautiful on that one.
Yeah, the surfing was really nice, and I think on day one, that probably would have been a big score, but we've just seen, the wave height today is significantly larger, and unfortunately this wave here just really small, to put it frankly. The surfing though was really, really good. If she can do that on a bigger wave with a bit steeper of the last turn, she's going to get a huge score. She's obviously got the skills, just all coming down to wave selection with 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Leilani as well, coming from a goofy footer's dream. Pavones in Costa Rica, one of the most beautiful lefts in the world. Kiala from a really beautiful part as well. She is from Hawaii. Just goes down on that first turn there. But like I was mentioning before, Stacey, we've seen so many different phases, so many different renditions of this event. And a lot of the time it is an international fair, just like we're seeing in this heat. On the spot, highlight for you for this event over the years?
Sorry, Joel, but Freestone beat Joel here once in a semi. That was like watching Jack, like how much that meant to him. That was pretty cool.
And were you coach?
I mean, yeah, I was holding the camera.
Looking at your phone in those nervous times.
Oh, I wasn't really nervous actually, because Jack kind of had him from the get-go. But yeah, I don't know. These moments, like I said, like it's generally speaking been that first event of the year, so you do get those like moments to kind of create those rivalries or create that momentum, and even just the opportunity to have those heats against like those superstars, which we'll see. This will happen towards the end of the week. You'll see a youngster up against a veteran, and they're just those battles. They never get old, and yeah, there are plenty of great moments here though. I remember Mikey Wright won in 2019 or something like that. It was 1 foot, and you're thinking Mikey Wright, maybe not today, and he just blitzed everyone. So there's always these storylines that just come out of nowhere.
I love it. Let's see what the storyline brings this year for 2025. Willow getting some nice turns on a very foamy face. Out the back behind her, this is Kiala, massive first turn. Beautiful rail car for that second one, straight back to the foam. Uses the momentum of that side wash to get it in a good position to come down the face of this wave, get herself a finish. Wow, up and over. A very chunky end section there for Kiala. She was chasing a 5.84 to take the lead off Yolanda, so Yo-Yo really desperately looking to better that 4.83. That door is particularly open right now. Stace, what'd you see with this one of Kiala?
It was a nice start, great turn to that wave, and as you mentioned, she's from a beautiful part of the world. She's from Kauai, in Hawaii, and she's done so well to rip through these chops here. And obviously we saw the great turn at the start of the wave. If she can just put a bow on this one, psycho airdrop to finish, gets gobbled up. And we did see a wave here from Willow Hardy. Unfortunately, she didn't quite get the explosive start that Kiala got. She's just trying her absolute best just to try and get some maximum points out of this wave. Her highest score is a 4, so if she can do anything better than that, she will reduce her requirement. But if she doesn't better that, she'll still be left chasing a 6.13. As we see Xavier Huxtable getting ready for the next heat here, Jess. Men's action, 5.5 minutes away from starting. It's a cracker of a first heat for the men's round 32. Look at those names in that draw.
Yeah, crazy first heat. Ryaru Ito from Japan, Xavier Huxtable taking on Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, and Carlos Munoz. So that is an insane first heat, actually. And to think that we're going to see them in really groomed conditions after they battled their way through what was a pretty big and chunky day of surfing yesterday. We're going to see a completely different brand of surfing, but it's going to be classy and clean and smooth, and hopefully we can see a couple Eden Waller deep tubes.
Oh, that'd be sick. Yeah. The gentlemen that fought their way through yesterday, they earned today, that's for sure. Yesterday was wild, and today's a completely opposite. Catch up with the wave here from Yolanda, Jess.
Yeah, nice big one turn there for Yo-Yo. She's trying to get round but couldn't get back to the open face. That one tapering off anyway, so just the one turn. Really looking to better that 4.83. Although she does have that 6.5, it is a big point of difference. It is just leaving the door slightly open for a lady like this. Leilani goes big under the lip there for her first turn. Needs more open face. Puts it on rail again. Calms round through this inside section, hoping that she gets one more major moment on this wave, but unfortunately that one just hitting that weird gutter part of the corner bank here.
It's really the start of Yolanda and Kiala that have got them out to that position that they're in now. The chasing pack, as we have a look at the GWM recap here, haven't been able to get anywhere near them. This is a beautiful flowing ride here from Kiala, Jess.
Yeah, this is a beautiful wave in itself. Just the quality of it, and Kiala just surfed it beautifully. Really flowing turns, like you mentioned. Not a lot of downtime in between them. Couldn't get the finish, but the damage was done on those first few turns. And then Yo-Yo with the best wave of the heat so far, Stace.
And this was a great way to start the heat. And as I said, getting that early start is proved to be super valuable, as Willow and Leilani haven't been really able to chase her down. This was Kiala's second scoring ride, the 5.2, massive hit to start there. And unfortunately, just a little bit of downtime in the middle, but it really all came in that first turn. And then although these turns won't be major, scoring for the judges' perspective, it's just good to see the control there through turbulent water.
Super clean face here for Yolanda. Puts it on rail for that first one. She can tell that she means it. She means business here for Newcastle SURFEST, and she wants to get a good result, get herself into that top spot. Kicked the fins out on that first one, had to manage a little bit of bump down it, but got herself the completion. It's kind of been the Yolanda and Kiala show here, just on these best waves of the heat so far.
Yeah, look at the connection with the lip there and the power through the turn, throwing spray everywhere. I think it was this little chop turn that I thought was fun. Just ripping through the white water rafters as you bring it through the inside and then just down the elevator. There we have our heat set up, and that's where the scores have come from. Yolanda Hopkins and Kiala, they got their scores what feels like a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen a wave face that clean since then. Willow Hardy now, big belt under the lip there, air drops out of it. We know she's not scared of hitting a section or taking off on a big face. Comes around the corner, wants another big X Factor moment. Bit of a slash. Here it goes, starts to get a bit tricky.
Wow.
And holds on.
Get back out there. Go, 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 go. She's only got a bet of the 4 to lower the requirement, and she's so in this heat after that wave.
You can tell she kind of knew that that was probably going to better the 4. It question mark on the 6.7, but I loved the first turn and the last turn.
Yeah,
Stace.
I've been wrong too often today as we check out the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay. But I mean, there's a smaller wave, but the shape. Judges are always looking at the shape in the critical section. It doesn't get much more critical than that. Placed the turn really nicely there. Did well to keep the board moving down the line. I mean, another turn right there would have been fantastic, but the wave didn't really allow it. But she did well to bring this one all the way through to the inside and got a pretty decent finish as we're back to live action, Jess.
Yo-Yo through the lip on that one, so still trying to better that 4.83. She's taken off on these big set waves. They're just running off on her. Just over 1 minute to go. Priority now with Leilani McGonigal chasing a 6-point ride as we wait for that last wave score of Willow Hardy to come through and potentially lower her requirement to get herself into those top 2 spots, but time's against her. She needs to get out the back with 55 seconds to go. Leilani now on a good looking set wave. Big first turn in the pocket here. She needs another moment. Belts it again for a second one and is trying to find another link through this inside section. A lot of lump and bump on that last one. Carves back around. If she can finish this, just falls off. Why did I say that? I shouldn't have said that.
Jessie Starling.
I'm sorry, Lele.
That's okay. I think that you can both take responsibility for that one. I think that you could see how she was coming through the inside there. She looked tentative. You could just tell she knew the foam was coming, and it was just, you could already tell she was thinking about it. And the minute that happens, you can already kind of see, like, making the wave at this level is just not enough. You still have to rip. And unfortunately, she just sort of placed a turn there and the bit of air got under the board, and unfortunately she fell, which is a real shame because the start of that wave was fantastic. She actually did all the hard part really well, and she just needed to sign off on that wave to make it a no-brainer. However, I still think the judges are going to take that score really seriously.
Oh, yeah, the start of that wave was beautiful. I think she was thinking what I was thinking going into that end turn. If I can make this, is probably the score. But it was a hard section to make. Still waiting on that last wave score for Willow. So that wave would have had to have been the 6.7 she was chasing. And Leilani looking for that 6-point ride. Willow Hardy's comes in short. It was a 5.9, did lessen the requirement. So she would have been only chasing a 4.8, but unfortunately time ran out there for Willow. So we will see her regroup and come back for Bolito. Scores to come in for Leilani, chasing a 6-point ride. Love to see just that first turn. It was so big and critical under the lip. We know that Yolanda's going to be safe. She's going to be moving on through to the round of 16. Let's take a look at this replay, Stace.
I'm a big fan of Leilani's transition speed. Like, to be honest, she was a little late to that turn there, but I just love this bottom turn. No mucking around, really jams that one nice in the pocket. And then sort of just here, you can just start to see the brain ticking like, okay, if I get to the end of this wave, I'm on here. And she did all the hard work, but unfortunately just fell off. And it's going to be a really, really tight score. We'll wait to see what the judges think. No indication just yet for Leilani McGonigal.
If it's not the score, it's right there.
It's right there.
Just based off those first 2 turns, I mean, I know she was late to that first section, but the way it allowed her to come into that second one and push so hard through it, it was a really strong carving manoeuvre. A 6-point ride, though, you'd have to think might need that cherry on top at the end. She's still got a 3rd turn in on the inside section.
Oh, as an athlete, these are the times that you get so excited for, but then also dread. It's every emotion that these young athletes go through is right on display.
Leilani patiently waiting for this score. 6 points is what she's looking for. Willow Hardy surfed a beautiful heat, but we will see her again in Bolito. But right now it is going to be Leilani moving on through with a 6.23.
Yeah, good.
So happy, giving Duffy a big hug. 6.23, Stace.
Well done. You knew it was going to be right there. And the judges were pretty unanimous there. They didn't give it the score by a lot, but every single judge went over the requirement.
Wow, Leilani in a buzzer beater. She got a buzzer beater in that last heat as well.
She did.
She's just been a queen of them so far. But that does round out the round of 32, heat number 8, actually the entire round. We are going to go to a quick break and bring in a very special guest for the men's round of 32, heat number 1.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back to the show. If you've just joined us, we've just completed the women's round of 32 here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and we are into the men's action round of 32. Heat number 1 has just hit the water, and as expected, as forecasted, the conditions are firing. The wind is perfect offshore, the tide is filling in, and the action in the water is heating up, but not as much as in the booth. Stace Galbraith, Jesse Starling, and Matthias Hurdy. Thank you, Mamau, for joining us.
Oh, thanks, guys, for having me. Oh, what a day today.
Tell me about it. You've been surfing all day. You got a heat coming up, dude. You got to zone in.
I know. Oh, I did a little bit of everything. Sauna. We did the sauna together.
Yep.
Got barrel. love Newcastle, man. Just seriously, I love this town. It's amazing.
Can't go wrong. You've been watching the action. You watched some of that action from the sauna, actually. Pretty good view.
Yeah.
What have you been making of it so far?
Just so many barrels, dude, in the free surf area where actually surfers are surfing now, I think. Yeah, I talked to Will and he was asking all the surfers, you know, how the waves were and then what we really wanted. And I you know, like, I don't know if surfers going to surf there on the free surf, but it's just pumping. And I know it's hard to see for the judges. I get that, but it's just, you know, just good surfing. Everyone wants to see that, you know.
Totally. No, we've got a cracker heat on our hands here, and you make a great point. We saw Lucas Silveira roll the dice this morning, but as we know with competition, as you know better than anyone, surfing where your competitors surf does eliminate that risk, and I think that's what we're seeing here today with the strategy, with a lot of the surfers starting on the rocks and eventually staying there. This is Ryaru Itu representing Japan. Sensational surfer from that region. Absolutely charged. He's got a gorgeous style. He knows how to throw his board around. He got this wave in the break. It's a 4.5 to get us underway here. And I think what we saw, as you mentioned, back to your point, Mateus, we've seen multiple ways to get big scores.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, look the size of this wave, and now you can see the tides getting higher and probably a little worse. But
this is the score we wanted to see. Xavier Huxtable, walk us through this one, Mateus.
Oh my, that's what I've been surfing all morning, dude. Like, it was pumping, and oh my God, that was crazy. That's what I'm talking about. People want to watch this. That's what they want to see. They want to see barrels, turns, and yeah, 8.5 for that, Jesse.
Yeah, huge score. I mean, it was excellent. It actually gave me shades of Xavier at NIAS last year when it was massive and barreling. He was just pulling in, and he's just so good. He's so well-rounded, especially when it comes to competition. I know the board he's on is the board he beat Italo on at Bells Beach. He's been keeping it on ice, but this wave was absolutely insane. Oh, yes, the free surf.
That was me. I was right there. Oh. Probably the free surfers, they're all so mad at him right now for getting that break from them. But yeah, what a barrel. 2 turns, amazing turns right in the pocket, and well-deserved score, and I'm looking forward to see more of that.
And, you know, we saw Lucas Silveira go there first thing this morning. We have seen the tide come in a little bit, so, we mentioned that earlier, Mateus, the tide, the gutter and everything that sort of narrows down the option.
Yep.
But these boys have seemed to identify it pretty well, and it's been a while since we've seen someone over there, but it didn't take us long to get into the excellent rain.
Yeah, it's hard, you know. Yesterday, I was 20 minutes before my heat. I was like, I'm going right there where everyone was surfing out the back. Oh, this is Carlos. And then, like, literally 10 or 5 minutes before my heat, I was just like, oh, the ride in the rocks are really good. So, yeah. All right.
Carlito.
Here we go.
There we go.
Carlito. Pura vida.
Pura vida, mate. And so good to see Carlos back competing. He's been doing it for a while. He's had a few injuries, and it's good to see him back here in Newcastle as we see his opening ride. But a question that Jesse and I have been pondering for a while, Mateus, I'd love to get your thoughts on it. If you're Ryaru and Carlos, what do you do now?
Oh.
Do you just stick to your plan, or are you going to go and have a, it's not a big paddle.
It's not. I mean, it's a little bit, but you can get there really fast. It's tricky, man. I don't know. I guess Ryaru, I saw him at the beach like 20 minutes before his heat, and he was already in the rocks, positioning himself there. And then Mike actually was talking to Will and talking to everyone like, can we surf at the free surf area?
Well,
so,
Mateus, ask and you shall receive. I don't know what information we're going to get here, but we are going to go down to AJ, who does have some information for us. AJ, you've usually got good info. What's going on down there?
You know, Stace, I do my best, and I've been around the Bonsoy athlete area all morning long as we've seen this swell continue to come in more and more. I've got Will Hayden Smith with me, so walk me through. We actually just extended the competition area here at Merewether.
Yeah, there's a pretty all-time sort of bank firing up down the beach, and it's a little on the limits of our competition zone, but we've had a lot of feedback from the surfers that they really want to surf it, and so we've worked with our wonderful broadcast team and moving cameras and trying to extend the competition zone to try and fit that in the area, and looks like we've got a couple of surfers in this heat out there already, so it's going to be an exciting afternoon.
So there you go. The waves are so good that we're actually making sure there are more of them possible for scoring later on this afternoon, you guys.
That's the dream tour we're talking about, the Challenger Series. Thanks for coming. I mean, it's firing, and the waves on the rocks are great. Like if that was the only thing we had going on, we'd be obviously cheering. There's excellent scores available there. There's excellent scores available here, but this is clearly the better peak. It is, I would say, a little more risky, but I think at this level, I think you guys are prepared to take that risk, and it's on you now.
Dude, did you see what we had to deal with yesterday?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I had fun in my heat, but everyone, like, I saw Cade yesterday. He was so mad and didn't want to be in front of him after the heat. And then I saw him this morning. He was so happy. He was so stoked, getting barrel, of course. And so, yeah, like, today, even if the rider's on the rocks, oh, here we go.
Xavier Huxtable.
Taking the waves from the free surfers.
Yeah, blowing up. Oh,
wow.
Huge big Larry there. Just the one big turn on that wave.
Yeah, dude, this guy is powerful. I got to see him against Italo this year, and I think it was like probably one of the first times that I ever heard of him. And I was so surprised with the power and also like the way he approached that heat. He looked like he's been around for a long time, but
Zay's been sitting kind of just on the cusp of the Challenger Series qualification for our region, but he is hands down one of the best surfers in our region, best mates with Tully, so he had extra drive to get there as we see Emerald up and riding.
Oh my word, Michael Rodriguez, former championship tour surfer.
Are you kidding?
And that is why two lightning fast turns on that wave, the first turn in particular.
Yeah, dude.
You spent a lot of time with Michael, Matthias?
Oh, yeah, Mike is just a great surfer. He lives in the same city where I live, and he used to surf these waves too. We have similar conditions at home like that when it's good, and he was frothing to surf there. He was surfing there earlier this morning, trying to snake me sometimes, but then I was giving him waves, and then eventually he gave me one too. So we were like, actually, dude, these waves are so good. Why are we even doing this? So he had the best time, I had the best time, and yeah, he's in the heat.
Everyone's getting waves, and Carlos and Riara have got the rocks all to themselves, but it's just a contrast in styles when you see someone pumping their board through a flat bit of water versus someone who's on a wave that gives you their own speed. It is just, obviously two different styles of surfing. I think the judges will record that accordingly, and while we wait for these scores to come in, we're going to throw down to AJ again, who's got the winner of the last heat.
Thanks so much, Stace. Yolanda and I just watching the waves, and something you've been doing all event long, all today. Just how did you identify which waves and what section of the what section of the beach, really fit your surfing?
I mean, to be honest, not much. The heat, it was a bit of a slow heat, so I tried to start like straight away off the bat. I went a bit deeper, and I could see there was at least one or two turns with a bit more like lip, so I think I saw the judges were rewarding that a lot, so I tried to go for that straight away. But then I got kind of a bit lost, and like we all went to the inside, but we're all kind of duck diving the sets, but if I'm duck diving, we're all duck diving, they're not getting the scores, so it was like that.
We've been talking about just this season for you personally. You had so many great moments already in your career, but now Challenger Series is extended in 7 events. 7 women are going to qualify for the championship tour. How fired up are you to be a part of this 2025 Challenger Series?
Pretty excited, especially Pipe in the calendar. I'm so stoked for that. I just, every time I go to Hawaii, I spend some time there. I just love the barrel. It's my favorite thing to do. I would spend the whole day in the barrel if I could. So yeah, I think it's going to be a great year. Hopefully we get like more conditions like this, like really good conditions to perform. So I reckon it's going to be a good year for everybody.
It started off well already. Before we let you go, you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Can be. Neste momento acho que ainda é bastante cedo de manhã, mas se acordaram ou se estão a ver isto mais tarde, obrigada pelo apoio. Vamos tentar que o português, pelo menos as meninas, estamos aqui a dar força a Portugal e espero mostrar mais nos próximos hits.
Parabéns. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Congratulations, Yolanda. As we take a look at the Challenger Series schedule for 2025 and 26, that's the full season to qualify for the 2026 tour. If you've just looking at this for the first time, you will notice 2 new events on the end of the schedule. Matthias, how's that sit with you, brother?
Man, this is the year. I'm telling you, this is the year. I feel like WSL is doing a great job this year, and adding these 2 stops is just amazing. I love Newcastle, so I don't mind coming back here at all. And Pipeline, I mean, everyone's talking about that. I know a lot of CT surfers are going to surf that event, and yeah, I'm just stoked to be out there with only 3 guys out, and hopefully just 1 more guy out. So
yeah, that would be really cool. And you mentioned you like Newcastle. We'll get back to that in a minute. Live action here with Xavier Huxtable. He's used to these big open faces. Sensational surfing. Amazing carve out of the lip there. Smashes a second turn. We know the variety he has in his surfing. And this, quite clearly, is a surfer who's ready for the World Tour, Xavier Huxtable.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding?
He looks so fired up. This is the Xavier Huxtable that we know and love, but I'm so glad that the rest of the world gets to experience what Xav has to bring. He's so talented, and it's not just at his home break, it's around the world.
Gnarly, gnarly, gnarly surfing is all I can say.
Is that a 9?
It has to be a 9.
It could be a 9.
It's way better than the tube and the other one. Like, I don't see too many people turning that hard on the rail, whereas I can see a lot of people just threading a tube like that. This is excellent surfing.
CT surfing, dude. This is like top 5 surfing. Like, this is crazy. I was so impressed.
Talk to us about, we'll cue the replay up, maybe we'll get some live action here with Emrod. But, and Riaru rode a wave while Xavier was also on that wave. And this is a nice looking wave on the inside section here at the bowl and the rock section. Smashes one in the lip there. There's no shortage of style from the Japanese contingent. They all look so good on their boards and locked in. As Riaru looks to bring this one through the inside. His first wave was a 4.5. Before any other scores were locked in, he was chasing a 5.01. And you have to think that'll go close. However, we have seen some excellent surfing in this heat so far. And this is Carlos Muniz from above, Jesse.
Love this drone angle shot from Carlos. He was so fired up and electric the other day. You can tell that these guys are still sitting on this right. I mean, it's beautiful surfing. Carlos getting the finish on this one. I just don't know how the downtime on the wave will sit in comparison to a wave like Xavier's that just held from start to finish the entire time. This was Emrod on this one. Highlines this first section, comes around so much speed. Wow, huge first turn.
This waves, man, oh my God.
That second one felt even bigger, comes around. He's gonna get a finishing section too. Beautiful surfing from Michael Rodriguez. I just feel like those waves in comparison to ones on the rock right now where you have a bit of dead section, a bit of downtime in between, it's a little bit night and day. It's nothing to do with the surfing from Carlos and Riaru. It's beautiful surfing. I just love to see it on a wave like we're seeing from Xav and Emrod.
It's strategy. They picked the wrong bank. Like they have to get off the shore.
I'm sorry, but they did. I mean, if we had, as you say before, if we had that wave, we would be so stoked for the Challenge Series. We had some difficult conditions yesterday, and you know, there's nothing wrong with that bank, but if we have waves like that, like the wave that Michael just got, it's just, you know, like you got to surf there, you know, it's just pumping, and then here we go. That's another excellent wave.
Bit of a mixed bag in comparison to the 8.5. Some judges liking it more, some judges liking it slightly less. It'll probably average out very, very similar. Might even come out the same the way we're looking at it right now. We'll wait for the final judge to lock their score in. But there's the, I think for me, the one difference between the CT surfing and the best guys in the Challenger Series is where they carve. And most people are running to a snap here. Mateus, talk us through how hard that is to do.
This is so hard, guys. You don't know. It's actually, the wave was stood up so nice. He could have done he could have hit the lip, he could have do whatever he wanted and actually hold the rail like he did in the first turn. It's just so hard to do, and he liked it, we liked it, and
I don't think I've ever seen him claim a wave before.
No, I was just thinking the same thing.
No, it's not his go, but I mean, if he's feeling it, I think it's, I believe him.
I trust. Oh, here we go.
Carlos Muniz is a beautiful looking wave here. Beautiful first snap. It's just, as you mentioned, Jesse, that the surfing is not the issue. It's just the canvas that these gentlemen on the inside are having to work with.
It's crazy the difference, you know?
It is, right? It's just to getting the combos in. And, you know, that wave was really good, really well surfed, and Carlos is fired up, but he's going to need to go to another gear if he wants to stay on the inside. We're going to have to start to see some risk, I think. Not that wasn't risky, but maybe some innovative manoeuvres, because carve for carve, inside for outside, we've said it before, it's just different styles.
I feel like as well, when you're surfing that wave and you're pushing so hard as Riaru and Carlos are, and right now they only have 4s in their lineup. I know we have scores to lock in, but you're hearing your competitors getting 8.5s and an 8.43 down the beach. At
They're
some
ripping,
point, something has to click. This is a beautiful wave, though. That first turn had so much energy through it. Loved that second one. He brought it through all the way to the inside, and this was one of those on the rock waves where it gave him a big moment here. Lays into it. I mean, the energy was amazing from start to finish, and that was actually a really well-shaped wave for that bank. But let's see it on a big open face down the beach.
Great surfing there. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More action coming up right around the corner. Welcome back. If you've just joined us, you've tuned in at the absolute right time. This is the heat of the event on our hands so far. Xavier Huxtable out in front of Michael Rodriguez, who have more or less comboed their competitors. Not through lack of trying, though. Carlos Muniz here, a replay for you while you're in the break. He's been doing some fantastic surfing. Beautiful roundhouse carve there to start that wave. However, that wave not really giving him much more to work with there. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Jesse Starling and a very special guest, Matthias Hurdy. Matthias, we've been enjoying Newcastle all week. You have as well. You've had a great day today, and your day is only just really starting, mate. You got a job to do this Arvo, and it's a pretty good day at the office for you. We'll get back to that in a moment with Carlos Muniz here up and riding. He's got a big bag of tricks. Kind of feel he knows that he's going to have to go to them now as you see the reverse to start that wave, but comes unstuck. Matthias, you mentioned you like this part of the world. How could you not? Your fellow countryman here, Michael Rodriguez. Into the barrel. And unfortunately, nearly did it to me. Unfortunately not making it out of that one. And another replay here of Carlos's wave. I think this was the wave with the reverse, which we just saw, and the incomplete. I'd like to touch on, Matthias, the success of the Brazilians at this event. I'm not even going to talk about the success. We're going to see the success live. Talk us through this one, Matthias.
No, I think that was his 7.27.
Yep.
Wow.
No, I'm wrong. Wow. Yeah, this is live, I think. What just happened. Good. Yeah, wow. 3 solid turns, and you can tell he's enjoying himself there. Just him and one more guy out.
In about the last 10 years, there's been 5 or 6 Brazilian winners.
Even my family won here, dude.
They have. Yeah, was that Uncle Guilherme?
My uncle, Guilherme.
1996.
I wasn't even born. Yeah,
It was a good year, 96. I think Silverchair just released their second album, Freak Show. Jesse, a favourite Silverchair album of yours?
The one with the frog on the album cover.
Frog Stomp, yeah, easy win. Neon Ballroom is an absolute classic and is my favourite. Matthias, you know of Silverchair?
No.
We'll get the iPod out later.
iPod.
Oh, yeah, well, we're talking about 1996 here. I'll get the Walkman out.
I was born in 2001, dude. Like, all I know is iPhones.
Hey, 90s is back. Everyone knows that. Look at those jeans you got on.
Yeah, I know.
Cool as. But talk to us about Uncle Guilherme, a goofy footer that wore his leggy on the right foot.
Yeah.
I remember.
I always ask him that, like, why you do that? And he says that they're less dragging on the water. He goes faster. He likes it. I mean, yeah.
I think if you make the final, you have to do that.
Absolutely.
No, I'll do that in my last wave, but I'm not. Yeah, I want to win the final if I'm in the final. But going back to Newcastle, like my uncle won here, and then my grandmother and my grandfather came here in the year after he won and had the best time. Met the mayor. She told me all the stories, and and when I was like 14, my first time here, it's been 10 years, and I'm 24 now. It's been a minute. And my first time here, I just had the best time. Like the town is just breathe surfing. I saw Mark Richards 10 years ago, and now too. I went to the surf shop Slimes and all the surf shops in here, Samba. Like this town is just so amazing. I love this town. It's one of the only places that I think I would change from Florianopolis. Here, I love it. I arrived. Yeah, I love this town. It's not crowded as the Goldie. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Yep.
And also,
I know.
And also, it's like Sydney for me. Just too much buildings, too much things going on. I think here's mellow. I arrived actually at the airport, and here in Newcastle they have a little airport. So I just think it's amazing, dude. All this town, I'm in love with this town, especially after, today, earlier. It was so good. Still good. Still amazing.
Love to hear the froth. And like I said, you've still got a big afternoon of work coming up. You've got to chuck the jersey on in heat number 7, I believe, later this afternoon. Obviously we'll let you go shortly, but we're grateful for your time, mate, and your insights.
No, I don't mind at all. Like, I'll be doing the same exact lean on the athlete area. Oh
Xavier
my God.
Huxtable in the tube, deep travelling. And he comes through the end section there.
Double. Oh my gosh, dude. There's the end. Oh.
I'll tell you, there's probably only one bloke that's having more fun than you today. It might be him.
Dude, you see why I'm telling you, like, I love this town. Like, look at that. Look at those waves.
How could you not?
Dude, there's a left down there, too. Craig Anderson got just crazy barrel there. It's just amazing. Like, what we just seen is probably one of the best waves we're going to see in the Challenge Series this year. I think that. Like, we're not going to see waves like that. Maybe at Piper we'll see waves like that. But,
I think the cool thing about the Challenger Series is that each of the venues, they, obviously we're dealing with the ocean, we know what we're working with, but they have the potential to get this good. Obviously, Bolito can get really good. Ribeira de la Haas is a different wave, but it can get a good canvas to showcase your surfing, and we're just so fortunate here today to have this.
It's just so rare, Like I've been doing this for like 10 years, almost. Oh, Mike again.
There's a lot to like about Michael surfing. He has so much range, so much speed.
He's just a power guy, He throws a lot of spray, and then
his timing. Talk to us about his timing.
Yeah,
it's always so good.
There's too much spray out the back, and you never know what's going to happen too. It's like exciting. He can do a big furrow. Carlos, I think, moved there now, and let's see the best wave of the day. Pretty much, I think. I don't know. It wasn't.
I mean, I think
for me it was. I was just so stoked to see that.
That was so cool. I think the judges may be a little critical of the exit there.
Yeah.
And unfortunately didn't quite get the ribbon on the finish, but gee whiz, Jesse, commentators Cup of Savo. We might have some more action out behind this wave. Carlos Muniz in the barrel. The surfer from Costa Rica knows his way through a vortex.
All right, now we have a heat.
I think that wave is...
Riaro's out the back too now.
You know what? Riaro too, man. Like, Riaro's one of the best tube riders in the world. He is the best tube rider in this heat.
Yeah.
And I think he's wasted some time on the shore there, and I think unfortunately he'll reflect on that. He still is in the heat. He needs an 8.54, and he does have priority. So there's 2 minutes remaining. But if we think about this guy winning the Dahui backdoor shootout,
dude, he's so good.
His stuff that he does at Tahiti.
I met him in France on the Young Guns trip when I was on Quick, and I didn't know him, and then we had this crazy day. France was firing Hossegor and a lot of barrels, and he was one of the best out there, and a lot of people were there. And I was really impressed. After this, he just started getting barrel everywhere in the world. Tropo, pipe, and off the wall too. Got some crazy ones. So actually, that score, he needs a 8.5. Wow, yeah,
so doable.
He can do it.
There's a minute left on the clock. Before we let you go, mate, you've been so close a couple of years. You've got a big heat coming up the Savo.
Thanks for the pressure, dude.
No, I know you love this shit. What have you been doing in the off season to make you feel like the best you can coming into this year?
There was no off season for me. I was in Hawaii and like surfing every day, and got the call to go to Abu Dhabi event, and then we saw each other there, and it's a pretty fun event. And then I did some trips for Stab. I did, like I just nonstop. Actually, QSs in Brazil as well, regional QSs, and just nonstop, dude. I had, I thought I had a, I don't know, like a crazy big vacation, but it actually was just,
What about in
nonstop.
those regional events at home, which you're obviously so fortunate to have? Some regions have more on offer than others. Like you said, you've been very busy. Like, do you paddle out in those heats and try some different things, or have you tried some boards or fins or anything like that?
The first two events I was taking serious because it's two big events, and I knew that if I do well, I have my, I'd be safe for Challenge Series next year. But I'm safe now, I think. So
yeah.
So I'll probably try to do new things on the next regional events.
We're going to take a look at the GWM recap here, and what a recap it will be. That young man in the blue had an absolute blinder. Jess, take us through this wave.
On the exact same board that he beat Italo Ferreira on, and with his Adam Robbo lucky lady spray as well. It brought him so much luck with his lineup today, just on the best waves of the heat. Two huge scores. Emrod was absolutely ripping as well. This wave is going to stay in my brain for the rest of the day. Two huge turns, so perfectly timed, so much speed. I loved watching these guys go for battle.
Matthias, what did you think of this wave?
This is just variety, like he did a little bit of everything on this wave, and best wave of the heat, and probably the best wave of the event, right? I think so.
Yeah, I think it came just under. I think it was an 8.43, but irrespective of that, two high excellent scores, and well-deserved. I guess it's personal opinion at that point. I'm with you. I love the variety and the carve in that wave, and then I'm also a big fan of this guy's surfing. He's just got so much range and plenty of swing in his surfing. And it's an awesome heat to watch. And Matthias, we just want to say thanks for
thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming in.
I had so much fun, and I'm going to keep doing the same thing in the athlete area, commentating.
I love that. Let's go throw some scores. We're going to take a short commercial break here. We'll quickly round out that heat. Huge heat totals there for Xavier Huxtable and Michael Rodriguez. Unfortunately, Carlos Muniz and Riaru Itu eliminated from competition. But more action coming right up around the corner. We're going to bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett.
Welcome back. Xavier Huxtable dropping huge numbers. An excellent heat score total of 16.93.
Going past the flow. You need to get this shallow. Because I wish I kind of told you before you paddled out. It's actually probably past the stairs. It was probably way past the stairs.
So far down,
yeah.
eh?
Yeah.
But I figured it out. Like you can figure it out because you look where they. There's a lot of waves go to nothing.
Yeah.
But
they stay. Some of those ones stay.
Yeah, but you just want to get yourself where to get one like this. See how this will have it.
No, that'll have an answer.
Yeah. It hits that shallow bit.
Yeah.
But as far as I'm concerned, like. Make clear decisions, ride the right way to surf. Yeah.
Mate, there's just so much hype out there at the moment because the waves are firing Xavier Huxtable. I mean, trying to learn something when you win a heat, that's important too, but he's got a lot to celebrate. Great performance. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, Vaughan Blakey here on the call, and that was a lot of fun. As you can see, we've still got firing conditions here, Vaughan. And we've got a great heat as well.
It is absolutely pumping, and this is a howler and a heartbreaker for Aussie surf fans because everyone loves watching these guys surf. No one wants to see anyone exit the competition, but obviously only 2 people are going to get through it, and surf's cooking.
It is cooking, and Jacob Wilcox, Rich, had this one during the break.
Oh, Chippo on the backhand, blast. That first turn off the top and a second. Little wobble, and he comes unstuck. And then he got a second wave, bigger, more down the line action here. Love these big backside hooks under the lip. And Chippo is no stranger to these sort of conditions.
Yeah, seen him to some big numbers in on the Challenger Series when the conditions are right for his brand of surfing, which is just about all conditions, but especially when it gets a bit sizey. Seen him bank a 10-point ride before. He opens this one up with a 4.33. Jacob, obviously wearing that blue jersey. We got George Pitter in the red, lining one up here. Well positioned. Let's see if he can lock in, find some cover. Rolling through this one, out onto the open face. And rips straight into one of his trademark frontside carves and adds the extras on the inside. No, he comes undone. Shocker.
GP, George Pitter, and that was a tasty little nugget. Just a cute barrel ride. You can see disappearing, comes out, gets onto that open face with that trademark wrap, and then just doesn't get the completion. That's a couple of times through this event. His opening heat as well. Just had a few little slip-ups. He managed to get through still.
You've been chatting to him, Rich. I mean, just had so many great moments in CT events as a wild card, then as a campaigner on the championship tour this year. But how's his head? Is he all right? Is he ready to go?
He's definitely ready to go, but he's put on a bit of a serious veil for this one. It's no nonsense, George Pitter, for this opening Challenger Series here. See the Stone and Wood slow-mo from above the Newcastle flight cam. Watch the wings open up, gets that beautiful tight wrap up in the upper part of the wave. Straight into that closing section and just got caught.
Just don't really, it's uncharacteristic stuff. Don't see it from him like that very often. Taking a fall, that was an opportunity to really own the opening exchange. But George Pitter has his hands full, as you said, Vaughan. It's such a strong heat on paper. Jacob Wilcox already with a couple of numbers. Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen, he's out there. He's been just a heat win away from qualifying for the tour. And Josh Kerr also starting his Challenger Series campaign as we see Jacob just hammer that section, just the one move. But I think his motivation levels would be just through the roof. Wanting to get back to the CT, obviously, but even more inspired by the conditions on offer.
Mate, I reckon these baubles are partly because the surf is that pumping. You're just sort of out there just fizzing as you're paddling into these things. That drone angle is just mouth-watering. If you're a surfer, you're looking at that, you're watching the bend in the line of swell as it hits the bank, and you're just going, oh, let me at it. The other aspect to it, though, is you're looking around, you're going, well, I know how every single one of these guys operates. I've surfed plenty of heats against them. They're my heroes. But Wilcox, this is just big drive and bottom turn, attacks the lip. Plenty of venom. Just the one turn, but, you know, you only fall once in this scenario.
Yeah, it is really clean out here at the moment, just on 21 minutes to go. And Yeah, it's going to be fun. We still haven't seen Dylan Moffat and Josh Kerr, Rich, but they're going to play a big part in this heat as well.
Yeah, they absolutely are. We know that Josh has been jumping on the 20s for the first couple of heats. Here's another swell line. And this is, I tell you what's happened here. These waves have been just rifling down the bank all morning. Here goes Kersey.
Deep in this one. Got a good line into it. He's going to come out. The twin fin providing the speed that he needed. Bit of a two-stage cutback, but the points are banked already. Incredibly deep barrel. And Kersey's still going on this one. Gets the finish. And that is going to be the strongest ride in that opening exchange now. George Pittard dropped a 5.33. Wilcox with a few rides now. Yet to see Dylan Moffat get to his feet, but the line into this one was so deep.
This is incredible. Ew, that's all I feel like screaming out. That is what we're here for. And there's not a surfer alive who doesn't want to take off deep, put the pedal to the metal, and just go screaming through a chamber like that. Kersey kicks off his campaign in this heat with a screamer, Rich.
It actually simplifies everything, doesn't it? When you get a wave like this that just has a throaty barrel on it, there's no other option. You pull in and you do what surfers are made to do. You ride the barrel. And my point before was that, you know, these guys are potentially out of the competition zone that was set up this morning. But you cannot stop surfers from surfing good waves. And this bank up to the north has been just on heat all morning. All the free surfers have been tapping into it, and you just can't stop these guys. They've just all gone down there.
Yeah.
Tide's perfect, wind's perfect, swell's lined up now, and it's on.
Mate, the rocks pretty much ceased to exist when these guys started checking the surf for this heat. They were all eyes up the beach, and they couldn't get out there quick enough. It was just stink nose down the beach there for that early bank, because everyone wanted to get tubes.
Yeah, they communicated it to the panel. We've got a camera down there too. Just over 19 minutes remaining here. Josh Kerr turns in a 7.5 for that brilliant deep barrel ride. The workout on the open face was just kind of pedestrian, but it added some extras for sure. And we'll see if Dylan Moffat can respond here. George Pittard knows he left some points falling on his final turn. He only got a 5.33 out of his wave.
Yeah, that was potentially a high 6. And George, unfortunately, just not making that final turn. But yeah, I think the drop from the championship tour, it really did give a bit of a solid uppercut to George. He was devoed, as most surfers are. All surfers are when they fall off the tour. But George, he had good heats. He had big numbers. The year before, he made a serious dent as a wild card. So I think there was some expectation there that he was going to secure a spot in his rookie year. But
he had a great start to this season, though.
Did.
Quarterfinal at Pipe. I mean, for any rookie, that is just a huge result. But after that, he kind of struggled to get past that third round.
I think that's why he was just so disappointed by, you know, falling off tour. I saw him in Margaret's in the competitors area. He was so rattled. I mean, as everyone is when they don't make the cut, but after a strong start, I think it gets you a little bit more. And as you say, you know, he's been walking around this contest site going, let's do this. I know my surfing's good enough to be at the elite level. I'm going to make sure I'm back there at the end of this year.
He's part of a class too. He's part of a class that's a generation that's risen through the Challenger Series and got to the tour. Some of them have been knocked off before George, like Jacob Wilcox. They'd all be slapping each other on the back as we see Dylan Moffat lock in. Comes out, drives out on the open face, rips into a nice cut down, climbs on the roof, falls out of the sky. That's going to be the best wave so far from all 4 competitors. But how throaty was that pit on the outside?
Oh, welcome to Car Park Rides, North Narrabeen. He's just right at home, but this thing free falls into it late, hangs on for dear life, flies out on the open face and just puts the rail to work.
You know what was really cool? That end section was just icing on the cake. Watch this, straight onto his toe side rail. He did well to actually slow down and hit the brakes. George was all over that wave, and he was actually 2 metres deep and deeper, and he would have been in the perfect slot zone to drive through it. But Dylan, to his credit, did such a good job of kind of almost doing a stall takeoff. Live action here at
More
Kersey.
barrels. Josh Kerr finds more cover here, winds through the big roundhouse. Classy stuff from the veteran, 41 years of age.
Mate, this is what you dream of as a competitive surfer. A heats like this, where the ocean just goes, here it is. Here's the perfect platform. Here are the canvases. Start painting.
Well said, Rick.
Matthias Hurdy was in here last heat just going, you just do not get this. He's been on this QS for quite a while. He was dead set. His eyes were just wide open. He is frothing, as is everyone, and this is a super heat. We're watching something special here right now.
Yeah, everyone's had the opportunity at a real quality wave. Jacob Wilcox getting it done with some big, powerful turns. But he's an unbelievable tube ride. Let's have a look at this one for Josh Kerr from the takeoff.
Yeah, great line here through the barrel. Josh streaking down the line. I love this rebound. Perfect roundhouse cutback into rebound. Really just, you know, it still trips me out that he's riding a 20. I love it. I actually love that he's doing it. You can see how much speed that he came, just accelerating out of the barrel there.
Well, what a heat on paper, AJ, and it's living up to the hype. Good numbers coming through for all competitors.
Building on what we have seen so far today, you starting us off with the extended competition area and taking full advantage of that bank. How'd you do it?
Oh, I was actually, in all honesty, I was just waiting to see what everyone else did, and I seen everyone kind of looking at it, and Michael was first to go, and I was like, oh, I'll just join him. And then I turned around, it was only us two there, and we got that first set, and it was just on from there. We just saw each other then, and we're just like, it was like a free surf out there, just sharing tubes, turns, it's pumping, so.
And then we've not been able to take our eyes off the ocean for this second heat either, because it just seems like wave after wave continues to build and develop for you. How important is it to get through this round here at the start of the Challenger Series?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, these four-man heats, everyone, like, you look through every heat and every surfer's like the best. So it's like every heat's super hard. So just to get through another one, like, I'm so stoked, and to hopefully keep it going and just keep turning up and try and make some more heats and have fun while doing it. So love it.
The fun started today. Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you. Yeah, it definitely started then. Getting tubed with your mates, it doesn't get much better.
Back to you.
Xavier Huxtable on his run through to the next round. Impressive performance from him, and Dylan Moffat catching this one during the interview.
Yeah, so Dill just got a little off-put there. That wave couldn't really get his line organised, but yeah, that's just a quick in and out. That's not going to come into play by the end of this heat.
13.5 minutes remaining here. Jacob Wilcox has the lead, but they're hot in his tail. We'll see if they can track him down after this Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show. There is 11.5 minutes remaining here in Heat 2, the round of 32, and just reflecting on all the incredible history we've witnessed at SURFEST over the years. This is one of the best days that we've seen for conditions, and it's really coming on for this round of 32. Josh Kerr during the break, finding more cover out there, Rich.
Oh, God, he's such a barrel pig, isn't he? He just finds him. Gets that little lip gliding floater to finish off. And we love this vision here on the Newcastle flight cam. Just Kersey has that ability to tuck right inside the barrel and read it as it sort of breathes and moves.
Yeah, it's feeding time at Tube Farm, and the barrel pigs are getting a big old mouthful, aren't they? The trough is full.
It's like it's mint hour. Like it's 2 hours past low tide. The swell's pushing again. The conditions, the wind is just flawless, and the bank's set up. And like, you know, this is not going to last all day, but for the next couple of hours, it should just keep producing.
And George Pittar's got to convert, Rich, with this next opportunity. He's got the priority now.
Yeah, you look at all the high numbers, everyone's highest score, and George is over a point behind Jacob's highest score. So he really needs something up in the excellent range or close to it if he wants to stay in this one. He's definitely up for it. I love that he's got priority. He's in the box seat now. He really wanted Dylan's last wave.
Been a good event for the Manly boys over the years. Looking back in the history of this contest.
Yeah, our mate Dayar Neve got his name up on the leaderboard there, or up on the champions board, which is fantastic. Lynch. BL, obviously. I think, did Dormer ever get a win here? Not that he's from Manly. He's the Narrabee boy.
Of course he did.
How many? Did you get a couple or just one?
No, he had a couple.
Yeah, of course.
A couple of victories, and yeah, one of the most winning surfers of all time.
The Iceman, Anya Duma, he'll be watching on. Always a big fan of Dylan Moffat's career.
That's right. Yeah, that's why we brought him up, because Dylan Moffat, when we first got kind of properly introduced to Dylan, he got the call up to compete as a wild card at the CT event at Narrabee in Vaughan, and he was working on the shop floor at Duma's store down there at South Narrabee.
Yeah, I think Duma actually broke the news. Got the call, went in, said, mate,
put that vacuum down for a second.
Well, only a second. Only a second. Marinate on this for a sec. You're going to be in the comp now. Pick it up and hit the front floor there, would you? Saw a bit of dust there. You got to clean up.
Yeah, after you heap me back here.
He served well.
Boxes to unpack.
He's had a couple of wild card opportunities, but he's also had a couple of great runs at the Challenger Series back in 2022. He actually missed out by basically a heat win or two of getting himself onto the CT. He did get, you know, I think a little downtrodden by the disappointment and missing the cut. Saw him dip on the ratings, but he's right there. I mean, he shows just moments of brilliance in these Challenger Series events, and we'll see how he goes in 2025. Started this heat off really well, 7.6. Still got the highest score of the heat so far. And I think if we have a little bit of time, we should probably queue up some replays and just enjoy some of the highlights of this heat so far, because it's been a tube fest. George Pittar got himself barreled, but Jacob Wilcox really waiting for his first opportunity to lock into a tube as well.
Yeah, Jacob's done well to drop a 6.5 just based on the strength of his backhand attack and the turns. But those high numbers have come from those beautiful, long, throaty barrels of Josh Kerr and Dylan Moffat. George with the opening tube, and he's just put himself in the slot. This is Dylan Moffat, just such a beautiful almond-shaped barrel. It comes out with a quick slash, and then that finishing turn, really good. Dropped out of the sky for a moment, and then this is Kersey.
Yeah, this was one of his later rides, but still deep, plenty of vision, and lots of time in the barrel, and he'll extend out of the lip. And the speed there of the twin obvious into the flats.
And Kersey will actually be liking these conditions, given who he was up against in this heat. You know, these are three of the more favoured surfers that have really strong manoeuvres. And, you know, Kersey, with these conditions in the barrel, the playing field's probably levelled a little bit more.
Really interesting heat. Packed with some of the Australian favourites. offshore conditions. Kersey having a look at one on the inside there, Rich, but give us the update on what we're looking at this afternoon.
Yeah, the Oakberry surf conditions report wind 19 kilometres out of the north-northwest, which is bang on the right direction. As you can see, just beautiful groom conditions. Outside air temp, a little warmer than this morning, but still pretty chilly, 16 degrees. And waves, you can see it has trended down a little bit this morning. We were 4 to 5 foot, now we're down to 3 to 4 foot. Still a couple of overhead sets, as you've seen in this heat. It is just a playful size, and really you want to get amongst any of the sets here. This is a good shot. It just shows you that bank where that whitewash is now. That is where the bank just lines up. There's some deep water trough as it gets closer to the shoreline. This is way up the beach to the north of where we've seen most of the action in this event so far. But this beach has just been littered with pits all day.
Yeah, all the way up there.
Let's dive into the GWM recap. Have a look at some of these earlier rides. Everyone's got a decent score and the fight is on. And the next exchange is going to be super interesting, but we're going to lap up these replays. Here's George, tucked in. And this is one where he took a fall at the end. It cost him a couple of points.
Yeah, kind of just threw him a little out of rhythm too. He bobbled it, got back out there, and meanwhile, this was happening. Kersey deep, driving, super speedy barrel, and the judges gobbled that one up. The cutty was just a little bit of cinnamon sprinkled on the donut. But it tasted good for Josh. And this thing, Rich.
Oh, just elevator drop straight into the pit for Dill. Comes out, a couple of nice hacks on the face and a big finishing turn. Really good sequence. Put that wave together so perfectly.
Yeah, comparing the rides between Dylan Moffat, Josh Kerr. Josh, he drove into his. Yeah. Got a lot of credit for the barrel. The wave flattened out a little bit. Still got a combination of turns done. Dill, not quite as deep on his pit. It was a little bit shorter and intense, but solid work on the open face. And while we went through those highlights, Jacob Wilcox got to his feet and got busy whipping that board through a couple of big backhand hooks.
Yeah, Jacob brings this one all the way through and just trying to improve on that 4.43. May have bettered it by just a couple of points or a point.
Looks on, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, looks good.
He's kind of keeping himself in that top two at the moment. He's on shaky ground. Dill Moffat's got the highest number, so he's well within reach, and even George isn't out of touch yet. But even without getting himself on the best waves of this heat, Jacob Wilcox has looked so solid. Here's the Stone and Wood slow-mo, Vaughan, and he just rips into these hooks.
It's so tight this turn. He just pivots on the lip, and he had so much speed, and that's what sent the spray flying. He's got the ability to just get that long body into such a compact space, and it's spectacular surfing. But this is a grindy wave really in the context of the heat. And it's interesting, you know, like you're looking at this, it's three regular footers. You would think maybe the backhand might be a disadvantage with these barrels, but not for Jacob. He is elite. Such a sublime backside tube rider. He'll be able to fit through any section.
Yeah, looks like he is going to put a little bit more pressure on Dylan and George. We'll see someone pop out of the barrel. We did.
George Houdini just emerges from nowhere there. Looking forward to seeing the start of this one. Whips a couple of cutties, 2.5 minutes to go. The wave keeps providing, so he stays with it right through to the inside. Throws his hand up.
Well, the fact that we didn't see him and we couldn't see him when we got the vision on camera is a good indicator, because his first ride, you could always see the nose of his board poking out of the barrel. That one he disappeared, and we didn't get the front of it either, so let's just see how deep he got. Drives through it, takes off under the lip, and extended barrel time. Comes out with the big swoop and rebound off the foam, and then does some great work through this inside. George just stitching this together all the way down the line. He's pretty much ended up at Bar Beach.
You can see why he claimed it. So much drama off the takeoff, and you know, with just the amount of speed he had coming out, that there was no drag, and he was flying through that thing.
Dylan Moffat still hanging on to the highest number of the heat, now looking for a backup score. Not waiting for the big barrel to come his way, going to turns instead. Committed stuff. And not finished with this one yet. Bit of foam on the face, and he continues to clout this one right down the line.
Well, it was a good choice. At that point, with a minute, and a half just over, he kind of had to pull the trigger. You can't wait for something. He had such a small backup score. Now Dill, double pump off the bottom turn into a nice layback slash. And then again, does some great snaps down the line. Tricky wave too, as it hits a bit of backwash.
So it's hard. The surfing's been fantastic. Even Jacob Wilcox on that last ride ripped his wave, got a 5.07. But there is bigger waves with better quality in them and more numbers in them, and Jacob Wilcox has connected with one here. This already feels like it's going to be much stronger than the 5.07. Couple of big hits on the outside, brings it through, banks it off the foam, looks out the back with 35 seconds to go and says, wow, that might be the one that I needed.
Yeah, this is going to be so interesting watching all these scores drop. George up again.
Grabs the wall of the wave, trying to maximise his time behind the curtain. But that wave just steamrolls down the sandbar without him. And he has to find the doggy door, punches through that curtain. So we're waiting on a few scores to come in. I think we're going to have a really close finish here. And Kersey, the old boy, he's not done. And he is looking to take flight here on the twin, gets the rotation. He was trying to better a 5.83. What a lineup, what a heat.
It was about the only thing left that we hadn't seen was the air. So Kersey just finishing the bag of mixed lollies for us. Epic heat.
Really fun to watch. And yeah, I'm still not sure who's going to progress through this one. George had that really deep barrel. We're seeing the Stonewood slow-mo of the rotation for Kersey.
Yeah, always really hard to perform these airs with the offshore blowing, but Kersey, not a problem for him. Look, I don't know whether that air is going to come into the picture in terms of a top two score for him, but his position at the top is even in danger at the moment.
Well, George Pittar, he got well rewarded for the deep barrel ride where he took off right under the hood and found the exit. Got a fair bit of rail work done down the line. He bagged a 7.53 to get himself up in a second position.
Do you know what this might come down to? Hate to say it, but that fall. If George gets pushed down into third or fourth position here, it might be a result of that fall on the first wave.
Interesting though, also making the comparisons to Dill Moffat's 7.6 and George's 7.53. Bigger throatier wave for Dill and some huge turns, a massive combination, but this wave, this has got to factor in big time.
That's just excellent surfing. There is so much power in what Jacob Wilcox brings to this approach. Left nothing in the tank with that backside attack.
And then another little barrel for George. Tries to find the doggy door. He gets it. So that would have looked good from way down the beach where the judges are.
Mate, stomp your feet and light a match, fellas.
What have you done?
Nothing. I've just enjoyed one of the greatest heats I've seen in this year's Surfest, that's for sure.
5.13 for Dylan Moffat. So that's his run in the comp done.
It all comes down to Jacob's score.
Jacob Wilcox needs a 6.37 out of his ride to get to second place.
And it's whether George's last little doggy door barrel is better than a 5.33.
Yeah, he's trying to better his situation here. Kersey's got a number on the way.
6.37 is what Jacob Wilcox needs. The strength of those backhand turns, the feeling amongst the panel is that it's undeniably excellent surfing.
Yeah.
Well, it's whether that goes into the excellent range, I'm not sure, but he doesn't need it to. He just needs to get above a 6.37, and the numbers are now starting to roll in across the screen. They're looking pretty good. A couple of judges saying yes, yeah, it looks like he's going to get there. 6.9, Jacob Wilcox doesn't just get the second, he gets himself to the lead, pumps the fist.
Even though that was a barrel fest, Jacob won the heat doing turns.
Yeah.
Well, two mid-range sixes was enough to overcome and the 7-point rides dropped by his mates. George Pitter's still got a number on the way here, and he needs to get a 5.8 out of it. It was a short barrel ride, and if he can get that score, he'll overtake Josh Kerr.
Barrel is right there.
This heat will not end.
I know.
I love it. I don't
want it to end either.
We're still waiting on scores.
Yeah, these guys have walked about a K back down the beach.
Yeah,
They're
the
still
score
waiting.
came through. It was a 4.1. Just not enough time behind the curtain there. So it is going to be Josh Kerr holding on to that second position. Jacob Wilcox with a strong victory. A couple of mid-range sixes for him, and he is pumped about it. What a heat. We got plenty more coming your way too on what's going to be a sensational afternoon here at Merewether. Well, breaking it down here, Jacob Wilcox, absolutely buzzing, loving his time here at Newcastle, as we all are. This is definitely a place that you've got to come and visit, especially now after seeing what the waves can do in this zone. To plan your stay here at Newcastle, go to visit newsouthwalesnsw.com. And yeah, you too can tap into some epic rides here.
Epic rides, epic food, epic fun, all the walks around the headland, the beach is pristine. And at the moment, the conditions for these competitors is A1.
Yeah, and the big names keep coming, don't they, Rich? Kalohe and Dino out there in the lineup. More than a decade of CT reps and some huge finishes on the rankings. This Olympian from the United States, San Clemente, California, out there in that red jersey, already had a wave. It's going to be a throwaway score by the end of this heat, though. Jorgen Cousinet, the Frenchman, he's going to be out there in the blue. Narrabeen's Geordie Lawler is going to be in the white, and Matthew McGilvray, after getting knocked off the CT, is back on the Challenger Series. The South African's going to be in the green. And here we go, movement on the outside. Andino grabs the wall of the wave to lock in some tube time. Nice bit of cover here, and that's the extras on the inside.
Nice.
That's how you want to get your heat started.
Well, Kalohe took that first wave, just a 0.77, and that's actually given him the ability to go down, or go up the beach, I should say, without priority. The rest of the crew, the other three competitors, are still jockeying for position there, and they're all a bit deep on that sandbank. Kalohe, on the other hand, found this one wide, Stalls, double arm grab, drives through this barrel deep. You can't see him, disappears from view. A real indication of just how deep he was in the barrel. Comes out, navigates through those wobbly little sections. Permanent fixture on the championship tour. Kolohe Andino, 10 years experience and one of the best from San Clemente.
Yeah, really hoping to see him in a couple of more events this year, but today just enjoying having him here on the New South Wales East Coast. And loving the form. He looked so strong on the opening day of competition. He really was one of the best. Big smile on his face. I think, you know, obviously one of the most passionate surfers that you've ever come across. And yeah, really passionate about competition again as well.
Yeah, he's all fired up, and just would love another round on the championship tour. A couple more years.
I think especially with the big announcements.
Yeah, well, we've just announced that on the Challenger Series, we're going to be going to Pipeline. We're adding stop number 6 and then stop number 7. We'll be right back here. So Kolohe, if he can manage to get himself into a couple of more of these Challenger Series events this year, you'd have to say his chances are pretty good at making the tour again.
Having a look at the schedule now. So back to Bolito next, Huntington Beach, Ericeira, Saquarema, and then the 2 additions to the schedule for the 2025-2026 season. We're going to Pipeline. What a test.
Yep.
And it is going to sort the field out. There is some competitors in the mix, and especially those from, obviously, the Hawaii, Tahiti Nui region that are just rubbing their hands together at that opportunity. And then, I mean, if we get waves like this again here at SURFEST, everyone will be back and ready to go for sure. Yeah, 23.5 minutes remaining here. And Dino, a 6 on that last ride. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Vorno.
Oh, Chippo, what a heat, mate. Absolutely incredible surfing from all 4 of you guys. Great mates, fierce rivals. I mean, it's a bummer someone has to lose, really, but the boys were trading barrels and you were just getting to work with the backside hangers.
Yeah, I wanted some barrels. I was like, let me in on these barrels. I saw Kersey get one, then I saw George get one, and I saw Deal drop into one. I was like, oh my God, give me a barrel. Then I was looking at barrels at the beach too, and I'm just doing backside snaps. Yeah. But it worked, I guess.
It did work, mate. What was the strategy going into that heat? Because obviously the heat before we saw sort of a split situation where 2 surfers were up the point, Zave going mad up there with Emrod. Yeah, there was no doubt you were heading up that way.
Yeah, I was heading up there. I've been looking at it for like the last couple of hours, and I was like, oh, the tide might start to get a little bit too high by the time our heat's on, but it held off. There's a little bit of wobble and winds out there, and the waves have slowed down a lot compared to this morning, but yeah, sometimes you just get lucky, and I felt like I just got lucky at the end of that heat. Kersey didn't go that wave, and then I just saw this like little bowl on the end of it that I could get to, and I just luckily got the score at the right time.
Yeah, you did. You know, those waves stood up for you. You really got the opportunity to unwind, some really critical snaps and powerful moves. But what's it like, mate, when you come in on the beach and just, you know, you're waiting for 4 scores to land?
It's good when you know you've had a good wave before it, but I didn't really know what everyone else had done on that same exchange or the exchange before, so I don't know, I was just kind of a little bit nervous, but like at the same time, I was like, it was a good battle, and I was happy with how I like got myself into the battle without having like one of the craziest waves of the heat, I felt like. So yeah, I'm stoked. Sometimes you're just gonna go your way, and that was one of them.
Good on you, mate. That was absolutely one of the standout heats of this year's event, and we hope to see plenty more of them coming from you in the next round.
Let's do it. Cheers, Warno.
Yeah, Jacob Wilcox did well. I mean, all his rivals in that heat had a higher scoring ride than him, Rich, but it's 2 waves.
It is 2 waves.
Best 2 waves, and Jacob, he did some really nice turns out there to fetch a couple of mid-range 6s, get himself the victory. And Dino started this one with a 6. And nothing yet for his rivals, who are still in that, you know, neutral priority situation. So, you know, it's been predominantly right-handers. Geordie Lawler's holding the inside position. And Kolohe, you can see him just a little further north here on the Newcastle flight cam. Just separating himself from the pack and looking to chase down a couple of scores at the northern end.
Yeah, absolutely. And all those free surfers to the north of Kolohe as well. It's just littered with competitors, and you know the surf's good when when all the competition surfers are out free surfing and not actually watching the heats. But they're getting a bird's eye view. That's Chloe Andino on the screen there. The only rider with a couple of waves, just that 6-point ride is the high number. And yeah, he'll just happily let those guys inside him just tussle away for the next score.
Well, here we go, jogging up. He hasn't cracked the CT ranks just yet. Have seen him take up a spot in a CT event though at Jeffreys Bay. But Matty McGilvray, he's been able to save himself in some tricky situations with that mid-year cut. But this year he just couldn't get the result that he was chasing, despite the fact that he did crack a final in El Salvador, an all-South African final with Geordie Smith there. So, you know, that was pretty interesting. It sort of felt like he got himself out of trouble, Rich, with that result, but just missed out by one spot. Got pushed out in the end.
Heartbreaking. Just to come that close and not convert. It's a real heartbreak. And we have seen surfers, as we see, this is a replay here. Jorgen, and just a little wobble on the face of that one, so he opts to hit the eject button. But yeah, we've seen surfers win Challenger Series events and not qualify. You know, it's not a guarantee. And I think with the addition of the 2 more events, so the 7-event tour that we have on the Challenger Series now, we're likely to see that point spread around a little bit more, unless someone completely takes control and gets multiple victories.
So 18 and a half minutes remaining here. And it's just been such a fun day. Got through that round of 32 for the women. Some great performances there. There's going to be a lot to break down in the Stone and Wood post show this afternoon, but we still have some massive heats coming your way as we see McGilvray now up into the lip. Beautiful snap there. Set the fins free. Always in full control, even with the release of that tail. He's going to bank a score. It could be a reasonable one. We know that this swell is on the fade, and as I say that, it looks like there's a pretty solid set stacking up at the southern end of the contest zone here. No one's going to be able to tap into that one. They're still out there, Rich.
They are.
High quality waves.
Yep, they certainly are. And it just all came together for that last heat as we watch Matty McGilvray hard off the bottom, up into the lip, flares it out the back. Gets some beautiful tail release and keeps that momentum travelling forward. Did really well to control that turn. Can just mind surf this little insider going through the competitor's zone. Here we go. We're going to get a rider here.
Yeah, having a look at this one. Geordie Lawler on the back end, straight up into the lip. What a turn. Beautiful backhand blast. Love that.
That was a great turn, big, impactful turn, and he would have been inspired by Jacob Wilcox in the heat before. Just writing the script for the goofy footers. And they really do have that ability, especially in these offshore conditions, to square up off the bottom and probably get tighter in the pocket than the regular footers can on their forehand, who are almost lured into trying to find that barrel, and then it forces you out on the face to sort of elongate the turn a little bit.
Well, this is going to be a good score. Stone and Wood slow-mo of Jordan Lawler, just classy stuff. Drove up into that section, unloaded all that power. Matty McGilvray turned in a 4 for his big individual turn. What's Geordie going to get for that?
You got to think that's going to be up around the 5, 5.5, maybe even 6 range. It was such a big turn, only the single manoeuvre. They'll keep it, they won't go too high, only because there's room to move. If he does 2 of those and gets a little pit, then we're looking at a 9 or a 10.
Still manages a 6.17.
There you go.
For that big closing hit. Just on 16 minutes to go, and Dino's still with the lead at the moment, but they're coming for him. And we'll see after the break what happens on the next exchange. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community. Dreamy part of the world, serving up great conditions here for the round of 32, Heat 3 unfolding. Chloe Andino with the lead at the moment, backing up his 6-point ride from earlier on with a 4.67. Nice looking left rolling through here. Got a great heat on our hands, just like all the clashes in this round. There is so much class, so many great surfers have been to those elite ranks, and this is one of the best of them. Andino, nice opening turn, works this one over. Probably highly aware that there is much better waves out there, but just wanting to build without priority, and Geordie Lawler got himself a second ride too, Rich.
Oh, good connection of turns here. 2 strong backhand hooks from the takeoff, and then the little foam rebound to finish off on a slightly bigger wave than Brothers.
Yeah, Geordie, one of those competitors last year that got himself a Challenger Series victory, but didn't go on with it and qualify for the CT. But he's come so close in the past, and even close enough that he got opportunities as a replacement to compete at Pipe.
He did. Yeah, that's right.
And yeah, I think that's the observation, is that it's a harder thing to bounce back from than being, say, 5 spots off. When you're a couple of heat wins away, it sort of seems to take a mental toll on competitors.
Yeah, it keeps you awake at night for sure, and you start to go back and relive every single heat of that year, and you're like, oh gosh, if I didn't fall on that one wave and that cost me that heat, then it's that result and that event, and you just start to unwind it and start playing mind games with yourself. But it's a dangerous place to visit. You just kind of need to keep that in the past and move on.
5.4 for Geordie Lawler. We got a new heat leader now. Chloe Andino back in second spot after a 5.58. And remaining patient out here is Jorgen and Matty McGilvray. McGilvray up at the moment. Just holds on to the wall of that wave, gets as much time behind the curtain as possible before getting the finishing move in. And Andino sizing up one at the northern end of the bank. Doesn't see an exit, so pulls through the back of that wave.
Watch the replay here. Matty McGillivray just dragging the hand, trying to extend the time inside the tube, and gets that finishing hit. Great vision here. You can just see him tucked in, see the back arm just dragging on that wall of the barrels, trying to slow himself down as much as he can. Then he lets it go, release, increase the speed, he gets the exit.
All right, now we're going to see the Frenchman, Jorgen. He's got to do some work here. He's getting a little left behind on the scoreline, but he's just changed that. Turning this one around with 10.5 minutes to go. We're going to see numbers come through shortly, and we'll get some replays in a minute, but right now we're going to throw it down to Stace.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Here with the Newcastle Airport equipment check-in, and I've got Chloe Andino's backup board down here. He's got a 5'11", 29.5 litres, and brother doesn't muck around. He's got his signature Chloe Andino fins in there, and he's riding those fins, whether it's 1 foot or 20 foot, and he's certainly looking really good on them today. Look, I can't really tell you too much about this board, Ron, but the good old under-the-arm test is feeling pretty good for Uncle Stace. So, if brother doesn't want to go home with too much excess baggage, he knows where to find me.
Yeah, similar build, similar dimensions.
That one might go missing. Hey, Stace, Rick Love here. We'll get back to you in a sec. We're just watching Geordie.
Yeah, beautiful backhand hit again from Geordie Lawler, who's always got that really nice, stylish tempo to his surfing, Rick.
He sure does. Just a really strong surfer on the forehand or the backhand. Mate, I was actually at Kolohe's the other day. We were checking out his boards. He makes a point of having a softer rail under there just to make it a little bit more forgiving on that backup board. Is that what you're feeling there? Perhaps can you explain what that does, that softer rail, Stace?
Well, Rich, you're really throwing me under the bus here, mate. That's a question that I would like to ask you, but I do know Kolohe's a board fanatic, and if he's not worrying about tucking the edge, which I think I would go out on a limb and say maybe he would maybe pick up a JS for some inspiration for that, but I think it's just going to be a little more forgiving, and with a sharper edge. We're not here riding MR20s, mate, that have the sharp edge to the nose. These are high-performance pieces of equipment, and I think that reflects in Kolohe's surf. And how did I go?
Mate, you did very, very well. You passed. Passed the test.
One thing that Kolohe used to do a lot of around the event sites was he used to walk around almost fanatically as he's in and out of the tube there, and he used to measure the distance between the back fin, where the plug was, and the tail. And he actually has a ruler length tattooed on his finger. And he would just take that information and take it home and then go home and figure out how much either drive or looseness he was going to add to his board. So, yeah, just a little tidbit there for you, Rick.
Wow, mate, we'll expand on that in a sec, but I can tell you that Kolohe has just absolutely torn apart the last wave that he rode, and we saw a massive emotional expression come from him and a big claim. So really feeling this wave. We'll break it down when we get the replay.
Yeah, 8 minutes to go, waiting on scores to come through for a few competitors now. Things are getting interesting out here. Let's start with Geordie Lawler, that beautiful backhand speed run into this first turn.
Just a huge hook on the backhand, and he backs it up again with a beautiful mid-face slice, gets higher on the third. Three-turn combination, and then this is Matty McGillivray, big opening slice. Real acute direction change there, gets up high in the lip, blasts the tail out, gets some release, and then just does a bit of tic-tac work down the line, and then Brother slots inside the barrel, stalls, now he lets it go, comes out and ropes a big layback, aggressive turn there. Pivoting off the top, grinding, gets the tail release, comes all the way through to the inside, breaks free again.
Yes.
And then the big expression. I love seeing this. This just is a pure indication of how invested this guy is now.
I mean, yesterday was just so challenging for our competitors. The ocean really dictated it, and what they could do limited their freedom on the open face. Today's a completely different story. Really groomed lines. We're seeing great rail work. We're seeing good attack in the lip. You know, these surfers are comfortable throwing the fins free. We saw it a couple of times from Kolohe there. Geordie also looking super sharp. And Matty McGillivray throwing a mean combo too. So we got numbers starting to roll through for our competitors. Just over 6 minutes to go. It's going to be an exciting finish as the next heat gets set to hit the water. Winner Vincent going up against Oscar Berry, Jarvis Earl, and Kajiro Nishi.
These heats are stacked, absolutely stacked. As we wait for some scores to come in, just to confirm what Stace was talking about. Go, Ron.
637 for Geordie Lawler. So adds to the tally there, but Kolohe's got a score on the way as well.
Yeah, just on that, the little ruler on the finger. So he's just always checking the measurement of his back fin off the tail of the board. The average measurement for all these high-performance shortboards is around 10 3/4 to 11 inches. That's the position from the tail, up from the tail where the side fins, the back of the fins are positioned, and that back fin anywhere from sort of 3 1/8 up to about 3 1/2 off the tail. That seems to be the magic cluster.
Good to know. And Dino wanting the update. Well, his last score hasn't dropped in, but I think that all these competitors love to know the situation with plenty of time, because it can really change the way that tactically you play the closing stages of the heat.
That was a commentator wave there that went through, just unridden.
So still waiting on the scores, and often when it gets to this point where you've been waiting for a while, the judges might be scoping some replays just to remind themselves of what they've dropped in the heat already. Matty McGillivray's got a good score on the way here. He's after a 6.67.
He's appealing.
He's going to get the score, Matty McGillivray, so he jumps up into second. 6.93 for him. Now Andino, they'll focus on his number.
And Andino needing a 4.94. For sure he's got that, but he wants them to get it right.
He sure does.
It is an important score in the scheme of things. 4 minutes to go.
Matty McGilvray making a move here. And drives up into the pocket, trying to chase down a 5.61 to get himself into the lead.
Oh, he didn't quite get the finish.
He didn't quite get it. And Dino now still appealing for an update on the situation as he moves up the priority order. There wasn't an issue there because Matty McGilvray had priority over him. So he couldn't have played a part in what unfolded there.
No, he just had to let him go that. We're having a replay of Koloe's wave. Tucks in, some good barrel time, disappears from view. Comes out with this aggressive layback hack and then did some great work down the line here. A few tail release snaps, bang. Just ropes it around. This one here clicks with it again. Gets the fins free out the back of the wave. Love to see this passion.
Yeah, it's a surprise that this score hasn't dropped yet. It's taken a long time to come through. 3 minutes to go. As we see now, Geordie up again. Already got the lead in this heat and wants to stay on top of the order, and with moves like that, he's a good chance of doing it. Throwing down some great backhand hits, great variety.
Yep.
Getting tangled up in the lip. He's at times kept that board below that lip line and landing at some serious power.
Yeah, and again, it's these goofy footers that are able to lean on that heel side rail, do that deep bottom turn, really square up, as we call it, off the bottom, and that means that they're going to cut that bottom turn, angle the board straight up vertically in the lip, and on the backhand you have the ability to rope it round and pivot off that back fin and really turn tight up in the lip.
Well, the numbers starting to roll through. This is the score that Andino wants to hear. He is going to turn in a 6.57 and jump from third into first. And he's also moving up that priority order, as we see Jorgen finishing off a ride there. 2 minutes to go. Well, it looks like he might be making his way in here, Rich.
I don't know, with 2 minutes to go, I would be scrapping back out there as fast as I could.
Yeah, he's looking to the beach.
If only
maybe he might have got his clock wrong.
Yeah, difficult to see. Some surfers, they don't actually rely on the watch. They, you know, these guys are way up past the competition zone, so maybe not getting eyes on the 5-minute warning flag, as we see Jorgen just finishing off that ride. Needs a 6.4 to advance to get into second place. He's got the watch on.
Well, there's only a minute to go, and he's just spent a minute here wondering what the heck is going on. So missed opportunity for him to get back out there.
It's too late now. 1 minute to go. He's never going to get out the back.
No, he needed a 6.04. Out of that ride, as we see Matty McGilvray, and he is going to stick it. Huge rotation. And that is a turn that he often goes to. Matty McGilvray kind of really is sort of famous for those big
Hail Mary
lever carves that he just wrenches his neck into, but he can project a big rotation out onto the flats with the best of them. And he is after a 5.61 to overtake Geordie Lawler here, who I believe still has another score on the way, Rich.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the replay here. So Matty, just a single turn, but it was a good one. The big front side rotation lands with the fins facing the shore, which means it was about a 180, 200 degree turn in the air. But it was high risk, and it was, done in that critical part of the wave. He got good projection, good height.
He's got ankles like an elephant, Matty McGilvray. They are rock solid, and that really helps him and gives him the confidence to stick those big flared out airs onto the flats. Geordie Lawler might just up the requirement for Matty McGilvray with his last ride, though. You've got to remember that beautiful sequence of backhand hits, getting some release on the final section. But you know what, with the wind that we had yesterday and a strong offshore today, we haven't seen too many airs, and we haven't seen an air as strong as that one in the event. So Matty McGilvray, 6.6.
Goes to first.
Goes to first. Andino's been pushed into second. Matty McGilvray needs a 5.64 here, Rich.
Wow.
And it feels like he'll probably get it.
Well, we know the judges get excited about these high-risk manoeuvres. The drama at the final stages of the heat.
So much drama. Geordie Lawler getting himself the lead. Kolohe pushed into second. The requirement for McGilvray, 5.64. It was a beautiful rotation. He went big. Clearly got out in front of that whitewater.
Just a single turn though, Ron. I'm not denying that it's not the score. It's going to be close. It's just how excited they're going to get by it.
5.64 is the requirement.
It's so bunched up. I actually can't believe how bunched up this heat is, given all the surfing that we've seen and the variety of different waves that we've seen ridden. I think back to Brothers Barrel with the multiple turns down the line. Geordie's backhand hooks that he was doing, only netting that 6 points. So it's close. Matty's air rotation is going to have to be close to some of those waves that have been totally ripped apart.
Geordie Lawler's first wave was a 6.17 for a big backhand blast. Impressive turn, executed with speed and power, but there was more risk in what Matt McGilvray delivered, and he is going to get a massive score, and he is going to get the score that he needs here.
Well,
waiting for that number
excited
to drop. And Matty McGilvray turns in an excellent number, jumps up into first place. Geordie Lawler pushed to second. Chloe and Dino surfed so well in that heat, but is unfortunately going to fall short of the requirement. That's unadjusted, the results there on the bottom of the screen. Matty McGilvray did get the win. Geordie Lawler second.
He's so clutch. He's done it again, Matty McGilvray.
We are going to take a quick break here. We'll step out of the booth, and when we return, we'll bring in Jesse Starling and Stace Galbraith for the call. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vycovi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
We have had heat after heat after heat of excellent surfing going down today, and nothing better than getting your forehead signed by Matty McGill down here at Nui. I'm Jessie Starling, this is Stace, and I think you should get your forehead signed today.
Yeah, it looked pretty good, I reckon. I like Matty, he's a good bloke. He does that a lot, doesn't he? And with the waves as pumping as they are, no one's out of it. Like, everyone's capable of doing that. We saw the lead change multiple times in that heat. I got a feel for Brother. He surfed a great heat, but it's never over till it's over.
No, definitely not. And I mean, that was such a high-risk end to that. That was almost like, it felt like Matty was just going, oh, well, I'm just going to absolutely go for it here. And it really did go his way, really technical stuff. But moving on into this heat, it's a big one. So much has been going on. This is Keiji Onishi from Japan on his first ride. It was a 4.17. Got a bit of a check turn on that section. Came through to the inside and belted it there for a finish for Keiji. And then out the back, Winter Vincent stays.
It's just a tube fest. Look at this thing. Winter Vincent, he's a big, tall kid, and he fit his whole rig in there with ease. Beautiful swooping arc there. And a lovely combination out of that tube. Very, very smooth, 6.33, nice way to start the heat.
It is, and it's a big heat, this one. We've got Jarvisell, Winter Vincent, Keijiro Nishi and Oscar Berry. Thinking back to Oscar's opening round heat, Stace, he was looking really impressive, really confident in himself. Looking forward to seeing if he can channel that in this heat here.
Yeah, you have to think he's going to take that momentum and keep it rolling. Looks like we got a paddle here from Jarvisell.
Here we go, 22 World Junior Champ on your screen right now. Incredible air game, but incredible backhand attack from that first turn. Goes up and at it again for Jarvisell with the finish. 3 beautiful turns there, past 12 o'clock on some of them, I swear. Winter, just a quick up and out there for him as well. We saw sixes come into play a lot in that last heat and all day, but they almost feel like small scores today.
Yeah, they are. I mean, you see the winner of the heat, Maddie McGilvray, on 15 points. So you know it's kind of out there. And, the heats before that, we've seen Xavier Huxtable and Michael Rodriguez come to mind, some massive totals as well. This was an amazing wave. He really tried to get as tight in the pocket as he can there. A little bobble coming out of it, but it actually set him up perfect for the second turn there. That was absolute money. And then did well to get another turn in there at the end. Didn't quite get the click he was hoping for, but nevertheless, 3 turns in quick succession. And then Keijiro here. Nice check turn down the line. Beautiful bottom turn. Wow. Sensational hit in the lip. Just the 2 turns though on that wave.
Incredible surfing from everyone going down today. There's a lot of people who are flocking to the boardwalk to watch everything. And yesterday we had a massive incentive to make this heat. You can see a lot of the Aussies cheering on Maddie McGill, who I would say is an adopted Australian.
Yeah, he did. He spent a lot of time here during COVID and the off seasons, and yeah, he was a permanent fixture, wasn't he?
He was. He was here, and all the Aussies kind of hung out together, supported each other, and then Maddie just joined that clique, and it felt like all the Aussies. Thinking back when Jacko Baker and Morgs all qualified, and they were all on tour together, it was kind of this little group of all of them, and it's cool to see that they're still cheering each other on here at the Challenger Series event. And it's still that 6.33 right now. We are waiting for scores to lock in, but Keijiro, he's had an incredible run. It didn't qualify for the Challenger Series last year, but got a wild card call up into his first Challenger Series event, got a quarterfinal finish in Bolito last year. He was looking really, really impressive. Then went on to get call up for the rest of the season, came 24th by being a wild card into all of his events. Now he's qualified for this season in full force. That's got to be confidence coming into this.
Yeah, that's really impressive stat there. The fact that he started the season as a wild card after missing the first two events of the year. We obviously had Snapper and Narrabeen last year. So for him to roll up into Bolito and get a 5th straight off the bat, that's super impressive. And to finish 24th overall, like you said, that's a great campaign. That's a full slingshot into this year.
Taking a look at scores now, 7.83 for Jarvisell. Massive scores. Thinking of Jarvis's career, he wins in so many different types of conditions, whether it's reef breaks at Cruy, whether it goes to air or to his surfing. It feels like he's got that repertoire that really does give him the trajectory to that top tier.
Yeah, definitely. He's certainly got, as you mentioned, he's got all the skills in the books, and he's also got a pretty good heat IQ. We've seen him win a lot of heats from way out in front, dominate start to finish, sort of what we're seeing here. If he can get himself on another wave pretty quick, he'll be in a pretty good position. But then I've also seen him, win finals from, coming from behind, buzzer beater type stuff. So it's, yeah, all the signs are pointing in the right direction for Jarvis. He obviously wants to qualify for the World Tour. That's why he's here. And you'd have to think this year's looking pretty good for him.
Definitely. From not too far from around here from Cronulla, about 3 hours. I'm going to say 3 and a bit hours down the coast.
2.5, 3 hours. It depends how you're moving.
But incredible waves around there too. Heaps of really fun beach breaks, couple secret waves that we may not say on the broadcast, but Cronulla, as we know, produces incredible surfers. Occy comes to mind.
Yep. Dog Marsh.
Cash
Brown, all the greats.
Connor O'Leary. He's there. I just think, everyone thinks of it as a beach break, but they've actually got a really wide repertoire of waves down there that breed really talented surfers.
I mean, Sydney is like a big wave capital of the world.
Yeah.
There's so many good big waves down there, and then when those huge southern swells pop up out of the ocean, the clips that come out of those zones are incredible, and the waves that they have on offer, yeah, it's one of the most variety-packed zones in the world, and it's in a major city, which is even sort of more perplexing that it's not more kind of publicised, really.
I know, they do keep it quite under wraps.
Well, I mean, they can kind of have it if you ask me, like Deadman's and that stuff's incredible. That is crazy surfing.
And scary.
Scary.
Scary
I'll stick
surfing.
to a sand bottom right-hand point. Thank you very much.
Please, and thank you. But this heat kind of looking like we're taking a look at an Australian regional
Yeah, there's some
APAC
youngsters
tour.
in there, isn't there? And then obviously Kate Giro's rounding it out. But yeah, there's a couple of young Aussies that have been doing really well.
A lot of these guys competed against each other, whether it's the Aussies through their junior career, but we have a lot of co-sanctioned events on the regional series, so Asia and Australia do merge for the majority of the season. About to kick off again in Indonesia. They go to pretty cool places like Philippines, Taiwan, Korea, actually been to India as well, a lot of places around the world. Right now on your screen though, Jarvisell, having a look here. He has won in Indo before on long running left, so we get to see this forehand come into play. Two really nice turns for Jarvisell from this Newcastle flight cam angle. And 2 turns, it's going to back up that 783 nicely, might not stay there for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, I think he saw the dogfight that went down at the end of that heat, and he went, I'm going to get myself out in front as quickly as possible and sort of work the heat from there. We obviously saw a big buzzer beater there at the end of that heat, and that's enough to send the shivers down any competitor's spine. They know that that can happen to anyone. So, the quicker you can complete your waves and get your scores on the board on a day like today, the better.
Take us through this one, Stace.
Beautiful first turn there. He did well to get 2 in. It was essentially a closeout for any mere mortals, but Jarvis obviously surfing so fast, so precise. He did well to get a couple of good hits in there.
And we know that last heat, that's a real heavyweight heat when you look at all the names in that. As a competitor, if you see that on the draw, you probably think, I might just watch that one.
Yeah, for sure. That one was always going to be fireworks. There's more or less 3 surfers there that have made the tour. Geordie's had plenty of time on there. I know he's been obviously really close, but then he had a few replacement slots. So he's had that taste of the big end of town, and Jorgen's always been super close as well. So that's every name in that heat. You wouldn't be surprised if they're in the top 10 at the end of the year. But obviously two of them have to lose, and unfortunately it was Kolohe and Jorgen. Jarvisell's last score, Jess.
Yeah, 5.27 for Jarvi. Has him out in the lead, so 7.83. Still that high mark of the heat so far. Winter Vincent with the second best as a 6.33, chasing at 3.24. Still to get started in this one, though, is Oscar Berry. As that tide is filling in, it's really starting to slow down a little bit more, but I feel like the quality of waves coming through make it worth it, even though we do have these big long lulls in between. Looking like Oscar Berry kicking off his campaign here, highlining through this one. It's a quick one. He's going to go down the line here, lots of speed. Takes to the air, huge full rotation, but just can't stick the landing there for Oscar. You can see with the spray, he's on a different board to what he was on yesterday. A massive attempt there, but needs to settle down a little bit and get a score on a board.
Yeah, I guess that would have been the plan, paddling into that wave for Oscar, no doubt. I'm sure he would have just looking for 2 big hacks or maybe a nice little tube, but by the moment he stood up on that wave, it kind of ran off on him, and he does have that variety.
KG a little bit late to the section on that one, unfortunately.
A little pat on the back.
Yeah, just a little, hey, good morning.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
I mean, as we take a look at the Stonewood slow-mo replay here, Oscar's just looking to generate that speed to get out on the open face, but unfortunately the wave just kept rolling. So about here he's going, oh, you know what, I've got this in me. And it wasn't a bad attempt. It was the right thing to do. Unfortunately, as to be expected, the wind just getting a hold of the board there. I have seen some pretty cool airs go down today in the free surfing. Oh, this is an amazing angle on the drone. And you just see there, just that board getting away from his back foot and then creating that sort of turbulent landing. He's lucky to get away from that without breaking the board or breaking a leg, really, when coming down like such an awkward angle like that. But yeah, in a situation like that, I would say it was unfortunately his only decision, and I think it was the right decision to make, because if you land that, there's going to be a few high fives going down on the boardwalk, I reckon.
See if we can bring it in the back half of this heat. We are going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action coming right up. The surf has been absolutely pumping down here all day, whether we've been in the corner, on the rocks there at Ladies, or down the beach here. We've really had a variety of everything down here today. Stace, what have you loved the most?
Oh, barrels, pretty easy.
Barrels.
Even the first wave of the day, Lucas Silveira, that really got us off to a good start. And then the tide kind of wreaked a bit of havoc on the lineup, and we saw a bit of a shift in positioning. But now the gents here to round out this day are out the back. And whether it's turns or tubes, they're getting great scoring opportunity as we see Winter Vincent there unload on a massive end section turn. He's looking so polished. And this is a better looking wave for Oscar Berry to show his repertoire. Lovely big snap out of the top there. He's a big, strong lad. And anytime he gets good steep face to work with, you know he's going to connect with it well. Certainly the first turn on that wave was a standout, but not much more after that.
Plenty of great waves going down in this heat, and plenty of great waves in that last one. Maddie McGillivray is down on the glass.
Jesse, you wouldn't know that he pulled off last-minute heroics yet again to get through this round, because Maddie just coming in calm, cool, collected. How'd you keep your composure knowing you needed a score on that final wave?
I mean, the conditions are so fun right now, and I just had such a slow start to my heat, so I had that in the back of my mind. I was like, if I need to go to do an air, the wind's good for it. So I was like, if I need it, I'm going to try punts to get a score. And then I was needing a score right then at the end, and I knew there was a minute to go, so it was my only option.
And as you've just sort of settled back into being on the Challenger Series here in Newcastle, how much do you feel like you are embracing the challenge of competing and getting back on tour?
Yeah, it's definitely a mindset shift. Like the plans completely changed this year, but I mean, I'm happy to be here with some good friends, and yeah, it definitely is a challenge. Surfing on the Challenger Series, there's just such a huge talent pool, so many good surfers. So yeah, it's daunting, but I mean, yeah, it's just surfing at the end of the day, and however it goes, we're lucky to be able to surf, and yeah, I'm going to try my best and see how it goes.
The best worked out today. The Bonsoy athlete area went crazy when you landed that air. Just talk us through that wave.
Yeah, I thought it was going to double up on the inside, and there was a minute to go. And when I stood up on my feet, I saw I had space for a couple pumps to get some speed, and then the section was perfect. And yeah, I was so happy to like stick it, because I felt like I got, I don't know, it just the lip was a good shape, so it kind of everything felt good. And then when I was on my feet riding out in the white water, it was just such a good feeling, and I was so stoked.
Congratulations, see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
Maddie McGillivray moving on through to the round of 16. Big scores locking in for the last of Winter Vincent. It was a 7.43. He's up and riding again here, looking to drop a 6.33. Huge opening swoop. He's got more room to work here. Tries to go to the air, but unfortunately just not working out. Love what he brought on that first turn, and especially love that 7.43.
Yeah, the combo on that 7.43 was amazing. His timing looks so good, and the waves out here just suit his style, and his, you know, how big he is so perfectly. He's just matching the power of the wave so perfect right now.
Incredible stuff down here in the round of 32, heat number 4. I cannot believe that wave of Lucas Vicente was this morning. Lucas Silveira.
Lucas Silveira. I was trying to rack my brain going, hang on a minute.
That was this morning.
That was this morning. That was the first wave out the back this morning.
There has been so many good waves today.
There has been so many good waves today. We're out.
Wow.
We only saw Sophie McCulloch from the ladies' side of the draw attack the back bank. I think conditions tomorrow looking to drop a little bit, but if Sunday comes up again, which it could be on the cards, I think we could be back out over here, Jessie.
Oh, definitely. I hope so. This bank is cooking. This is literally a competitor's dream, to come down to an event like this, have it perfect A-frame, barrels, turns, perfect airwind on the rights as well. It ticks every box for a competitor's dream. Right now we've got 10 minutes to go left in this heat. It's been a bit of a slow start for Oscar Berry with a 3.93 and a 1.07, chasing a big score right now of a 9.17. Has third priority, so he's going to slowly shuffle his way back into this heat. Keijiro Nishi chasing a 7.71. Jarvis has that top score still, a 7.83, and it's chasing a 5.93. So right now, it's been the battle of the two surfers who have found themselves in a World Junior title before.
That's a great point that you make there. Speaking of one of those surfers, Jarvis Earl, Jesse.
Yeah, big opening turn, holds on, but it's a little bit wobbly there for Jarvis, so not completely sure what went wrong in the back end of that turn, unfortunately, just coming off the back, but that's all right. It's a bit of a reset. Yeah,
obviously he's looking to better the 5.27, so he's really going to try and keep it really tight and really critical, particularly on those sort of medium-sized set wave. That wasn't a jumbo set like we saw Winter on earlier, so we knew that he had to surf that one up. And I think if you look at Oscar Berry and you look at his score of what he got for that wave, it was essentially one turn. So I know Oscar's kind of hasn't really clicked into gear in this heat, but you can see the judges are appreciating what he's doing. He just needs to find a couple of turns.
10 spots to fill this year to qualify 10 men onto the championship tour, which next year's tour looks absolutely incredible. We've added 2 extra events onto this year's Challenger Series. I'll get back to this in just a second because it looks like Oscar Berry paddling down the beach, using up second priority. Big opening swoop here, got a section, belts it in the pocket for Oscar Berry. This one hit a bit of backwash, so stood up again for him, and he's gonna get a finishing section through the inside. 4 nice turns there for Oscar Berry. Loved the opening 2 turns there.
Great timing to get that ride. The clock has just flown by in this heat. Oscar would know that better than anyone. So he's pulled the trigger on that wave as second priority, and it was a great call, and he absolutely went to town.
As I was touching on, we've got 10 spots to fill. We've got a dream tour next year. Dream tour for the Challenger Series this year, adding Pipe and coming back here in March. How do you like the chances for any 4 of these men to find themselves in those 10 spots?
Yeah, pretty good. Particularly the fellas in white and red, just with their competitive history and what they've been able to do. I think Oscar Berry and Kajiro definitely have the chops as well. But I think that Jarvis and Winter Vincent's success rate so far, particularly with the World Junior title campaigns, obviously Winter a runner-up and Jarvis a winner. I think that those 2 gentlemen are going to suit in pretty well to all of these locations here. And if I look at events like Irasira and Bolito, I think that's where somewhere like Winter Vincent could do really well.
What about Oscar Berry and Keijiro Nishi? Where do you really pinpoint them of having some prime events at this schedule?
But honestly, they're both so well-rounded that I think they could perform well at any one of those locations they've got mapped out there. It's just a matter of them, I guess, just maturing into their position on this tour. Like Oscar didn't really get the chance to crack into gear last year. As we see a replay here of this wave, like it's just the decisions, and the decision to go this wave as second priority was a really good one. And he just needs to keep making good decisions for the whole year, and he'll find himself in a competitive position because he's got the talent once he gets the wave. It's just how he manages his heats and sort of puts it all together, which is something that I'd say Jarvis and maybe Winter have had just a bit more experience at.
It was a good decision indeed. That last one locking in at a 6.27 for Oscar Berry, so really putting himself back into this heat. Now only chasing a 6.84. Keijiro just going over the falls there for Keiji, using up first priority on that one as well. So at least it's a short paddle back out. He would have hoped to have got a little bit more out of first priority then.
Yeah, he did wait a while for that wave too, and it looked really nice paddling into it, but unfortunately he just got hung up in the takeoff there and had to hit the eject button. You'd hope for his sake that his board is still in one piece and doesn't have any little creases or buckles in it, because he certainly went down pretty hard there, Jess.
He did, and there's only 5 minutes 50 to go. It's not a lot of time to get to the beach, swap your board over, get back out there, try and be in the better part of the priority rotation as well, and then get the score you're looking for. And right now it's a 7.71 for KG. Oscar a 6.84. Basically has to do what he does again with just a little bit extra flair. But we are going to go through a GWM recap here. It was Winter Vincent who really kicked us off with this 6.33, just gorgeous arcing rail surfing here from Queenscliff Board Riders Surfer. And it's been a show right now. Jarvis Earl put on an absolute clinic here too.
The boys from the Greater Sydney region absolutely going to town early in this heat and set themselves up nicely. That turn there from Jarvis Earl, one of his better ones, as he gets a third turn in on that wave on a big steep critical section. The judges love that one, 7.83. And this is Keijiro's 5.4. Majority of the points coming from that second turn there. Beautiful connection with the lip.
Incredible surfing from KG. Jarby got himself a backup score. 2 quick turns on that one as that wave was starting to close out. But Winter getting a 7.43 for these incredible manoeuvres here, Stace.
Massive, massive end section turn there. Did well to combo that up. And this is Oscar Berry's 6.27. He took this wave as second priority, as you mentioned, Jess. Incredible first wrap, into a big snap there. As you said, the wave had a bit of backwash to it, but Oscar dealt with it like it was nothing. And with that ride, he's definitely put himself in this heat. As we see the next heat getting ready to paddle out, that is the unmistakable paddle of Ryan Callanan.
Crazy heat coming up next for heat number 5. Eli Hanneman, Morgan Siblick, Emai Kalani-DeVault and Ryan Callanan, every single one of those surfers with championship tour experience. So pretty much a 4-man CT heat right there. They'll be out there in the water in just under 4 minutes to go. Right now, all eyes do go to our lineup. This is where we always have these priority chats. Winter has the first priority and has the lead. Jarvis giving Oscar Berry a lot of space right now.
He is, which is very generous of him. He's kind of leaving it up to Winter, which is, it's not really Winter's responsibility to check out Oscar at the moment, but that's just sort of how it's playing out. I think that, as we see Oscar Berry here up and riding.
Up and riding, good looking section ahead. Clicks with that first section so beautifully. Classy carve back to the pocket. Wow, really rips into the third one for Oscar. And he's going to kick out, gives himself a bit of a, all right, kind of head nod for Oscar Berry. Original thoughts of that one, Stace?
6.84. He's going to need pretty much everyone to give it a 7. I think it's good surfing. I might reserve my judgment until I see a replay, but I think it's going to be close. You know, it wouldn't be the first time that you see first and second with first and second priority kind of split off and just take a surfer each. I wonder if that's what happened there because, you know, priority, it is a tool and it's there to be used.
Wow, huge layback there from Winter and just so perfectly puts it in the pocket again for the finishing turn. Using up his first priority on that one. Jarvis now using his, got a full flurry of sets coming through. Massive second turn. And again, holds on for the finish there for Jarvis Earl. He's looking at better at 5.27, which is really going to put more pressure back on that last wave of Oscar Berry. So the judges going to compare those last 3 waves. You'd have to think they're all great waves. It's gonna come down to be really close again. Stace, give me your best breakdown.
Oh, all right.
All right.
It's a beautiful check turn to start that wave there. Crazy big layback. It's sort of a little out of control, but I kind of like it at the same time. And then he cleaned up that one real nice. His lowest score there's a 6.33, and that was for the tube and the nice carve. So personally, I think the 6.33 still holds there, but I wouldn't be surprised if the judges went a little higher. You know, sometimes that sort of loss of control to regain can be like a bit of a Houdini act. Not for me. I like the big clean carves.
Traditional guy.
I'm curious to see the score of Oscar Berry, though. It is going to be very, very close, and either way... Oh, he tied. Oh my goodness gracious me. A 6.83, needed a 6.84. So Jarvis Earl will take the, well, at the moment, the higher place due to hit his 7.83. This is a replay here of Oscar Berry. I think this is the same wave. So this is the 6.83. Beautiful second turn. Full commitment to the carve there. Got a little stuck on the third one, and he liked it. Good body language there as he kicked out, but I kind of felt like that wave was good surfing, but nothing told me it was going to be excellent. And I kind of felt like the number could go right around there, but that is just cruel.
Wow, 6.83, 0.01 Stace. That is... I mean, it is going to come down to this next wave of Jarvis as well, because it could potentially better the 5.27.
Potentially, yeah. I think if it does, he's right there. Might feel nicer for Oscar if he does just better. But he's at the moment, he's tied. But that's what the, you know, getting back to it, his requirement, you know, and he hopefully would hear that, like a 6.84, you can't score that. So the next available score is more or less a 7, or you need every judge to kind of give it majority 7s. So that's what makes a 6.84 so tricky.
This is what needs to be better than a 5.27 to make these guys not tie. Based on the tie scenario between these two, Jarvis does hold that second position because he has the highest score. Keijiro chasing a 7.71. This was during the replay here. Beautiful second carve and gets a really clean finish there, but can't hold on. So it is going to be Keijiro Nishi. He's going to fall out of the draw. waiting on last wave scores for Jarvisell. No matter what, Oscar didn't get another wave, so it is going to be Winter and Jarvis going through. It's just coming down to whether they're going to tie or not.
Yeah, that's won't bother Jarvis.
No.
But it might just look a little friendlier on the scorecard to see an outright victory. But yeah, as the rules go on surfing, the surfer with the high score does break that tie, and that is the man in the red there, Jarvis Earl. He's desperately checking in the shore. Somebody give me a thumbs up back. Please tell me I got through, and he'd be getting plenty of thumbs up. And as you predicted, Jesse, he did just better a 5.53 there for Jarvis on his last one. So great decision there from him to go that wave. Obviously, if Oscar did just get the score, he probably would have got it back anyway.
Yeah, so eventually he would have got himself back into that second position. I mean, what a great answer back from Oscar Berry as well. Just feeling like this event, he's really kept his cool, especially when pressure has been applied his way, something that I know he definitely wanted to work on in the off-season, and it seems to be paying off. I know he didn't get through this heat, but didn't really make too many mistakes.
Oh, that's friendly.
All right, Stace.
He had an 8 minute heat.
Oh, correct. Sorry, thank you. I forgot about that.
So, but I want to be friendly now. That's a real good effort.
Oh,
Do you know, to get himself into that situation just in that short amount of time, he should hold his head up real high. The flip side of that is, if I just had to use that other 22 minutes properly, maybe positioning or wave selection could have been in a different scenario. But that's all said and done. The horn's gone. It's that man in the white, Winter Vincent, and take that one out.
Yeah, so Winter, Jarvis moving on through. We are going to go to a quick ad break, and we're going to come back with a crazy heat number 5 with a round of 32. See you guys soon.
I've grown up in Newcastle all my life, and to see what the city has become and to see the amount of people that are attracted to everything that's from here, the experiences, the restaurants, the beautiful beaches, it's an incredible place to live. The food scene here is just amazing. I travel a lot of places around the world and I feel like the quality here is just as good as a lot of places I go. Fine dining restaurants to a beer overlooking the beach. Whatever you're in the mood for, you'll find it.
The Merewether Boardwalk is probably going to be the busiest it's been today because they have not one but 2 Novocastrian surfers in this heat. For the round of 32, heat number 5, this is the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. On your screen, Winter Vincent, who took out heat number 4, but massive heat coming up in this one. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in by Stace Galbraith to take you through Eli Hanneman, Morgan Siblick, Emai Kalani-DeVault and Ryan Callanan battling it out for a spot in the round of 16.
What a heat. 2 Aussies, 2 Hawaiians from Maui, and 2 lads from Niue.
Incredible.
This is like an MR Shield.
It is, isn't it? Replay here of Morg, Stace.
Beautiful first turn there from Morgan. Plenty of speed, plenty of zap. That's what he's known for. Gave that one a bit extra. This one's pretty soupy, but he did well to kind of mongrel up there and just get the finish on that wave.
So Morgan has been on a bit of a dream run this year, thinking back to his results at Bells and again at Burleigh. working with Nathan Hedge, Hoggy this year, you can really feel how much Morgs is channeling Hoggy's energy.
Big time. Like even that last turn, you know, obviously it was just a kind of get it done manoeuvre, but there was just no way that Morgan was going to fall there.
First we're seeing of Imai in this heat. Lovely down carve to start this one off. This wave looking like it's got a bit of a tapered wall. So 2 carves to start this one off for Imai. He's going to be looking for one of those waves that has that big X factor end section that he's looking for. Morg's first wave, 6.17 to kick us off. First kind of real score of this heat so far. We have a few small scores thrown away, but this is the last one at Imai Stace.
Yeah, he's just getting his day going, isn't he? He's a couple of turns there, nothing too crazy, won't be a big score. But as we saw Oscar Berry in that last heat on his first wave, kind of frothing for Eli Hanneman to think about the same sort of stuff.
Oh, airs.
Huge punt.
Yes.
Big flat spin, full rotation.
Well, I feel like that type of surfing is what made him qualify for the championship tour.
It did.
In 2023 on the Challenger Series. Just hucked it to the sky.
And he's got every trick in the book, as we see Ryan Callanan here up and riding on his first wave.
Big opening turn there, drifts the fins. Carves back to the pocket, bit of downtime on this wave, doesn't like what he sees during the end. This would be a Newcastle surfer's dream to have an event in conditions like this.
Oh yeah, big time. And also too, to surf in it as well, but the town's also proud and wants to show the world that, hey, we get good waves here. You know, and this stretch of ocean today and this stretch of beach has been absolutely amazing. I know anyone that's proud to show off their town, they don't want the tour to roll in and it be, you know, 1 foot on shore. They want to see it. They want to see it pumping. So, you know, irrespective of what happens here, I think it's been a massively successful event. But guess what? The forecast, it's looking pretty good for the weekend too. It's just going to be an absolute treat.
Yeah, it's not going to be a one-day glory.
No.
It's going to be probably 3 days.
We might see we might have a little breath of it tomorrow and it'll still be fun, but maybe not as big. But then, like I said, Sunday is showing early signs of maybe being pretty cooking again. So we'll have to wait and see.
24 to go in this one. If there's one thing about Newcastle is that we know how much they back sports in this town. And we went to the NRL last night and everyone knew Ryan Callanan, Jacko Baker, Morgan Sivlik. Everyone knew the names. And I feel like, look at the amount of people down here on the boardwalk. This would be the heat of the day for this community.
Oh, massively. And it's, you know, just divine intervention of when it's timed. Friday afternoon.
Oh, stop it.
Heat of the round. Change the banks up to the north, a bit closer to kind of Dixon Parkway. And it's just a open amphitheatre.
And then imagine the 2 Novocastrians get through. The stone and wood bar would be crazy.
Careful.
No, I'm sweet.
Okay, don't jinx it, don't jinx it.
I said imagine.
I know, but that's exactly where it starts.
No, it's stopping there.
It's kind of like the cricketer on 99.
Cricketer?
I like saying he's going to get a ton, or he's never got out in the 90s.
I'm not a cricket girl.
No, I know, that's right. I'll educate you.
Yeah.
It's pretty boring, though.
Yeah.
Do love it. Back to the surfing.
Ema having a good paddle there. Doesn't matter too much. He has 4th priority in this one. Coming off a big year on the Challenger Series. Championship Tour, unfortunately, couldn't get himself past the cut. Had an amazing run at Margaret River. Just felt like he clicked into this really effortless gear. Similar gear that I feel like we've seen Geordie Smith surf in all year. Just this fun, effortless, pressure-free surfer. And I actually still think, looking at him, he still has the confidence of Margaret River. And to know that he's going to have a Challenger Series in his home country is pretty exciting for him.
Yeah, big time. Yep. You know, he's obviously spent plenty of time at the US Open, and now you're mentioning, you know, the new addition to Pipeline. That's going to be, you know, right up Imai's alley. He's got such good variety in his surf, and he can really do it all. And you know, days like today would suit him amazingly as well. Unfortunately, you know, we're just seeing that tide having a bit of an effect on potentially this heat. But with any luck, we will get to see some more action fire up. We did see when Ryan Callanan entered the water the other day, the stars just aligned. And so we have 22 minutes more or less left in this heat for that to happen, and we're all excited to see how it unfolds.
It did align, and it was the day that it was the most wild and woolly, and he paddled out and it just looked so clean and perfect for Ryan. These perfect little bowls came his way, and that was the big changing point for the rest of the day. Everyone else moved to exactly where he was sitting. Couple of lines starting to roll in here. It's going to be Morgan with third priority, but out the widest in position for this one. Lovely opening snap here for Morgs. Really laid the tail into it and belted it again. What a wave to get under third priority. Eli now out the back. First we're seeing him of this heat. Lays into that second turn. Big section ahead of him. He just put it all on the line there for Eli Hanneman. Loved those last two waves from Morgs and Eli.
The boys lent right into those waves, big set waves, and they were perfectly positioned on the bank to take care of them. Morgs pretty sneaky. It's a pretty good wave to get with third priority, Jess.
Very sneaky. That was a great wave to get with third priority. I was watching that one come in. You could see Eli, he was really trying to scratch over towards that one to get in position. It was just that little bit too deep. Morgs just sat perfectly for that one to roll in. And I was thinking when I first looked at it, oh, it might taper off, but it just had that beautiful end section that came back towards it.
Yeah, it did. It just kept its height the whole way through, didn't it? And didn't Morgan look fast?
So fast.
Fast and fired up.
He had that amazing barrel that we saw yesterday in a day that we didn't think we'd see too many tubes out there. And that really did start to set the scene of what we were to expect here today. We always knew it was going to be good, and it's really showed up today for competition.
It has. The highlight reel from today has been amazing. We've still got plenty of action to come. This is heat 5 of the round 32. With the two Novocastrians taking on the two lads from Maui in Hawaii.
Do you reckon they would have clocked onto that, these guys, and had a bit of a locational rivalry?
I know for sure that like the Aussie boys, that they don't travel together, different ages, and they've got different friendship circles. Obviously they're mates, but like they're not super tight. And I know that Emi's pretty keeps to himself, and I know that Eli hangs a lot with the San Clemente crew. But for sure, when this heat started, they would have just looked at each other and gone, "Oh yeah,
we're on.
We all want the same thing here, and that's our countrymen to get through with us." Beautiful first turn there from Morgan. He's doing his job so far for the Aussie contingent. A 6.17 and a 6.83 back to back. No one else has really put anything on the board yet, so Morgs is definitely in a commanding position. You saw at the end of that heat, the last heat, how priority played out. And priority, obviously, a super important part of the game, particularly on a day like today where it's pretty consistent, but there are those longer lulls, and so using your priority properly definitely is an important thing. And Winter kind of took care of Oscar, and Jarvis kind of was closer to Kajiro. And, you know, I don't think it would be too out of the ordinary to expect a similar situation to happen should we see two of the same country in first and second as this thing goes down to the end. And yeah, it won't be the first time we see that happen, won't be the last. But if it's a mixed bag, it'll just be play on.
Winter Vincent was super impressive in that last heat. He is down on the glass with AJ.
Yeah, Jesse, impressive is certainly a way that we could describe Winter Vincent surfing out there. It's just been so fun to see every surfer bring their unique style to that bank. What did you want to showcase?
Well, before I went out, I switched from just my normal DHD future fins to my glass fins. It's just got such good canvas out there, and I was like, you're going to want to throw spray pretty far away from the judges as well. So, yeah, just wanted to go out and just throw some water.
Make an impression, which is certainly what you did here in Newcastle. How did you get ready for this 2025 campaign?
Had a little CT experience at Margie's, which is pretty good. Had the World Juniors early in the year, which really got me going. Got a few heats going, and yeah, just working with some good coaches. Got Mick Kane, Kai Otten down here, and just good people.
Let's dive into some of those opportunities, especially the Margs wildcard. Just how did being around the tour at such a critical event really fire you up for your own season?
Well, you get to compare your surfing to the best, you know. You get to see where your faults are at, and for me that was really big. Like, I've never surfed a wave like Margie's before, and yeah, just to compare my surfing with someone like Ethan Ewing, you know, like, I mean, it's pretty obvious. So you just got to keep working towards that big goal.
And another step taken today. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Thanks to everyone for watching.
I love that conversation just then, that ability for him to sit back and say, I compared myself to Ethan Ewing, and just the way he called himself out on international TV. I loved that.
I mean, yeah, we've got to call a spade, and Ethan was a young man too at one point, working on his surfing and working damn hard. And Ethan is where he is now, not by not by, obviously there's talent there with Ethan, but a lot of hard work went in to get him to where he is today. Same with everyone at the top level.
Oh,
and Winter, like he got to see that, and he's a disciplined young man, and like I said, he's got good people around him, and these things take time, and he's on his way. He's looking really, really good.
Halfway through this heat now, we are going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We will be back just after this.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
We have the battle of two nations, but more importantly, the battle of two hometowns out there right now in the water. Morgan Siblick, Eli Hanneman, Ryan Callanan, and Imai Kalani-Deval. I'm Jessie, joined by Stace. This was in the break. Arkau lighting this one up, Stace.
Yeah, he needed to join the party in a couple of really nice turns there. His heat is definitely been a little slower than some of the heats we've seen before, so a wave like that, super important for Callanan in his campaign in this heat.
He's the type of surfer where he doesn't really need to overdo anything on a wave. His surfing really does just speak for himself, and those two turns highlight that so well.
Yeah, he just draws such long arcs in the wave, and I'd say Imai's pretty similar. He's a big fella, and if he puts his board in the right part of the wave, like that,
wow,
he's going to throw a lot of water. Unfortunately there, he just kind of got caught chasing the next turn as opposed to just kind of finishing the turn that he was in. So it's just always a funny way to finish the wave when you're looking for a turn and you don't get it. But nevertheless, the turns that he got done were huge. I mean, they were still a little out of time, but he just throws so much water when he goes anywhere near the lip. And great call on Ryan's wave, Jessie. A 7.5, and I wouldn't say that Ryan is the fastest surfer in this heat, but what he does differently to the other guys is he cuts deep through the water, and he really commits to his turns, and where he's doing his turns and how he fits them together is really special, and it's that power too, that CT power that's just undeniable.
It is definitely one of those ones where you see his name in the draw and you think, oh yeah, he's probably just entering it as a wild card, but he's back on the Challenger Series full time, and I know it's not where he wants to be, but it makes it exciting as a spectator to know that we're going to see him compete for months to come. Yeah, I mean, as fans of the sport and fans of Ryan, it's like, yeah, okay, cool, we're going to get to keep seeing him in a jersey. And yeah, he's got a lot to surf for. I mean, I still think he's got his best surfing ahead of him. And he's got so many highlight reels already, but I still think like he's kind of started this year working through a couple of niggles. He seems to have got his body right again, and I mean, look at him, he's surfing so good. He's fired up, ready to roll. That last wave, like you mentioned, 7.5, highest wave score of the heat so far, needing a 5.5 just to take the lead off Morg. So right now, there's a bit of a dolphin out the back, but right now, the two Novocastrians, in first and second. So our two Hawaiians looking to jump up. But as we do a bit of a break in the action, I believe AJ has some intel for us.
Yeah, Jesse, I'm coming to you with the Bond University Athlete Health Check. Eli Hanneman shared a little bit about what it has taken for him to get back here to the Challenger Series this year. After falling off tour last year, he only competed in a few Challenger Series events, and that was because he was actually dealing with some really intense health issues. There was a lot going on with his skin. He was not getting a chance to sleep at all, and so he had to rework his diet entirely for about 6 months because it was so painful and there were so many things going on that he just could not do much of anything, not sleeping, much less surfing. And so he worked really hard in this off season to be prepared for this 2025 Challenger Series campaign. And he told me yesterday that all of the things that he went through this off season has led him to such a feeling of gratitude as he comes here to Newcastle and fights among a very talented field for what he hopes is going to be a deep run here in 2025.
Thank you, AJ. Wow, incredible insight on Eli Hanneman, knowing that he's been through so much and is still showing up today, trying to put on his absolute best performance. We saw a few waves go down as we were talking to AJ, but really beautiful stuff, knowing how open he is with what's going on in the off-season, and he's not embarrassed to tell anyone or shy away from the fact that he probably didn't get as many months, training, but he spent a lot of time figuring out what was best for him, and that actually makes a better human and competitor.
Oh, big time. And like AJ said there, just turning up and being grateful to be able to perform on a day like today is, probably not a hard thing to do given how good the waves are, but just being here in general and looking at the waves yesterday and just the overall year ahead, when you go through stuff like that, the little things don't bother you as much. There's lots of little things with surfing that can get kind of annoy you sometimes, but he seems to be in a really good place, and his surfing is so amazing. He's obviously so talented. He's could easily find his way back to the tour. With his aerial game and his ability to ride the tube is some of the best in the world. So I think the schedule this year really suits him.
I think as well, you chat to so many coaches on all different levels, and one of the most important things they say is personal growth, and going through something like that and coming back wanting to fight harder and be better and be stronger also just showcases how much he wants it and how much he loves surfing and is passionate about his job.
Yeah.
I think it speaks volumes for about Eli and the type of surfer he is, and I think a lot of people would look up to him, feeling pretty inspired by Eli Hanneman. Right now we have some scores locked in for those last waves. Ryan Kalanick goes to the lead. It was a 5.53 on that last one. Morgs sitting in second with his first two waves with that 6.17 and a 6.83, so it is the two Hawaiian surfers chasing pretty big scores right now, Stace. Imai with a 7.33, Eli with an 8.1. I love when pressure's applied on Eli, needing an excellent score. I feel like we're going to see something great.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I actually look at a surfer like Eli, and I think he'd probably rather hear an 8 than a 5.
Yes.
He's so talented, and it kind of makes the job pretty easy. I've got to go and do 2 huge turns, or maybe something, even one big major, whether that be an air or maybe a big tube. So we'll see how it plays out. Morgan Sibilic in the meantime.
Wow, second big hit. Comes up over the lip, loves that first carve towards it. So Morgs trying to better a 6.17 to extend second place, make those scores and those requirements just that little bit harder there for Imai and Eli. Feeling like it could potentially go there. It may fall just short, but there's one thing I'm certain about is that he looks so switched on and confident in himself this year. Yeah,
big time. He looks really locked in, and certainly performed really well on that wave just then. I'll be curious to see where the score comes in. I'm not super confident it will replace what he's got, but nevertheless, it was great surfing. As we check out the Stonewood replay and this behind the wave angle, you get to see how steep the sections are when he's carving his board. We saw Xavier Huxtable earlier in the day let go one of the biggest carves we've seen in a long time. And, that's on any tour. I think, Xavier's surfing's right there, and he got to show that. And I think Morgan's in the same equation, just pushing so hard through his turns. But just getting back to our mates from Hawaii, this is an important exchange for both of them, as we see Morgan go back to the lead now and push the requirements out for Imai and Eli. They both have first and second priority. And with 7 minutes to go, and how consistent it's been in this heat, which isn't that consistent, they really need to make this next exchange count, because they're going to paddle back out into 2 absolute vipers that are going to make sure that they don't really get too much more of an opportunity. And I'd like to say we're going to get multiple opportunities to use your priority with 6.5 or so minutes to go. But just how, you know, Ryan's heat IQ along with Morgan's, they're not going to let that opportunity slip up. And I'd for sure know that Imai and Eli are definitely thinking that now. And that's the beauty of priority, that you can't mark anyone up until that point, but when it is your turn to take the wave, you can use it how you please. So, yeah, back before there was 4-man priority, it would already be happening. You would see Ryan on one and Morgan on the other, and it would be kind of ugly to watch. But now we get to see the surfing do the talking, and that's the beautiful part of priority.
So Morgs getting himself a score back up into the lead. I wonder if now that we see these guys with big scores in first place start to play on what you talked about at the start of here, where they might just take Newcastle as the winner and start to sit on both of the competitors. But it felt like Morgs was paddling down the beach just that little bit more. Eli has been so patient with priority.
I think if you're Ryan, you're going, where you going?
Yeah.
Don't go too far.
I actually saw him looking at Morgs thinking that, where you
going, man? Don't go too far.
Imai's over there, dude.
Yeah, yeah, mate, where you going?
You can see this next heat starting to get ready. That's Finn McGill. He'll be taking on Lobby in the red, Liam O'Brien, Dimitri Poulos in the white, and Nolan Raposa. That's a massive heat coming up next. Really different styles, 4 different approaches to competitive surfing as well. So that's going to be a huge matchup out there. Just over 5 minutes time right now. We are seeing if the Novocastrians can lock this one down, or if our Hawaiian surfers can get themselves a win and second place in the next 5 minutes. Big scores needed, 8-1-3 for Eli, a 7-3-7. Every single one of these surfers in this heat with championship tour history, trying to all get themselves back on that stage. Ryan down the beach now, using up third priority, floats this first section, air drops out of it, belts that second one, drifts the fins a little bit round the corner. So Ryan gonna get back out the back. Found himself a nice steep face with third priority there, Stace.
Yeah, he did. Unfortunately, the wave was just a little small, and I just don't think obviously he was trying to better the 5.53 there. And we'll just have to see what the judges thought of that wave. But my initial thoughts are I don't think he'll better the 5.53. And lucky enough for him that no one else has really ridden the wave in the meantime. So he'll get back out the back and just sort of assume his place in the line. You can see Morgan sort of sniffing around Eli, kind of making him think, if you don't go, I will kind of thing. But we can see Eli motioning hard to a wave out the back here. He does have a requirement in the excellent range, but we have seen excellent scores all day, Jesse.
Eli looking at this one. Drops in under the lip, tucks into the barrel, still going.
Oh my goodness.
Just doesn't get it, gets clipped. That was it. That was on its way.
Insanely technical tube riding.
He was so deep.
He was well on his way there.
So deep, unfortunately, right at the end, just getting clipped by the lip for Eli. And that is priority gone. But it was the decision to make.
It was the right call, wasn't it?
It was the right call.
And it's definitely not over for Eli. It's 3.5 minutes on the clock. He can kind of go back to having a bit of fun and, taking that kind of Grom attitude on the inside, like, I'm just going to boost some huge airs. Like, unfortunately, the wave count hasn't been huge for Eli in this heat. I know he'd probably like to ride a few more waves, but he's also the kind of surfer that doesn't need a warm-up. He'd be good to throw an air on the very next wave that comes if he gets that opportunity. The drone angle is always pretty favourable to wave height, so I don't know if that wave was super tall, but nevertheless, the technicality of that drop and how deep he was and how many sections he had to ride through, if he came flying out of that, I think he would have burst the collective hearts of that promenade up there.
He's got that really quick, fast switch locked in surfing that he reacts really well to what's in front of him. So I completely agree with the call that he doesn't need a warm-up. I mean, he's been out there for a long time now, so in a sense, I guess he's had a warm-up, but if something big came his way, he'll convert. He's able to find and make something of those moments, and that's what we saw him do and get himself on the championship tour for his 2024 rookie season. Now to Imai, chasing a 7.37. Nice first turn in the pocket, foamy section here.
Oh my goodness, again.
Goes down.
These boys are such good surfers. I just don't know if he needed to push that hard.
What'd you see on this one, Stace?
I think it's the curse of being so talented. I think he thought this turn here wasn't as good, but it was a pretty nice projection turn down the line through lots of speed, and this turn here at the end was unbelievable. but he's such a big fella, and he throws so much spray, and the angle of the judges. Not saying you can trick him, but sometimes you kind of can. That turn would have looked probably better from the judges' angle than the front-on angle. Obviously, they get the replays, but their initial angle, as we see Morgan here.
Morgs coming around the corner. Wow, just puts it on rails so beautifully. That one tapers off. He probably also sees Imai paddling back out. He's going to get back out the back, regain priority there for Morgs. And now Eli looking for something big. He's racing down the line, needs a big score. Goes to the air, but just didn't get that pop he was really looking for to get out in front of the foam on that one to get the ride out. But he's doing everything right. I mean, they're the big moments he has to go for to get excellence.
Yeah, totally. And to be honest, the lip kind of just let him down there. The wave height was there. It just the lip just sort of turned into a chandelier just as he hit it, and it didn't give him that kind of pop into the sky that he's probably hoping for. But yeah, that wave of Imai, if he makes that last turn, there's no doubt in my mind that's the score. So Ryan there's dodged a bullet for sure. 45 seconds left on the clock. We'll see how it plays out.
So boys from Hawaii still chasing scores, and this is when we're going to really see that priority from the Novocastrians just really start to form a bit of a melting pot for Imai and Eli. Just not going to let them out of their sights. You can see Morgs making his way down straight away.
Ryan, you've just had a baby, mate. Go and sit on him.
Looking over his shoulder to see where Eli is.
Yeah, this is hectic.
We're down to the last 15 seconds in this heat. I mean, definitely one of the slower heats we've had this afternoon since that tide has been filling in, but we've had some really incredible moments. But right now, it doesn't seem like there's going to be two excellent waves rolling through that are going to go under Ryan and Morgs, and then that's the heat.
That's it, it's done. I mean, we did see Morgan earlier in the heat with third priority kind of have that distance that Imai just had then. That's why I was kind of thinking, these boys have got to pay attention. You know, they're both very talented, the lads from Maui, but not to be. The Novocastrians got the work done early in that heat, and they'll find themselves in 1 and 2, Jess. That promenade is about to explode.
Yes, the Imagine call wasn't too bad. See you all.
Nah, you survived.
So it is going to be Morgan Siblick, Ryan Callanan moving on through to the round of 16. Unfortunately, that means we lose Imai Kalani-DeVault and Eli Hanneman. It was an amazing heat. So many big moments between all of the surfers, especially between the two Novocastrians. GWM recap. This is Morgs. Ended up taking out the heat with some big scores here for some massive surfing like we saw all throughout the heat. Comes to this inside section, fought for the finish there for Morgan Sibley, and came back and got this one here, Stace.
Yeah, he got the job done early. A couple of sixes that put him out in the lead. Callanan fought back. Then Morgan didn't waste too much time to then pinch the lead back off him. This is the highest scoring ride of the heat right here. Two beautiful backhand turns here from Ryan Callanan. Look at the depth of that bottom turn.
Wow.
Ryan liked the feeling of that one. How could you not?
Imai came so close, came in third, was chasing more. That first turn, so much speed. That second one, so much power. And then Morgs just was in such good sync with the ocean. Found himself a 7-3 right at the end for those two massive turns down here at Merewether. And then Arcal again, just such textbook, beautiful surfing. I could just watch him surf heats all day.
Oh, me too. I could watch him surf just about anything. He's how hard he's pushing through the tail there and the lip. I think that's why the judges are really appreciating his surfing today.
We've got an absolute jam-packed afternoon still left for the round of 32. We are going to take a quick break and bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett.
Seek nature and adventure here in Newcastle. So much to see, a happening city, beautiful restaurants and cafes, and just along the coast, a brilliant coastal walk you can take, checking out the beautiful ocean bars around here, and just to the south, the Glen Rock Reserve. It is just a beautiful place to check out, and great hiking trails and mountain bike tracks through there, Rick. Good fun. You should check it out.
Great fun. I will, mate. Yep, I definitely will. No, I think I've been to Newcastle maybe 45 times now, just north of Sydney, just a couple of hours on the highway. But yeah, beautiful place to come visit. Some fine dining here too. They've really stepped up the food.
Yeah, it's been good
in recent years. Yeah,
it's been incredible. But also the waves are firing today, and we've got another great heat for you here. It's going to feature Liam O'Brien, who's just been freshly cut from the championship tour. Finn McGill having a first good campaign on the Challenger Series. Dimitri Poulos, he is from Ventura, California. He's going to be out there in the white. Nolan Raposa from Long Beach over there in California as well. He's going to be out there in the green. A couple of replays coming your way from the break, and it was Finn McGill getting started here. Quite the talent, has some massive achievements that will rattle off in a moment, but let's see what Liam O'Brien got done, Rich.
Geez, how was that opening wrap to layback hack, and then a big finishing foam climb. So a three-turn banger there from Liam O'Brien to start off. Nolan Raposa on the backhand. Some pretty tidy work there, right up high in the lip. Gets the full fin drift and regains control of that manoeuvre. Really high risk. Wow, this heat has started with a bang. Finn McGill, 6.33 for the opener. Beautiful barrel ride with that big hook as he came out of the barrel.
Yeah, Finn McGill. He's going to be fun to watch as we take a trip on the Newcastle flight cam here. Been really enjoying the vision from this perspective throughout the contest, but especially today with the offshore winds and the barrels, the entry into the pits. Just so fun to watch from this perspective. But Finn McGill comes into this one in second position on the regional QS. A Triple Crown winner, the 2017 World Junior Champion. And we'll get his first proper run at a big finish on the Challenger Series this year. Looking forward to watching it all unfold. But have a look at the opening scores starting to drop here. 8.17 for Liam O'Brien. We've been talking about this guy's form, Rich, as he's sadly found his way back onto the Challenger Series here. He can kind of reflect on some great heat performances and some massive totals at the CT level.
Yeah, he sure did. Had some big numbers down there at Bells. One heat in particular against Kanoa Garashi. They were going blow for blow. Fortunately, not getting the nod in that one. But yeah, big heat totals at Burleigh Heads as well. Dropping 8s and 9s, excellent scores. And this has been the story for Liam O'Brien. He's been just coming up against opponents that have just been on an absolute heater. If you look at his heat total average, it's pretty healthy. I don't think Liam's going to have too much trouble finding his way back onto the championship tour. I think he'll brain it through this Challenger Series, especially with those 2 extra events.
Yeah, might even try and dial up a replay of that 8.17 again, because that first turn was so strong. We've seen some big individual turns, but just a little restraint from the panel. Just, I think, waiting for the combination of major manoeuvres to come together to truly break into that excellent range. But couldn't be denied on that occasion, Liam. That was just such a full throttle rip off the top. Got a wave standing up here, and Liam O'Brien considering a take. He's going to commit to this one. Look to back up the excellent score straight away. Drives off the bottom, straight up into the lip, gets some release. Explodes out of that first section. Just overcooks the second turn.
Oh, what a shame. He did all the hard work on that opening manoeuvre. Really committed, putting everything into it. Tail release got you fired up, Rondog, and I love it. Showing a lot of flair. As we watch the replay, the Stonerwood slow-mo, let's break it down. Liam pumps off the bottom here, up through the lip, releases the tail, gets some slide. Geez, he did well to keep those rails nice and clean, and then just overcooks that second blast.
Here we go. Back to live action. This is solid work from Dimitri Poulos. He's had a couple of runs at it on the Challenger Series now. Counts a semi-final finish in 2023 as his best result. That was over in Irasira. Came 6th on the regional queue over there in North America. And let's have a look at the replay.
Beautiful looking wall standing up in front of him. Slices off the top for the opening turn. Gets a better angle on the second one. Little wrap and then some rail work transitioning down the line. And just gets a little foam tap to finish off. But those opening 2 hits there, great flow between those turns.
Yeah, he's a strong surfer, Dimitri. Seen him put together some good heats on the Gold Coast as well when the Challenger Series event was there. But I think everyone's going to be playing catch-up with Liam O'Brien. Just the excellence that he displayed on his opening ride is the standard. And you kind of already know that Dimitri's, not going to go that high on the scale, even though he surfed that wave pretty well.
Yeah, well, Liam just getting a 4.83 as his backup just on that one tail release, that slide. So a decent number. He's got the judge's eye here. This is going to be once Dimitri's wave drops in. We're going to get a good indication here of their top scores. So Nolan and Dimitri very similar in their top scorers.
Good indication of what the judges are thinking separation-wise. Someone drops an excellent score like that at the start of the heat, the comparisons start happening pretty soon. And they've gone a 5, 6, 7 for Poulos on that opening ride. So Nolan Raposa, the one that's got to make up the most ground at the moment, he's got a 5.5 to his name. And the sets just keep coming here, lining this one up. Here's going to be Nolan. Great backhand, drives up into the first section. And every year he's campaigned on the Challenger Series, he's managed to wrestle away for some decent results. And here goes Liam O'Brien again, trying to get rid of that 4.83. And he finds a bit of cover there on the inside. And he'll kick out of this one with 18.5 minutes to go, just looking to keep building.
Yeah, look at the intent in the paddle. He's looking completely engaged and switched on in this heat. And Nolan Raposa on the inside, you can see he is kicking and scratching to try and establish priorities. We see a beautiful peak, a little deeper on the sandbar there, just mind surfing that wave. But there's something bigger outside.
Yeah, and surfers are scrambling to get themselves into position. It's Finn McGill holding priority, but just feeling like he was a bit too deep on that one. Dimitri, he's happy to take it and try and lay down a couple of big individual turns down the line. Holds that rail through the first move, climbs up into the pocket, and gets a huge floating re-entry to finish off. I guess Finn just felt like he was slightly out of position there, Rich.
Yeah, just felt like he was a little too deep. We watched the replay of Liam O'Brien. Ex-CT surfer, jams that first turn, tucks in, gets a little coverage, little tube ride, and just pulls out quickly. As we see, Newcastle flight cam. This is Nolan Raposa up on the backhand. And that wave just had that crease in it, almost had a double up section, so it faded out really quickly. And then Finn McGill driving down the line here, holds this rail all the way through that turn. Quick snap off the lip, and then this finishing maneuver, really, really impactful.
Yeah, it was a lovely gift, wasn't it, from Finn to Dimitri there. We've got a score on the way. We'll wait for that to come in. While we do, we're going to throw it down to Vaughan and catch up with Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Morgs, it was nice of you to paddle out with your golf clubs and just tee off deluxe out there, brother.
Yeah, it felt good. Couple waves came towards me this heat, so I was stoked and just kind of put it together on the waves. I felt like I didn't really oversurf them, and yeah, it was enough, so I was stoked.
Mate, every single time you and Cal took off on a wave out there. The beach just lit up like mad. What's it feel like, that local support? Do you feel it as a weight or something that charges you up?
Yeah, it's like epic. It's I don't know, it's so different to every other event. You walk like 2 metres along the footpath and then somebody's saying hey to you. So yeah, it's unbelievable. And then you come in and the froth levels are so high. So yeah, I don't know, it's so special. And just to be able to compete here with good waves doesn't get much better than that.
It doesn't. Richie Lovett made note of the fact that your board's just looking absolutely unbelievable. You were saying you're riding a step up out there.
Yeah, it's actually 2-inch step up. I was surfing here before the event started down there. We just randomly were surfing there. There was no one out, and going to my 6.0, and Hoggy was like, oh, if it's down here, you're on that. So I just like stuck to it, and it felt a little long adjusting on my first wave. And then I kind of got the hang of it at the end. So yeah, if it's like this again tomorrow, I feel pretty comfortable on it.
Into the weekend, mate. Hometown crowd, pumping waves. So much to look forward to.
Yeah, I know, it's going to be epic. Might drop a little bit compared to this, but it's going to be such a fun weekend. And yeah, hopefully can keep making some more heats and get all the way to the last heat on Sunday.
That'd be sick, mate. I know your mum Jan's down here. I bumped into her before. Should we give her a shout out together?
Yeah,
g'day, Jan.
Yeah, Janet.
Woo!
Morgan Ziblick keeping his dreams alive of taking the victory here at SURFEST, the first step on the Challenger Series. And we are looking forward to great conditions as we see Liam O'Brien making his way back out with another score on the way, not quite completing that final manoeuvre. But he's right where he needs to be, 8.17, 4.83 in the account at the moment, and he might just improve on that. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More to come from Heat 6, the round of 32, right after this.
For 21 years, Burton Automotive have been proud sponsors of the Newcastle SURFEST, and this year they've brought down GWM, Hunter and Cardiff, and a couple of GWM Tank 300s to the contest site for you to check out. With us is Deb from Burton Automotive. Deb, what are some of the magical features of the GWM Tank 300?
The responsive steering is amazing, 2.4 diesel engine, pulling capacity 3 tonne. Plenty of space for any weekend getaway. And you can also customise any of the accessories that we have from Burton Automotive.
Even when you're relaxing, you still get pumped up to take these things on the road.
Absolutely you do.
Now, to celebrate Burton Automotive and GWM Hunter Cardiff's long association with SURFEST, we're giving away a genuine 1978 MR Retro 20. You kidding me? All you got to do is like our social media, get a selfie with a GWM car, tag in your post with 3 friends, and you could win. Make sure you tag Burton Automotive Group.
Get down here, throw your hat in the ring. You could drive away with a Tank 300 from GWM and Burton Automotive and the Burton family. Amazing their involvement with this contest. Big supporters of the surfing community here. Getting behind some of the locals campaigning on the Challenger Series. And happy to see them through to what will be a massive weekend, Ryan Callan, and already progressing through. We are out there in heat number 6 at the moment with just under 11 minutes to go, and Liam O'Brien, it's been a pretty impressive return to the jersey for him. And we had this wave for Finn McGill during the break.
Yeah, Finn just opting to go to turns on this one. Conditions starting to fill up a little bit as this tide continues to rise. Just working this one down the line until it goes into deep water, and then this was Nolan Raposa on the backhand. Watch the backhand hook up tight the pocket, and again, but unable to complete that second turn. He was on his way to a decent score then. That would have possibly been his best ride if he'd completed that final move.
Yeah, Nolan's had some great performances with that lethal backhand. Semi-final finish in 2022. He's finaled actually every year he's been campaigning on the Challenger Series. His best ever result was last year. He got runner-up at Bolito. So, yeah, certainly capable of getting to the later stages of these events. It's just the consistency that's held him back. He's the wild card for the North American region. And, yeah, he'll be looking to turn this heat around in the next 9.5 minutes. Finn McGill, though, Rich, he's looking charged up and ready to go this year. 6.33, it was a solid opener. Only needs a 4.91 to get himself up into second place at the moment. Seen quite a bit of Finn surfing on the North Shore over the years. He worked with Ross Williams and I think still does at different stages for a number of years. Ross, of course, did a bunch of time commentating events on the tour. Well, competing firstly, then commentating, now coaching. As we see Nola Raposa tucked in and going to the forehand here. Haven't seen too many lefts today, but he does find a nice pit there, still chipping away at this one.
Yeah, that was pretty cool vision. Looking straight into the eye of that one. Nolan threading the needle through the barrel and come out with a big swoop. Big roundhouse cutty to foam hit. So he's building that scoreline. But at the moment, just pocket 5. So we'll wait for these numbers to drop in. But Finn McGill down there with that 6.33. So a false sense of security for Nolan and Dimitri, because Finn can drop a big number here. He'll leapfrog them both, go up into second place at least. Liam O'Brien trying to get rid of that 4.83. 8 minutes on the clock. Geez, his heats seem to go fast.
When the waves are firing.
Yeah, don't they just?
For sure. Yeah, well, Liam just got off to such a quick start that, you know, we've just been sort of waiting for him to close this heat down with a solid backup score. He hasn't found it, so even he's still in a relatively vulnerable situation here. We've got an unbelievable lineup about to hit the water.
Oh.
Sammy Pupo, Matthias Hurdy, two of the best yesterday in tricky conditions, so you can only imagine what they're going to get up to out here this afternoon. Levi Slauson also in that next heat, and Jet Schilling, as we see Finn McGill loading up, got plenty of speed. Wanted to throw down something with a lot of flair on that final section, but the tail released and the fins completely disengaged. He lost control and couldn't reel it in.
God, there's some real oomph, just some real power in his turns, isn't there, Finn McGill? Solid lower body.
He's a tank.
Yeah, lots of strength.
Yeah, he's had a couple of opportunities probably where he could have turned in the score that he needs. Feels like he's going for something maybe bigger than he needs to make that jump up in a second at the moment. But I mean, if you're going to commit to a wave on the inside and you haven't done that much, you do need to give it everything on that final section, as we see O'Brien up. Still trying to get rid of that 4.83. Couple of clean slices from him.
Oh, he's done that.
Rolling through to the inside, just mixing it up with a little variation of the front side snap for that final move.
Yeah,
just over 6 minutes to go.
4.83 is going to be long gone now, and Liam O'Brien is going to solidify his position at the top of this heat. And his competitors, they're going to try and chase him down. Seeing some numbers starting to drop.
Yeah, he's not after a whole lot, but if he can just add a point to the requirement for his rivals here in this heat, it's a significant jump. 7.3, and then you're talking 8s. Now, excellent scores kind of have a certain look about them, and it's hard to break into that range.
Yeah, and with 5 minutes to go, the chances of 2, maybe even 3 of the competitors dropping that excellent score.
Exactly.
It's, you know, it's possible, but not likely, just given the rhythm of the sets.
So numbers starting to roll through for Liam O'Brien. They look good. 6.43. And he does add the extras. So Dimitri now after that 8.93, and it's exactly the situation we were talking about. You know, ups the requirement, not just for Dimitri, but for Nolan and for Finn. So the likelihood of, you know, him not progressing is pretty low now.
Yeah, Liam O'Brien's, I think you can say he's in a really good position to progress through this heat. Almost a guarantee at this moment, but they're all bunched down as we see Liam again.
So switched on, hammers the first section, almost lost it because he was pushing so hard, but stayed on his feet and gets the completion.
You feel like he's just trying to take advantage of this lineup now with not many surfers out there and sort of free reign to just get some reps. But these guys, they're all bunched up from 2nd to 4th. Really similar, only less than a point spread in their highest scoring wave.
So yesterday, Rich, I just wanted to touch on the priority out there yesterday. The ocean was, you know, it was a mess, really, and it was sort of like you just gambled on set waves and saw if they eventuated. Of course, these surfers, they have an innate knowledge of what a swell line might do as it makes its way through. So it was one of those situations where we saw priority working against competitors at times, but today, really important to get that control and convert when you opt to commit to a wave.
Yeah, absolutely. The difference between an average wave and a really good wave out here, it's clear. Really, really crystal clear which ones are the good ones. And if you've got that priority, you can just put yourself right in the slot, right in the position to optimise the point scoring. As we check out the GWM recap, this is Finn McGill, opens up with a nice barrel ride, finds a little doggy door, gets a good hit on the outside, almost tucked in again. That thing reeling down the line, but it's been this man, the ex-Championship Tour surfer. Just beautiful flare through these carves and hacks. And that 3-turn combination has given him that 8.17 and a decent lead. This is Dimitri Poulos just slamming through these sections. Great little compact surfer with a lot of power. Milking this one all the way through. Gets to the finish. He's in 2nd place at the moment, courtesy of these 2 rides. Love that extended carve down to snap, nice and drivey, lots of acceleration to that final turn. And then Nolan Raposa currently down in 3rd position, gets the backhand hit. If he'd completed that second one, dare say he'd probably be in 2nd place. And then Liam O'Brien right out in front now. This is the 6.43. Just some great work here. Just keeping light and limber, but just tapping into that power when he needs to. I love this guy's balance between sort of power and flair. He really composes his waves well.
Yeah, looking sharp at the moment, Liam O'Brien, and going to be hard to knock off the perch here. Dimitri Poulos needs a 7.11. So he's chipped away at it. His last wave came through at a 7.5, and it was during the recap. Here it is for you.
Well, Dimitri, good-looking wave. Big layback hack to start off. And back up into the lip again. Beautiful snap. Series of manoeuvres here. Good variety. Gets the closeout finish. 4-turn combination, all done with lots of speed and flow.
And while he didn't take the lead there, he's actually really lifted the requirement for Nolan Raposa, who's after a 7.67, and Finn McGill, who's previously only chasing a 5, now after a 6.85.
Yeah, and just hearing that with a minute to go, it's definitely a source of frustration. But Nolan Raposa is in priority. Looks like a set coming.
Nolan's kind of sticking to the southern end of this setup, and has even been eyeing off a couple of left-handers out here. He's seen some opportunity on the lefts. We've got a wave standing up on the outside. And someone might take their last swing at it here. Finn looking for the 6.85. The wave looks like it's going to close down, but he is going to head left for a moment, has a look at it. And it does shut down completely. So 25 seconds to go. Will Nolan Raposa get an opportunity here on the outside?
That's what it all comes down to.
I can see the frustration already for the surfer from Long Beach, slapping the surface of the water. And he's not going to get a shot at it, nor will Finn McGill. And the clock winding down, and that's a shame. It felt like Finn was really on at the start of the heat. Couple of falls have maybe cost him a place, but got to give credit to Dimitri Poulos as well. He ripped that last wave to really create some separation between himself and third and fourth.
Yeah, he had those two long right-handers and he got to execute multiple turns. And rock solid. In contrast, Nolan and Finn both, well, Nolan in particular, just had that fall on that backhand hack.
An excellent number for Liam O'Brien, a healthy heat score of 14.6. as he makes the weekend here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. We'll take a quick break and introduce some more big names right after this. The level's been high today, and this is one of the pace setters. Liam O'Brien going excellent in that last exchange, getting himself a comfortable victory. Dimitri Poulos also progressing through heat number 6 as we get set for yet another big clash with some of the form surfers from yesterday hitting the lineup here. Clean conditions continue to grace the lineup here at Merewether. Sammy Pupo, just an absolute superstar. So much flair, so much speed. He'll be out there in the red. Matthias Hurdy, equally as fast and strong, very well rounded. Levi Slauson and Jet Schilling. And it's going to be Sammy Pupo getting things started here. Doesn't like the look of this one down the line, so opts out. But a couple of waves already ridden during the break. But right now we're going to see Mateus see what he can do. Loading up. Of course, one of the strongest air games in the field. And that's what you didn't pay to see. And you'll take it. Unbelievable rotation. I mean, he came out of the rotation with the fins pointing directly at the beach, Rich. And this was from earlier on.
He sure did. Another little left-hander here, just hooks it under the lip. Great extension, lots of body torque from Mateus. So that was his opening ride, the 4.5. This is Sammy Pupo up and riding. This was that quick in and out.
Yeah, the blades are sharp for Mateus Hurdy, Sammy Pupo, Morgan Siblick. There's just a few surfers in the draw on the men's side, but you know, we've kind of been watching, and even in the tricky conditions, Liam O'Brien, you could probably chuck him in the mix too, whose equipment under their feet just looks so alive, no grabs. And even through flatter sections, they are just maintaining so much momentum and really ripping through their turns quicker than most.
Yeah, I'd put Sammy and Mateus in that boat, both riding JS Industry boards. And they're looking sharp, looking frisky under their feet. I mentioned Morgan Siblick in the heat prior. Let's have a look at this. Let's break it down on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. So quick check turn down the line. The stance widens, pumps for speed. Ives off the section, takes off. Ron, he actually got the nose of the board pointing towards the beach, and that means a full 360-degree rotation on the landing. Buttery as you like.
Yeah, there was no need for the fins to grab, though, to complete the rotation, which you sometimes see. The fins were in line with the nose of that board pointing directly at the shore. And he is going to turn in an 8-point ride, Mateus Hurdy, and give himself a red-hot chance at cracking the weekend here at SURFEST. So Jet Schilling also out in the lineup. And he has been collecting some solid results on the Challenger Series over the years. The 2023 World Junior Champion. QS win, saw him finish second on the regional ranks. Seen him take up a couple of spots on Championship Tour stops as well.
Yeah, he's been surfing really good. He's got his posse down here as well from San Clemente. There's Cade Matson and the boys. Matty Myers, there's a whole crew of them down here to support him.
Yeah, and also leaning into an Aussie coach to get him prepped for this Challenger Series, Andy King.
Yeah, Kingy.
Who has worked as a national coach here in Australia. Here we go. And finding a bit of cover with 1 foot. Just dragging off the board. Mateus Hurdy, obviously, his foot got kind of knocked off in the tube there. Don't think it was a technique to maximise his time behind the curtain.
No, maybe just a little slip off there from Mateus, but unless he was having a mid-heat stretch.
But yeah, Andy King,
yeah.
You know, worked with Gabriel Medina, 2021, the year that he broke through and got that third world title. As we see some movement here from Jet. He's got plenty of flare above the lip as well, and he throws everything at it. Oh, he got some height there.
Didn't he? Got so much pop off the lip.
Disconnected from the board, though. Couldn't bring it down.
It was a gutsy attempt, no doubt about it.
Maybe went a little higher than he would have liked. Kind of went straight up in the sky and lost that projection, that forward projection to stay out in front of the wave and find a transition to land on.
Yeah, he had so much speed going into it, just launches. Lost control of the board, but I applaud the attempt and the choice of manoeuvres. There wasn't too much more he could have done with that section, so opting to just go for the huge, big backside rotation. Couldn't pull it off, unfortunately, but good signs of where his head's at.
I like it, just in attack mode.
Yeah, and Kingy also doing a bit of work with Mick in years past.
Yeah, in years past, for sure. Tyler Wright as well, so, you know, a really accomplished coach, and I think it'll be good for Jet. You know, Jet's been at it on the Challenger Series for a couple of years now. First year in 2022, finished 30th. Big climb in 2023, got himself to 15th, but kind of fell off the pace a bit last year. to 45th position. So just looking to refocus, find a fresh feel with a new set of eyes in his corner. I think it's a good move.
I think it's a great move. His surfing's really, really good. It's come along over the last 12 to 18 months for sure. Just sinking those rails a little deeper. He's definitely put on a bit more muscle and bulk, so there's some more intensity, a bit more power, more spray coming off the board, and all those things count when you're in a situation like this. The Challenger Series, coming up against these XCT surfers, and you know, basically the whole field. So accomplished.
Levi Slauson out there. We've seen him collect some great results as an amateur, and now making his move on the Challenger Series. Last year finished 20th, automatically qualifying for the 2025 Challenger Series season. Got a quarterfinal finish in Brazil last year, the 22-year-old who's from Encinitas. But he's had a quiet start to this heat. 20.5 minutes to go. Jet at the northern end, I think just happy to, well, he's not got priority, happy to look for waves that maybe have just one big section on them. After learning that Matthias Hurdy turned in an excellent score for a single move. When you've got a good air game, it probably gets you inspired to take a similar flight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when you're out there in a 4-man heat and someone does drop an 8, something in your mind switches and you kind of go, oh, well, unless I can find that excellent ride and challenge for number 1, I'm going to be battling it out for second place here. Oh, decent looking set coming through. That left-hander. Wow. Unfortunately, Jet just a little too far inside as we mind surf this one. That was a great looking wave.
Mate, I'm surfed out from all the mind surfing I've done today.
Well,
just been so many good waves ridden, and the locals have enjoyed it too. From Merewether all the way up to Bar Beach, there has just been a number of sandbars just delivering, Rich, delivering stoke.
Oh yeah, it's been filthy. It's been going off. And Matthias Hurdy surfed for about 3 or 4 hours this morning, so he's probably had more reps than anyone out here today. And doesn't seem to be suffering from any burnout. Looks like stroking into this one.
Yeah, having a look at this one is Sammy Pupo, who kicked this heat off with just a 1.5. Whips through that first carve. Big section standing up here, and he hammers it. Got a lot of different weapons he can bring to the face to mix things up, as we see punching through the curtain here. Matthias Hurdy. Nice barrel, and he'll get an oncoming left. And he plants a beautiful speed hit off the lip there.
Wow, he looks on, doesn't he?
He looked on yesterday. I thought he was one of the best yesterday, just with the individual turns in a junky lineup. And he just really seemed to go out there with a positive attitude and smooth it all out. And yeah, he's only added to the speed today.
There was so much hype around this guy when he busted onto the scene a couple of years ago. We watched the replay here, Sammy Pupo. Beautiful slice off the top to start things off. Comes through to this second section, blasts the big layback hack right at that moment. That critical point where you can push it too hard and go too late, and Sammy just always surfs with so much precision and flair. And this will go into his scoreline really nicely. Have to think that that's going to be up around the 6 mark, even more.
Just on 17 minutes, 40 seconds to go here, waiting on some numbers to roll through, and they have dropped for Sammy Pupo. 6.83, jumps up into second. And we are going to catch up with Liam O'Brien, an excellent number in that last heat, and he's survived Vorno. He's into the weekend.
Yeah, an epic performance, Lobby, just out there ripping the absolute skin off it. Mate, incredible performance. You look like you're really on and had a really good time out there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was pretty fun. It's been a pumping day of waves, so stoked to finally get in the mix. Been sitting around all day, but no, it was actually a little stressful before the heat. I was tossing up whether to go back to the rocks or stick with that bank down there. I was definitely worried that the tide was going to kill it, but
in the end, I didn't know what to do, so I just went where everyone else did.
Not a bad strategy, mate. Worked well for you. Obviously, you know, the disappointment of the cut is something that you had to get over to coming into this Challenger Series. But when I think about your year so far, you know, it's really punctuated by some incredible surfing and big scores. How difficult is it to sort of like just keep that as your focus and not the disappointment?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you always try and, you want to do well, you want to get results, you want to achieve goals and everything, but I always try and strip it back to like, okay, if I do these things, then, you know, the goals they'll come as a byproduct. So that was sort of the theory, and then didn't get there, and I was just like, damn, this is a bit rough. But and that's just surfing, isn't it? Like, I mean, I've had a few good heats and got outdone and outclassed on the day on the tour. So that was that. And I mean, I don't really look back on the year so far and regret anything. It's just, you know, little mistakes here and there and little things that didn't go my way and stuff. So I mean, that's just how it is. You got to just keep on trucking along, and hopefully the worm will turn at some point.
Yeah, that's right. Jay Bottle Thompson, Burley boy, has lifted the trophy here at Surfest. Is that a major inspiration for you?
Yeah, for sure. Be good to get one alongside the bot, but yeah, we'll see how we go. A lot of heats to go still, so let's try and keep chipping away at it.
That's it, mate. We'll just keep surfing the way you're surfing, and the chipping will take care of itself. Well done, Lobby.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thanks, Vorno. As we get back into the lineup here, we see Matthias Hurdy go down, but he has got the lead. He's building nicely here. 8-point ride, 5.67 back up. Sammy Pupo moving up into that second position. You know, I think Jet Schilling certainly very capable, as is Levi Slawson, but they're up against next level form at the moment. We're going to see if they can reel these two Brazilians in who've been so deadly already in the contest. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Shall we?
Make sure you get your fantasy team set for the Lexus Trestles Pro. That is the next event on the Championship Tour. It kicks off June 9th over there in the States. It's going to be a big one.
It sure is. I love playing fantasy surfer.
Oh, you're a big surf nerd.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go. This one during the break. Matthias Hurdy looking to drop a 5.67 to increase his lead and replace it with something bigger. Just looking deadly out here at the moment.
He's just been greedy. In fact, now, that'll got more waves than anyone in this heat. He's got the highest number. He is well out in front on double digits.
About to extend that lead too. And Sammy Pupo, he'll want to get a backup score soon because Jet Schilling, Levi Slawson, even though they're kind of struggling to get that first big score on the board at the moment, they're so capable. Super talented young guns, all 4 of these guys.
Yep, absolutely. This is a really stacked heat, actually, on paper. It's going to be really cool to watch the final 11.5 minutes. Good-looking set approaching the lineup here. Riders in position. It's going to be Sammy Pupo.
Sammy Pupo is going to get a whole heap of speed up and opts out of this one.
Maybe just stretched out, closed out down the line, perhaps. Sammy just having a look at it. Little look over his shoulder there. Just.
Yeah, I think, you know, he obviously could see something we couldn't. Still felt like just maybe a crack at one big turn might have been smart at that point. Already seen an 8 for a single move from Mateus.
Yeah, Sammy's got some pretty lethal air game as well.
Huge.
Tide continues to rush in.
Yeah, Sammy has had a tough go at it the last few years on the championship tour. 3rd year in a row that he's been knocked out. I guess the big positive is he's been able to get himself back to that CT. And he's kind of a guy that the last few years, when he's gotten to that, you know, those last couple of events before the cut, you've seen just a bit of extra motivation and a little bit more fire in his performances. He's, you know, come so close to saving himself a couple of times now. Yeah, he did have a bit of a shaky start to the year, though. Came into contact with the reef over on the North Shore. I think rattled his confidence a little bit. At a 33rd in the first event of the season. So you could forgive him for that. As we see him up again, finding some space in the lineup here. Big old flare on the first section. Always looks to set those fins free. Hangs on to the final carve, almost lost it, pushing that board to the point that the rail broke free of the wall of the wave.
Yeah, and he just sort of slid out on that final turn, but just hung on. He got to the completion, the all-important completion on that ride. Now, this was under priority, went deep on the bank, flares off the top, gets that release. The second one again, so 2 really quick turns off the top. That was that 3rd one. He just had that little moment of drift, but then managed to hold on.
Still got what he wanted out of that wave, and that was just something to complement the 6.83. He didn't have anything, and as a result, you know, Jet Schilling and Levi Slawson still would have been thinking, we're all right here, we're okay, we're right on track with Sammy Pupo. 2nd place is still up for grabs, but it's going to get a little harder to reach now because he just dropped a 5.13, so the requirement now for Jet to turn it with a single ride's a 7.29. Levi Slawson with a 2-wave requirement of 11.96.
Yeah, and that's a mental game too, when all of a sudden you hear, okay, now you need a 7.61 and then time. I go, okay, what have I got? I got just over 8.5 minutes, and then you start going, okay, do I do this in 1 wave or do I need 2? You have to fully readjust your game plan at this point if you're in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Sammy did well too because he took a wave that, you know, he maybe could have got 1 big individual turn done. He kicked out of it and quickly swung on an insider, and he's back out in the lineup, and still Levi and Jet haven't been able to make use of the space here as we see Lucas Silveira gearing up for the next heat. Hiroto Ohara getting in the zone. It's his family in the background there. Cowley Vast, the gold medalist, will be coming up as well as Pedersen Crisanto, who's happy to stop for a couple of photos on his way down the beach. Everyone feeling the buzz today after a great day of surf. And, yeah, how can you not?
One for the books, Ron, no doubt about it. We've had just pristine, perfect conditions all day long. The wind has just held off. Hasn't been too strong offshore, just groomed conditions. The swells hung in there. We've seen competitors bounce from down at the point to this beautiful sandbar just north, and it has produced.
Yeah, really am looking forward to breaking down some of the highlights from earlier today on the Stone and Wood Post Show, and of course, cracking a couple of 10s to cap off a wonderful day of competition here at the first stop on the Challenger Series. Still so much to look forward to. Some extra events for those who were dumped out of the event early to save themselves, to turn their year around. They'll count it as a throwaway. Your top 5 results from the 7 events on the schedule will count towards your qualification on the championship tour. A couple of extra places for the women this year, which is great to see. Expanding the field for 2026, expanding the schedule for the challenges, I think is going to be welcomed by a lot of the competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing but good news being delivered for everyone at the moment, which is awesome. Sammy having a look at that one on the inside. Mateus Hurdy really deep to the south of the other competitors. But Levi Slawson showing restraint here and composure as he waits for a good wave. He knows he needs it.
Yeah, I think Sammy's experience, just as we take in the lineup here from the Newcastle flight cam, Sammy's experience is kind of shining through. He's kind of struggled to connect with that backup score, but he went and moved to the inside. He knew if he could push the requirement higher, if Jet Schilling makes a move and chips away at the requirement, Sammy's still going to jump ahead of these 2 guys in the priority order. So he's kind of right where he needs to be, even though, you know, there's a chance Jet can turn it with a single ride still. Sammy should get a chance to reply if that's the case.
And of course, we know how good Sammy Pupo is. That 5.13 likely to be replaced before the end of this heat. So that 7.61 and 7.29 is kind of fool's gold. That 7.29, excuse me, from Jet Schilling is sort of fool's gold in a way, because you have to think that Sammy's going to do more than that. Levi Slawson in desperate need of something.
Here goes Schilling. Oh, great first turn. And again, powers through the pocket, wanting to push it hard, wanting to turn in that excellent score. But as a result, just loses contact with the wave, and Levi Slawson now makes his move. So can he finish this one off? Nice bash through the pocket there. That'll be easily his best wave, obviously, as we see Mateus ducking for cover and opting to get back and get control with priority on the outside by the looks of things.
Yeah, so smart heat management there. As we see, that's Jet Schilling paddling out. Unfortunately, couldn't stick that second turn on the wave, so he'll stay down in 3rd position, needing the 7.29. Levi Slawson, he's going to be back in this. Good comeback wave. He waited an age during this heat to try and get his top score, and he's used priority well.
Jet's just been pushing so hard in this heat at this level against big names like Sammy Pupo and Mateus. You know, you really do want to make a statement. As we see Mateus up again here, rips through that first carve, really flaring the tail. And now looks like he's loading up for another rotation here on the inside. And maybe it's better than the first. Unbelievable control in the air.
Well, he got the big full tail release snap to start things off. And he actually had to adjust his line a little bit. Looked like one of the competitors in the next heat was paddling out. But let's have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Stands tall, gets the timing of the bottom turn perfect. Great form there, gets that tail release, whips it back under his feet so quickly. Drives down the line here, does a little quick snap and does a bit of a high line just to avoid that competitor paddling out. Telegraphs the air, takes off from the lip perfectly, and again that full rotation before that pillow landing.
So silky on the finish here. Tail so high,
it's going excellent, isn't it?
The body rotation just guiding the board through the spin. It's just so corked out. I think the judges are going to absolutely dine out on it. The first turn was super impressive too. A real Fanning-esque frontside rip, where you know, he ripped the board right through the turn, Rich, but just the way he pivoted that board, he lost no momentum in that move. Just powered down the line. Kind of the second turn was a little funky by his standards, but he had eyes on the ramp down the line already.
He sure did. Yeah, and this is what this guy has been, you know, become known for, is this real dependable aerial attack that he can produce. And he's feeling it here. He's in a state of flow. And this is a replay. Sammy Pupo, just a beautiful carve to snap. Another wrapping cutback, rebounding off the foam, more down the line. Connects with it again. So a beautiful three-turn combination with a little fist claim. He was happy with that. That's going to solidify him even further. I feel that 5.13 will be replaced now.
Levi Slawson still has a solid score on the way. It's going to help him break the combination and give him a chance maybe with a minute to go here. But Sammy Pupos just continues to stay ahead of his rivals here and build on his heat score total.
Wow. Big number just dropped for Levi Slawson. 7.43 with priority. Only needs a 4.53, excuse me. Under a minute to go.
Well, if Levi gets a 7.43, I think Mateus Hurdy's got to go a lot higher than that.
It's got to go into the 9, surely. It's definitely in the excellent zone. We know Sammy Pupo has a wave coming in as well. He may replace the 5.13.
40 seconds to go here, and the requirement might be unknown for Jet Schilling and Levi Slawson in the dying stages here. So they're just going to have to attack it, probably thinking that they need an excellent score. Some movement down the line here. Sammy Pupo holds priority over Jet Schilling, but Jet a little further inside, gets the chance to save himself in this heat. Great rotation out on the flats. Very difficult transition to stick it on. And he's going to go down and fall out of the mix here. Number through for Mateus Hurdy. Didn't go into the 9s, but just as good, 8.5. Another excellent heat score total for the Brazilian. And we know Sammy Pupo's probably going to improve on his 5.13. He's still got a number on the way, so likely we'll be seeing the two Brazilians progress out of this one, Rich.
Yeah, highly likely. Unfortunately for Levi Slawson, just couldn't find another wave. Had that 7.43, which is the high number behind Mateus Hurdy's pocket 8s. So some great surfing from both Levi Slawson, but just a wave short, and Jet Schilling, just a couple of falls, perhaps just stifling his momentum somewhat. But Sammy Pupo, great heat management. Mateus Hurdy, he was just having a field day out there.
Yeah, also a pretty solid heat for Sammy. He's got so much more to give, though. 6.83, his highest ride. He dropped a 6.03, so did up the requirement for Jet.
Yeah, looks like the two Brazilians are going to take this one out.
Yeah, Mateus, what a performance from him. Just gave us so many highlights in that heat, Rich. I mean, the airs were unbelievable, and here's a big alley-oop attempt for you at home. The airs were unbelievable, just the rail turns too, so crisp, so fast.
Amazing.
There's the heat score totals. Domination from Hurdy. Pupo will be comfortable with that. Progressing through to the weekend's fun. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll bring in Jesse Starling and Stace Galbraith for the call right on the other side of it. We've just got one more big heat coming your way.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
We had high hopes for talent and performances today, and man, has it lived up to the expectations, especially with these two guys, Matthias Hurdy, Sammy Pupo, moving on through the round of 32, heat number 7. We are here with a massive last heat of the day. I am Jessie Starling. This is Stace Galbraith. It's been a huge day, Stace, but the entertainment has made it feel like it's gone pretty quick.
It has, and we saw another double there. The two Brazilian boys getting through. We saw the two Novocastrians getting through earlier. And boy, oh boy, I know those two will be stoked. Two surfers, particularly Sammy Pupo in my eyes, that deserve to be on the World Tour. And this is the pathway back there. And it's a great start for them in this 2025-26 season.
Right now, in the last heat of the day, it is Pedersen Crisanto taking on Cali Vast, Hiroto O'Hara, and Lucas Silveira. Had a massive moment from Lucas that really kicked this day off.
Pretty unique situation, first and last heat of the day. That's a lot of downtime, Jessie. A lot of time to think about your next heat.
It is probably a lot of time to go and get barreled down the beach for Lucas, but he really set the tone for this morning of what we knew was going to be a pretty big super bank down here, and it was a massive 817 barrel, but it's Pedersen Crisanto kicking us off in a very similar way. 8.57, getting tubed, holding his rail all the way back, and he's got more room to work with. Lays into the third turn, comes towards his inside section. Wow. Beautiful surfing from Pedersen. That's how you start a heat, Stace.
That is how you start a heat. He took Lucas Silveira's advice and just went straight after it. I think Lucas was an 817 this morning. Pedersen's just one-upped him there with an 857.
Talk about timing. I mean, we've seen the waves really start to slow down a little bit, but what a wave to come through right at the start of this heat to kick off this last heat, up and over this first section for Pedersen. Comes back around. He's trying to back up a big score straight away and flares the tail a bit on that end section turn.
Wow.
Switched on this afternoon.
He's looking fired up. He might have just won that heat in 2 waves.
You know what? Let's see how that sits in 25 minutes. Let's see how that pans out. That 857 as a wave shape was one of the most beautiful waves that has come through all day, considering the 3 turns that we got following the barrel too.
What a way to start the heat. We've seen a lot of barrels on the Stone and Wood replay today, and we're going to get to see another one here. This is the replay of his backup score. It's nice surfing, and that'll be a smaller score. We will cue you up the tube in a moment. No, the 857 was for the tube and 3 spectacular turns. And now this score here that we just saw of that wave, that score's about to come in, and that was a 6.5.
Wow.
So,
wow.
15.07 points. Looking pretty good.
You take it in 5 minutes. 15.07 points. I mean, that tube was so deep. He was in it for a really long time. You could see he was really trying to travel through the barrel as well. Then just went to town after it as well. We saw Cowley with one big floater, but let's go through this one on the Stone and Wood Somo stage.
Just at the start of the wave there, you just saw a bit of disturbance from one of the other competitors. That is so hard to kind of stay low and keep your eyes clean from their wash, but he did so well to kind of get underneath it and ride through that tube. And then the judges have been really good today. There was a heat earlier with George and Dylan Moffat where I thought they sent a pretty good message actually, and that was getting tubed is great, but if you really want to get a big score, you have to do that after the tube. And that's a perfect example of some excellent tube riding linked together with massive turns after the tube, and that's how you're really going to push into that high to very high excellent range.
Similar to what we saw from Xavier Huxtable earlier today as well. He was getting tubed, but then just absolutely motoring through turns afterwards.
Big turns, yeah, with like no regard for keeping it safe. You know, not trying to protect, I just got a good barrel, so I'm just going to finish this wave. Pedersen, every turn then was still on its like redlining edge, and wow, he's looking as good as I've ever seen him.
He spent a bit of time out of the Rashi as well, so for him to come back in this way, It's been a pretty exciting run so far from Pedersen, considering the last heat he surfed, he got a buzzer beater win over Jacko Baker, which would have pulled on the heartstrings of the locals here.
Big time. It would have been really, really painful for all the local support here to watch that one go down. But then that story obviously goes Pedersen's way, and they're the kind of moments that you need in a long year to go your way if you want to have a bit of luck towards qualifying.
Here we go. This is Hiroto Ohara going for it on a second turn, but that lip was coming down with some speed and aggression. Got to it slightly a bit late there for Hiroto. He had a really impressive heat yesterday, looked really switched on, really confident in his boards, in his decision-making skills, in his surfing, and hoping he channels that for this one. And I mean, he's going for it on those big second sections. We've seen it slow down, but it's still super consistent in this heat so far, Stace. And even when it is slow, when the waves do come through, they are still premium quality.
Really good quality waves. You ever heard of the Fata Morgana mirage?
No.
It's where boats look like they're floating in the air.
Okay. What made you think of that?
Instagram. Just saw it the other day, and it's like, if you stare at it for long enough, it looks like it's floating. And that's what John O'Stein has been doing for the last 3 days. He's been seeing floating boats all day, every day. Lucas Silveira looking to back up his performance from this morning, Jesse.
Yeah, gorgeous carve to kick this one off. Rips through another turn here, so he knows he can go big out here. Lays into that third turn. So a little bit of a different approach to what we saw this morning. You can definitely think, when you think back to his first heat, the swell has definitely dropped off a smidge. It was pretty solid when he was out there this morning.
And he had it to himself.
He did.
Lucky boy. Brave. He was brave. First heat of the day.
He was the first one to make the move and make everyone think, oh, there's some great waves down the beach. Sophie McCulloch followed suit. She went down there, got a pretty crazy barrel herself. And then from there, it was kind of just the trajectory of, we're actually going to extend the athlete area, the surfing area, and make this a bigger playing field. And what an incredible decision that was, because it has been one of the best days of competition I reckon I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, that's cool to hear. I think the people of Newcastle would feel the same way. You know, like it's been a really special day, and it's obviously a challenging sport. We're dealing with Mother Nature, but to have consistent waves from sun up till sundown, got through 17 heats. We're right back on track after having a couple of days off there in the middle.
2 days left in this waiting period until we crown champions for the first Challenger Series event. And then we will come back here in March, but we have a pretty international tour in between here and there. The next stop will be Bolito, so if your favourite surfers have got knocked out recently, don't worry, we'll see them back in just a couple weeks, actually, just shy of a month over there in South Africa. Right now in this heat, though, it is currently Hiroto Ohara just trying to get himself in this heat, a small score of a 3.17. And Lucas Silveira, just that one wave, it's a 5.33, has him in third, needs absolutely nothing, but so far it is the Pedersen Crisanto show. And like I mentioned earlier, trying to get back on that World Tour stage, it's such a craving to be there when you see all of your favorites. I mean, he would be close with a lot of the competitors still on tour, all your favorite surfers doing what they do, and just knowing that that's exactly where you want to be. And to rock up to competition today and have a day like this, it also just kind of makes you lick your lips a little bit to know that you're one step closer.
Oh, 100%. And he's been there before. He knows what it's like. And he's also had a fabled junior career. Like, he was a big part of that Billabong roster with Andy Irons and Joel Parkinson. And so, you know, Pedersen, he's been around for a very, very long time. He's done plenty of time in Hawaii. He's been done plenty of time in Australia and all around the world surfing these events. And he's a pretty quiet character. He doesn't make too much noise about himself, but he knows that he belongs on the tour, and he certainly, with the surfing that he's shown today, he's proven his point just with his surfing alone.
Recently brought his first child into the world as well, alongside his partner, little boy Filippo, and he spoke so beautifully of him in a post-heat interview with AJ the other day, and just saying what a gift that was, and how it's giving him just that little bit more desire and fire to fight a little bit harder in these rounds and to get really deep in the draw. And I feel like we've seen that a lot this year in the likes of Connor O'Leary, Ryan Callanan as well. I feel like, obviously I'm not a parent, but you are, Stace, having kids, when you're an athlete, it would give you that extra burning feeling just to do a little bit better?
Well, it's kind of like we were talking earlier about like Eli Hanneman having a bit of a struggle to go through personally and with some health and stuff like that. It's not a struggle having kids, but it's certainly a new challenge in your life. But it also gives it a lot more meaning, and you know, you don't, just a similar thing, you don't take the little things to heart as much.
Hiroto, beautiful opening carve, held it all the way down, belts it for the second section, lays it on rail again, and he's going to come up and get a finishing turn. So much beautiful flow start to finish, not a single breath of indecision or downtime between carves and maneuvers there. That was textbook surfing.
Another young father that just put that wave to the sword. Great surfing there from Hiroto, and yeah, just to sort of follow up on that point, it's like, kid's still going to love you even if you get comboed. I hope. Lucas Silveira up and riding.
Here we go. Big opening turn. We saw him pull something pretty similar in his opening round heat. We know he's got them on lock. Just the one maneuver, but a very exciting one at that. Take us through these replays, Stace.
Yeah, this is Hiroto Ohara's wave. Like you said, he's looking fired up. He's always been a pretty sparky surfer, but I think he's added a bit of extra range to his surf, and he's holding his turns for longer, pushing through them, not cutting anything short, but still keeping that, you know, fired up energy. You can see him kicking out there with heaps of speed. His board was just fanging as he got to the end of that wave there. And then this is Lucas Silveira's single manoeuvre. Just the one turn, but it was a great looking turn. And I don't mind what Lucas is doing in this heat, and I'll elaborate that on a bit, but this is Pedersen's next ride, and it's just a funny thing when the number one surfer on the heat is getting the best waves and doing surfing like this.
What?
It's basically a fight for second here. I think he's going to better the 6.5 here. That was incredibly powerful and fast surfing.
Wow, it has been so fun to commentate all day today. We've got a split second to commentate with Matthias Hurdy, who's just coming off a heat win. He's down to the glass with AJ.
And Jesse, this man just got out of the water and he said, you know what? 9 waves isn't enough. I may have to go back out because you had so much fun in your heat, and you were saying that there's just so much opportunity. So how did you pick the ones that you were able to execute on?
They just let me go. I don't know. I didn't actually. I wanted priority. As I told you before, I was trying to get priority, but then they were just letting me go on this really fun waves, and when I was paddling back out, I saw some really good ones that they let it go too, and it was a dream day. This is what a day today. And got barrel in the morning, made a heat with my best friend, and my other best friend is in the water right now. When his heat is one of the best days of my life, I think. Seriously, it's like I got barrel in the mornings, competing now. Yeah. Awesome.
And it's been so fun to just see you lean into different strengths in your surfing. One of them on full display with the airs in that last heat. Just how did you identify the sections and decide that that was the time?
In the morning, I had a similar waves like that. I think surfing in the morning actually made me realize that it kind of looks small when you're paddling in a wave, but as soon as you stand up, it stands up really nice. So I think surfing in the morning helped me figure this out. So yeah, I landed in the air earlier this morning, and then I knew the waves that I was going for, it had like a nice air section. So yeah, the wind is good, and yeah, but as I told you before, I wanted to get the sets, but never got priority. I never got first priority in this heat.
Didn't get priority, but got the win, which is more important. Yeah. So we'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, thanks guys. You.
Frothin'. I love what Matthias is bringing, so much energy, and why not? It's been absolutely pumping. This last wave of Pedersen, there is so much desire just to rip out there, and to know how hard that turn is in that section, to be laying it as the lip is coming back at you. It is absolutely incredible, and we're still waiting for that score to drop. You got to think it's got to go up there, but we're going to find out after this short Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back to round out the last heat of the day. Newcastle has been the biggest winner today, putting on a beautiful arena for all of our surfers just to showcase exactly what they've been working on in that off-season. I'm Jessie, this is Stace. We've been talking through what has been a very fun round of 32, heat number 8, and while we were gone, that score locked in for Pedersen. Stace.
8.87. The judge has been very clear. And you mentioned Xavier Huxtable earlier, Jessie. Pedersen's having one of those heats.
In the break, we saw this one, a Lucas Silveira, waiting for scores to drop so far this, but he's been looking switched on from the very first heat of the day. This one slightly tapering off on him there, but out the back we had a big wave here from Cali Vast. Love the way this guy surfs. He's so talented. Wow, huge second turn. Comes back around. He's going to get one to finish with if he can keep up with the pace of the wave, and he does. Floats it, sticks the finish. That second turn, Stace, was just beautiful. Take me through this one.
Well, firstly, the combined leg press power of Cowley and Pedersen combined, I reckon, could push this whole event side around. Strong boys. And you can see it there in their surfing with how much spray they're throwing off the waves. And look at these scores. We'll run through them again. Pedersen's 8.57 was a tube and turns. Then he dropped to 8.87, which is just 3 of the biggest turns of the day. Cowley Vass is the 8-point ride you've just seen. And prior to that was Hiroto Ohara with the Dreamliner 7.77. Locked in on a smaller wave, but just sizzling surfing. And I was going to say it before, it's going to sound silly, but I'll do it anyway. I was kind of liking that Lucas was just kind of getting going and building some sort of momentum behind Pedersen, but that definitely hasn't worked. He's getting left behind here.
Yeah, he is. He is. And we're past the 10-minute mark too. And when all 3 of your competitors, I know a 7.77 isn't technically excellent, but it's pretty much there. When all the other competitors have a score of that consequence, you definitely want one yourself, and you've got third priority, so you're going to have to try and be your best Morgan Siblick and find a bomb set down the beach away from your competitors. But right now, we know Lucas can get excellent scores, got an 8.17 this morning.
He paved the way for everyone.
He did.
Give him a wave, boys.
Come on. You wouldn't be here without him. No, I'm kidding. Someone would have moved down the beach at some point.
Yeah, but it's always hard to be the first person. I do think they definitely owe him a schnitty tonight around town. Plenty of good pubs to get that done at. Beach Hotel being one of them. You're up there tonight, Jess?
I am up there tonight. There's a tracks party there tonight. Little boogie. But I mean, this is the perfect way to round out this day. It has been, I don't really feel, there may have been 1 or 2 heats, especially in the men's round of 32, that wouldn't have an excellent score on it.
I also think too, this is the first heat that we've seen, or at least that we've called, that has had 3 surfers. I'll give Hiroto an excellent score there. He's close enough. We've seen a couple of heats where 2 surfers have run away with it, but this is a heat where 3 of the 4, this could go anyway. Pedersen's got a nice little buffer there, but it's really big scores between Cowley Vast and Hiroto Ohara here.
And you know what I love about Cowley Vast is that right now, obviously, he's our gold medalist. He's the current Olympian, and no one will touch him for 4 years. And that is something that no one will ever take away from him. But the fact that he can surf big slabbing chopu and then come here and just belt it.
So something we'll never take away from him, right, is the Olympics might not go back to France in our lifetime.
Maybe not.
Probably, if it does, later in life.
Yes.
He was one of 12 gold medalists for France in their home Olympics.
Wow.
That is just like such a crazy life achievement for him. Like Kathy Freeman kind of stuff, you know, like winning at home on home soil is just such a, you don't get many opportunities to do that. And he did it, and he did it on home court. Like that's just, you know, talk about the stars aligning. Imagine how much pressure he had on him.
And there's only 2 gold medalists ever in our sport. It's him and Italo. And he's out there trying to find his way to be on that top spot that Italo's on. And with surfing like that, you'd have to think that eventually you're going to get there. I feel like, if anything, I don't even know. I don't even know where his faults lie, because I really love the way he surfs. It's just getting the opportunities in heat.
He has improved a lot with that transitional kind of small wave surfing. He's obviously got the strength to push his board around, but I think where he was really impressive the other day was when it was the first round on the rocks and the waves were a little small. You kind of had to generate your own speed. Obviously coming from Tahiti and those really strong reef passes, you don't really, even when it's small, they still have a lot of power. Obviously there's some great beaches at Papua and the likes around Tahiti, but predominantly if there's waves, you know where you're going to be surfing. So he did have to put time in, and he's still working on that now. You know, he got the wild card into the wave pool this year, and it's just like everyone, his warm-ups are really good, but just bringing that best out of you in the jersey. And that's the challenge that all these men and women sign up for, and he's really showing it today.
Well, he's got so many stops to try and prove that as well on this Challenger Series season. And thinking about that new pipeline, I mean, we obviously know he can surf good at Newcastle. He's doing it right now, but thinking about that pipeline stop, that's got to suit him.
Big time. And it's such a, like you said, it's such a wide variety of events. And, you know, I spoke about it earlier. You know, you look at this schedule and you rock up to an event like this in Newcastle for him, and you're kind of pegging this, okay, cool, I need to get in and out of Newcastle here with a result. Because I'm thinking pipeline, I'm good for one, and then you've got to just make up the rest there. So we're counting 5 results this year, but realistically it's 2 big ones or a handful of sort of 5th and 9ths. And there's multiple different ways you can qualify.
And you'd have to think for someone like Cowley, especially with how good he is in such incredible waves, when he does eventually crack that tour, then the new 2026 tour really suits him again, especially with all those heavier, bigger waves that they have on the tour. But it looks like we've got a couple waves rolling through now. We're coming down to the 5-minute mark. This heat has absolutely flown by. This guy is currently in the lead, takes to the air for Pedersen.
Oh, he's having a day.
Just couldn't get those fins to re-engage, really spin that board back to the beach. But I mean, 887, 857, you're not stressing.
He's just having fun at this point. Hey, I tell you what, it is interesting here. Like, Lucas Silveira is not out of this. You know, the only issue that he's facing, the biggest one, is his priority.
And I think another issue is whether or not Cowley drops that 3.6 on it. As soon as he does, say he drops that 3.6 to a 5.6, that 6.28 is going to become an 8.28, and that is a really different looking wave.
For sure.
To what a 6.28 is, but hey, seeing crazier things happen today. Matty McGilvray in the last 10 seconds did a massive full rote to the beach, got himself, you know, an excellent score, knocked out Chloe and Dino, who I didn't see going out in the draw this early. He was looking really switched on. Break me down this replay. Where did it all go wrong, Stace?
Oh, I thought he did really well there. He probably just did get out quite as far as what he was hoping. The drone angle will probably show this here. He didn't quite get over the ejection, and it just kind of got a hold of his board. I think if he was half a foot closer to the beach, he spins the whole way around and makes that air, no worries. Hiroto Ohara, important wave here, Jess.
Chasing a 3.84, stumbles on the bottom turn. Started out so strong. Lucas Silveira now out the back, chasing a 6.28. Beautiful opening carve, straight back down to the power source. Lays it on rail again. This wave starting to taper off through this inside section. He liked the feeling of it. He loved the feeling of those first 2 turns. Has to go to a 6.28 on those days.
Yeah, he's going to need a bit of luck there if the judges are going to give that a 6.28 is my first impressions. Just not enough vertical face in the second turn. First turn was really nice, but we've seen too many excellent scores, and I know a 6.28 isn't an excellent score, but it is starting to get into that, you know, they can go back to Hiroto Ohara 7.77, and to me, it's nowhere near that.
Callie Vast trying to better a 3.6 on this one. Paddles in, bit of a golden light here this afternoon at Merewether. 2 nice turns, buries the rail on the nose. Tries to regain. He's going to get something to work with down the line here. Gets to it a little bit late and can't quite hold on for the finish. So it is all really going to come down to that first turn, but a bit of a opportunity gone begging there with that second turn, just burying the nose ever so slightly.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens when you're so powerful. When that board goes under, it goes under properly, and he did well to sort of maintain the wave and get, you know, maybe add to his total, but if he does, it won't be by much. And to me, that leaves the door wide open for Hiroto. We'll have to check out his location, see exactly where he is. Oh, it's a tough call there. Hiroto's going to end up with 3rd priority.
So Callie Vast hoping that wave goes better than a 3.6. Really liked the first turn. It had a really gorgeous wall coming into it, but like you said, Stace, sometimes when you are that strong and that powerful, those little catches just become a lot bigger. than just the average Joe surfer. But right now we got 2 minutes to go. Potentially he'll get back out there in time to try and extend again. He needs excellence, near a perfect score to take the lead. So unless Pedersen makes a crazy priority mistake, you'd have to think he's probably through this heat. Hiroto Ohara chasing a 3.84. Lucas Silveira with a 6.28. Scores to lock in for Pedersen, Cowley and Lucas. 90 seconds on the clock for this one. And this Newcastle flight cam showing the sun is really starting to go down here at Merewether this afternoon. Nervous times always.
I can hear the whistles, and I'm all freaked out. There's obviously waves coming. Just, you know, Hiroto's the one to watch here. He doesn't need much.
Lucas Silveira puts it on rail for the first one. Wants something more vertical. That's better. Comes around the section. This is going to have a really nice left bowl back towards him. Goes vertical on the fourth turn. He likes it. Gives us a little finger snap there, Stace. You might have liked that one. He's going to make this way through to the inside to try and put a bit of a cherry on top here. Gets over this section. Nothing is going to eventuate there. 40 seconds to go, so now 2 scores to lock in for Lucas Silveira. He didn't get the score in his last one. It was a 5.07, so that last wave has to be a 6.28. Is it his best wave of the heat so far?
I don't think it's better than his first one. Calivas just bettered, so Hiroto Ohara needs a 4.67. And the ocean looking a little lifeless out there, although there could be one little moment here. There is 10 seconds on the clock.
Lucas Silveira was chasing a 7.11 on that last wave because Cowley improves. Having a look here, clock is winding down. He's not going to get on it, so unfortunately we're going to lose Hiroto Ohara out of the draw here in the round of 32. Pedersen Crisanto, he is through to the round of 16. That is complete. Scores starting to lock in for Lucas Silveira. And indications are saying that it's not going to be enough. So we are going to see Pedersen Crisanto, Cowley Vast moving on through. And what a way to make a statement in this heat stage for Pedersen Crisanto.
One of the highest heat scores of the day for Pedersen Crisanto there, 8.87 and 8.57. Thanks for coming.
Stick around, guys. We are going to go to a short break, but this Stone and Wood post show is coming up, and we're going to recap what has been an amazing day of surfing. So we'll see you guys soon.
Great to have your company for another Stone and Wood post-show here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. A day of excellence, excellent conditions, excellent surfing, and finished off with an excellent heat score total from Pedersen Grisanto. What a way to wrap up a huge day. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the great Richie Lovett and Vaughan Blakey. G'day, Bono.
Hey, Ron. Yeah, fair call.
Oh,
you're great in my books, mate.
Yeah.
You're great in my
No,
books.
you know you're great. You know you're great. But we don't want that head to grow any bigger than it already is. Hey, unbelievable day. Conditions were firing, and we needed it after yesterday. Rich, it was so tricky out there yesterday.
Yesterday was horrible. Let's just call it what it is. It was challenging, really windy, big conditions. Today was one of those epic days. It was one for the record books.
One for the books.
It'll go down in history as one of the best days for SURFEST. Multiple excellent rides. It was a barrel fest. We saw incredible surfing of just fizzing all day.
Yeah, performance levels were really high. Vorno elevated. Everyone was pretty psyched. Obviously, people survived yesterday. We had no choice though. We had to run. We had 2 lay days. It's all systems go from here on in. And yeah, I loved what I saw from the competitors. They looked so dialed in. The challenge is going to be incredible this year.
Yeah, the Chang went bang today. It was on fire. I didn't mind yesterday. You know, like this Aussie leg, if I'm thinking about sort of what has made it so great, it is the variety of conditions that we've seen and the surfers rising to those challenges, whether it is on the CT or on the Challenger Series. Today was absolutely amazing. You know, like nothing will get surfers up and about, turning up in the morning and seeing pumping lines just coming in, hitting, you know, the rock break first this morning.
Yep. Really
good surf there, and then the big tube shootout up on that north bank. It was good stuff.
Yeah, it was great stuff. And we got to call one of the heats of the day. It was an all-Aussie affair. Unbelievable stuff. And Jacob Wilcox got the job done with a couple of mid-range sixes, but all his opponents had a better number than him.
Yeah, this was incredible surfing from Jacob Wilcox, and really I think what it comes down to is just like he got his grind on. Would have been so easy to be rattled by what we were seeing in the tube. He said he wanted that stuff, but at the end of the day, he just picked his ways well and attacked them hard. That was Georgie had a little stumble there.
Yeah, and of course we have Josh Kerr as well. The old fella doing it on the 20, and he did it well in this heat. Just found some of those pockety little nuggets, threaded the barrel perfectly, and showed a bit of flair on the finishing turns as well. So it was a really close-fought battle. And have a look at this thing from Dylan Moffat. Just car park rights coming alive up here at Newey. And everyone had a good opportunity to really rip into this heat. And this is when just everything clicked. The conditions clicked. The surfers just stood up to the challenge. Kersey, have a look at this little rotation here. Showed a bit of everything. It was just a pleasure to call this heat.
It was so fun. And yeah, this was Wilcox. And I think what we really loved was just the way he was able to drive into these turns with so much confidence and strength. You know, it would have been a rattle. There's nothing worse than seeing your mates get barreled in front of you. I reckon it's one of the worst things you can ever cop, really. But yeah, Chippo just got to work.
So many interesting stories unfolding in that one particular heat. Jacob Wilcox, he got bumped off the championship tour last year. He's trying to campaign to get back there on the Challengers. George, just freshly relegated. And then Dylan Moffat, you know, he in the past has been just a heat win away from cracking the championship tour ranks. And then, like you said, Rick, the old fella who went hard today. And the numbers were impressive. Super close one. But obviously Josh Kerr and Jacob Wilcox will be moving through to the weekend, where we can expect to see some more good surf, Rich.
Yeah, I think we're going to be in for some good surf. I think we are going to see it just settle again size-wise overnight. But conditions looking really good. I was checking out the Surfline forecast just a bit earlier.
We're going to dive into that in a minute, but right now we're going to hear from AJ with the winner of the last heat. What a performance, AJ.
An incredible performance that got the highest heat total of the day, Ronnie. Peterson, just walk me through how you wanted to attack this final heat of the day.
Thanks God. It's like pumping waves. I was surfing there before my heat all morning long, and I know the waves are incredible. I just sit and wait for the good ones, and start with I8 is always like a good start. And then I know I had to back it up, and then I did the 6.5, and then I did just like 10 minutes more for another one, and I did another 8 something. Yeah, I'm so stoked to be in the right place with the right people. Newcastle is amazing. I love this place, and that's it, step by step.
And speaking of staying with the right people, I know you're staying with Matthias Hurdy while you guys are here in Newcastle, and he said there was a little pressure because he wanted to make sure that you won this heat after he won his, so you didn't face each other. How did it feel going out there knowing he'd done what he needed to do?
Yeah, we've been talking about this before I came to the contest today, and last month we did the final in Brazil, and then Deborah said 6,000 points. He won, but I got second. But we are here together, with the same vibe, and yeah, one push each other, and I'm happy that we made both the hits.
Congratulations, parabéns. Before we let you go, você quer dizer mensagem para o Brasil?
Quero agradecer a todo mundo que está acompanhando aí na madrugada, Altas Ondas. Pô, hoje foi um dia incrível. Agradecer a todos os meus patrocinadores e a minha família, minha esposa, meu filho, os meus amigos, galera de Matinhos, Curitiba, Praia Brava, Itajaí. Muito obrigado por tudo. Vamos que vamos. Amanhã é outro dia. Muito feliz aí começar o challenge com o pé direito. Obrigado.
Vamos que vamos. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Back to you, Ronnie.
Pedersen Crisanto, massive numbers and just in full attack mode in that last heat. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, after watching a full day of people getting barreled, bringing excellence to so many heats, it's going to fire you up.
Yeah.
He got fueled on that in the best possible way.
We did start the day with the women's round of 32. We saw some brilliant performances there, but our Boost Mobile heat of the day features the phenom 14-year-old Tia Zabrowski. She was on fire, Rich. We called that heat excellence achieved as she just blitzed the field.
Yeah, she sure did, and this was actually the first opportunity that I had to call Tia Zabrowski's heat and to really just put a detailed eye on her performance and her technique, and I was so impressed. This lady has got a huge future. After that heat, I said to you, Ron, I reckon she's going to be one of the qualifiers this year. And for such a young lady, she has just got a really mature approach to her surfing. She just built through this one, and Ellie Harrison also did some good work, and she did enough to get through and get second place, but this was a great heat.
Yeah, this is a clutch heat for Ellie, who's looking to go back-to-back here at SURFEST, and she saved herself in the dying stages, Vorno.
Yeah, she's done so well here because she really needed to get a score, and this was a tricky wave, lumps and bumps, but a big finish. And her coach, Cale Bell-Warren, absolutely stoked. But Tia, she was just so strong. I've been watching a lot of footage of her, obviously, with the film I've been making with the Rip Curl Groms, and her section is on par with everyone in the film. She's doing Supermans, big airs, big barrels, you name it.
Yeah, she is. She's going to be one to watch for sure. You want to know how she got prepped for the Challenger Series? Went over to Chopes, started charging barrels, then got here a week earlier, has been doing some work with Joan Deroux. And, man, that work has paid off in a big way. Just looking so comfortable. Watch this wave. Big combo here.
Yeah, really good combo. Swooping turn to start things off, but just watch how confident she is as she goes up and attacks the lip. Just great form and really impactful turns there. So both those women on the screen progressing through. Unfortunately for Daniela Rosa, she got eliminated. And Alyssa Spencer too, the former Championship Tour competitor. The more experienced surfers didn't get through that one. Just a sign of things to come, the hunger of these newcomers wanting their position. Just taking down the more experienced riders.
Yeah, that crazy story about the evolution of performance on the women's side, Vaughan, continues. The veterans look sharp, but the rising Groms, they're just on another planet.
It does feel like it's the story of this entire event. Men's and women's draws have this real generational battle happening where you've got experience, you've got that sort of competition nous that you get from a lifetime of competing up against just the pure desire of these Groms who just want it so bad. It's making for a really great narrative for the whole rest of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and in the over 50s villages all around Newcastle, they're going to be coming down to support Josh Kerr in his road through to victory.
Still half as old as us.
No, I'm just kidding. No, Kersey's absolutely blitzing it on the 20. Big rotations, getting the barrel rods as well, and it's it's cool to see him keeping the Groms honest with all his experience.
I think the one advantage he's got over everyone is that he's here for Sierra. Like, you know, this is just a bonus for him.
Totally.
Like, last year he was going in heats on the regional queue just to keep himself, you know, occupied while she was surfing heats. He qualifies for the Challenger Series. It's the same mindset. He's just out there having a blast. He's riding this different equipment. It means nothing to him other than the fact he's got this deep competitor in him that hates to lose. So that's bad news for everyone. There's no pressure.
Hates to lose, but if he does lose, you kind of know what the reaction will be. Nah. And he'll go to the next event and go the same way. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast, Rich. They delivered beautiful conditions for us today, and they were spot on with the call. What's coming our way the next 2 days?
Well, I think more of the same. We're going to have this strong westerly wind grooming the conditions, but the swell is going to drop a foot or two overnight, but then it'll hold through the weekend. And we've just been so lucky to just be pounded with swell. It was ugly, but it's cleaned up beautifully. Saturday, Sunday, you can see here 4 to 7 foot faces. Basically, for the entirety of the weekend, it's going to hold steady. It's going to be great conditions. Whether it's big enough for that northern bank, question mark. I think at low tide it will be, but I think at high tide, I think we'll see things shift back to the reef break.
Yeah, just looking at the forecast and what you've seen through this round of 32, both men's and women's, do you think the favourites are going to change for you with the swell dropping a little bit?
Potentially not. I just think we continue to see the cream rising all the way to the top. You know, you think of Sammy Pupo and some of the competitors, Matthias Hurdy in these later heats. If it gets smaller, they're still favoured. You know, they've still got such a good rail game, and it's perhaps the surfers that can tap into that more aerialistic, innovative style. I think that might got bumped up the ledger in the next couple of days.
Yeah, we saw some big airs thrown out today. No doubt there'll be a few featured in our BioGland Daily Dose, running through the top 5 moments of the day. Amuro Suzuki, she went off on.
Love Amuro Suzuki's whole approach. She's an Olympic bronze medalist, a junior world champ. The qualifying series hasn't always gone her way, but she looks ready to fire. Had a tiny taste of the CT in that pandemic year. Didn't get through, but, you know, this woman has plenty to prove, and she put it on display today.
Yeah, she was impressive, that's for sure. Big contingent of Japanese surfers here cheering her on to a massive result. Maddie McGilvray was clutch coming in at number 4, the best air that we'd seen in the event.
Oh, this guy is so rock solid, and he continues to surprise us. He is just so clutch under pressure. Rock solid.
Ended the run of Chloe Andino, also put together a solid heat in that clash, but unfortunately for Chloe, out of the mix. The air show continued this afternoon with Matthias Erdi taking flight for a couple of big rotations.
Oh, how good was that? The full rotator, and just cop the technique here. Oh, man. That's why he's one of the best in the world at the moment, and you really do expect this guy to get on the CT sooner rather than later. It's been a little bit of a wait, but, I mean, with surfing like this, it's undeniable. He is due for a start. Look at that stuff. Not many people have that sort of firepower.
Well, he's a wild card that's gone to the semi-finals of a CT, so he has already proven to be a big problem for many of the competitors on the championship tour, and he's going to be that way here at SurfEst. Coming in at number 2, Eden Waller. What a moment this was for the Grom.
So sick, and one of the best barrels we've seen on the women's field in the event. She comes out, she wasn't done, had to hit that section, and keeping her brother very happy. He would have been annoyed if she didn't pull in.
I did have the face-set interview and race straight up the beach to get more pits. Xavier Huxtable, though, coming in at number 1. He exploded out there today, Vaughn. Big hits, nice pits.
This guy has surfed a perfect heat in a QS. He had 2 10-point rides at Nias, and that was the last time I saw his face this lit up. He was on fire in this thing. Just everything going his way. Barrels, big off the lips, hacking the daylights out of the joint, and big finishes as well. So much drama, and this guy is really taking full advantage of this opportunity on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, this was that was the opening event of when we switched to the men's, and they kind of flipped the script, didn't they? They went, hang on, something's going on up the beach there. They kind of did the shift up there, and it was just a barrel fest from there on in, and beautiful turns all afternoon. still fizzing. Amazing day of competition.
Yeah.
How good's Surfest?
So good. Surfest is the sickest. The Challenger is on. It just feels like everything is lining up beautifully. Let's get into this weekend. I'm ready to go.
And we are going to be moving into head-to-head competition too. So make sure you go to worldsurfleague.com, have a look at those matchups. They're unbelievable. But we're going to leave you with highlights now. We'll be down here tomorrow making the call nice and early. Competition will get underway. Don't miss a second of it. Enjoy the highlights.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.